Welcome to EternalJourney, the podcast.
Greetings, all my knights and padawans. Welcome to EternalJourney, the podcast that talks about all things eternal with a focus on limited play. I'm your host, Jedi, and this week is episode 73, and we have a big one for you. It is the Argent Depths set review, commons and uncommons. That's right, we're going to go through every common and every uncommon in the latest set of Eternal, discussing what we think and doing our own card evaluations of them for the limited format to hopefully help you make better decisions when you're drafting and get those coveted 7 wins. But first, as usual, every week, joining me on the line. First off, we have John Holio. How are you doing, friend?
Hey, Jedi. Hey, Alex. How you guys doing tonight?
What is up?
Glorious. Super excited. And of course,
Sweet.
the other great person on the line that just said hello, Alex. How are you doing today? Darth Herman 2.
Doing good, my friends. Good to be here.
New set hype?
Yeah, it's exciting.
Very exciting. All right, let's get into a couple of quick announcements and then we'll jump into the show. You can catch all 3 of us live at twitch.tv/Jedi_EJ every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday, where we're doing all kinds of great limited things with the occasional constructed things with group tournaments and the ECQs and whatnot. Check us out, come hang out, tell us your thoughts on the format, and just learn to get better together by at the very least watching me show you what not to do in a draft format. If you can't catch us live, you can catch the video version of this show, which is very good for this specific show, considering the fact that I'll have every card on screen for you to look at if you're a more visual learner. And that's EternalJourney on YouTube. Check that out. Type us in the search bar, or just type youtube.com/EternalJourney, and you will find all the great videos, draft videos, constructive videos, yada, yada, yada. You guys hear me say it every week. I know you're tired of it, but hey, sometimes we get new players, and I'm glad that they found us. So thank you for tuning in. Shout out today, all the great people that help contribute to make this channel and this podcast what it is. Thank you. Just contribute on Twitch any which what way you seem fit, and bam, you get a shout out. So first up, Martholorax coming in with extreme bit donations this week, unlocking the AT-AT RIP emote. Thank you so much for that ongoing support. A recent, probably a long time lurker, first time chatter, but absolutely great having them in the chat. Couple of new members to the Jedi Order. We have Luna Cody, Guppy LOL, and Winter Mute 1521. Thank you guys so much for subbing to the channel. Really do appreciate it. Helps me know that I'm kind of doing the right thing. So I appreciate that. I hope you are continuing to learn and do great things as well, and really appreciating this game. Thank you so much. And Donk Force 1 coming in with the gift sub leader this week. Thank you so much, Donk Force 1, for sharing the love with the rest of the community. Once again, really appreciated. And of course, a special and great ongoing thanks to all the great people that continually sub to the channel, donate bits, give subs, and all that great stuff. It really does mean a lot. And of course, all you people that lurk and show up and chat and stuff. We are making the quote-unquote push for partner. Feel like we're close. We're going to put it in our next application at the beginning of next month. And so all that really goes a long way towards that goal. So thank you for your ongoing support. All right, guys, so that's it. Going to make it short and sweet because this one is a marathon. So I hope you got something to eat, something to drink, and you stay focused because, yeah, we're going to try to get through this as quickly as possible. If we find some cards that are not very impressive, we will kind of cut through as quickly as possible, and then spend more time on the cards that we think there's a reason to explain it. These set reviews, once again, we go down every card by card, giving you our evaluation. Sometimes we agree with them, sometimes we don't, and I think that's a little bit better for you guys. You get more insight. So without further ado, let's dive right into it. First thing I do want to discuss is give you guys some quick statistics, a few numbers and percentages that lets you give kind of a small lay of the land of what you're working with, to know certain things that you may not pick up by looking at an individual card, but can understand and better evaluate cards with an overview. Starting off by breaking down the newest mechanics, we have Decay. There's going to be 12 cards that have Decay on them overall out of the entire set, which is surprising considering, this is one of the front runner mechanics. Next up, we have Imbue. Imbue is going to have 8 units with it because obviously this is a mechanic that works with units buffing other units. So there's going to be 8 of those in the Argent Depths packs. Revenge is a returning mechanic, so we don't know how many of these they are going to be putting in the curated packs, but from what you can get out of Argent Depths, there's going to be 13 of them, 2 in Time, 5 in Shadow, and 6 in Primal. So take that into consideration. There are none in Fire or Justice. Surge is going to have 10 cards, none of them in Shadow. So all the Surge cards are going to be in the other 4 factions, primarily in the Rakano factions. And then finally we have Plunder. Plunder is going to be on 12 cards. 11 of them are going to be units, and 1 of them is the factionless spell, slow spell. So overall, Imbue being the lowest representation, but it could potentially be the biggest player. And then obviously Surge being, or correction, Plunder being represented in 12 cards total, being one of the ways for it to minimize non-games in the draft format. Going into our removal, surprisingly, there is literally only one straight up removal spell in the format, which is a little surprising, and this is strictly a tuck spell. So I will tuck the unit that you are attempting to remove to the bottom of the opponent's deck, which for all intents and purposes is pretty much the best form of removal, unless you're trying to mill them out, because it doesn't allow any recursion to happen or any exalted triggers or any entomb triggers as well. So pretty solid, but there are 3 additional kill spells that allow you to straight up remove a unit, but they do have requirements or conditions. One being to sack a unit, another one requiring you to have Aegis, and another one, I don't remember right now off the top of my head. Oh well, either way. Yep, there's 3 other spells that allow you to kill a unit, but of course they aren't straight up because you do require some kind of stipulation for that to happen. At fast spells, we have 4 spells that deal damage. So they are able to remove a unit, but they are damage based. So a pump spell could negate them, and or they might not deal enough damage to remove a unit. So there are 4 of those in the format. And then finally, at combat tricks, there are 5 fast speed pump spells. These are things that modify the stats of one of your units that can potentially allow you to win combat or at least trade at fast speed. So overall, not a lot of interaction in this format. Probably expecting a lot of these cards to come from the curated packs, which is something that obviously Direwolf has the ability to do, is modify the set, adding more or less removal and stats to the format by adjusting the curated packs. Going into our unit stats, the usual, looking at health of units overall. X1s, we have 18 in the format for a total of 26% of the format. Now, granted, once again, these numbers are a little skewed because of the fact that I did not incorporate the curated packs here, as the math could just go obscenely absurd. And the other thing is that I'm only using the commons and uncommons, not rares and legendaries, as those are infrequent, going to be seen on the battlefield. So once again, X1s, only 18 of them. X2s, we're going to have 20 for a total of 28%. This is going to make up the largest portion of the format. X3s, 15, so close to the 20 from X2s. And then, of course, at 4 health, we have only 4 units. So let's take a look at the attack power of most of these units to find out if that 4 health is going to be the breaker or is the 3. Going into our attack, 2x units, so units with 2 attack, there's going to be 17 of them. So a little less than the predominant 2 health. X3s, cards that have 3 attack or exactly 3 attack, is 13 of them. And then cards with 4 attack are only 5. So sure enough, it looks like here that the 3 health and 3 attack units are going to be trading off quite a bit. So don't expect those to go too far in the distance. Granted, the most common attack is going to be 2x, so those will be a little more durable, but really that 4 health is really what's going to separate the survivability of a unit. So keep that in mind, as only 5% of the units at common and uncommon have 4 health. And then finally, the biggest stat line of the format is going to be the 8/8 that only one unit represents right now. So that is going to be the biggest and boldest thing in the format. Something to keep in mind. I hope this is allowing you to kind of help make some intricate decisions between two cards that are close and whatnot, and give you an overall skew of the format. Maybe we will look into more of this in the curated packs when we go into our first impression show. But all right, guys, so that's going to do it for the stats. Next up, we're going to go ahead and break it down. Since there is 3 of us, we can sit here and talk about card for 10-15 minutes and not really give you a clear, warm, and fuzzy on where we exactly rate it. So we're going to break down a grading scale that was adopted from limited resources. This is just going with this normal A, B, C, D, E, or A, B, C, D, F, build around and market cards. That way, after a 15-minute discussion, you find out we're high on a card, low on a card, in the middle, whatever, and then we all be like, yeah, the card's a C+. So that being said, we will start off with the A's. A's are your bombs of limited. These are cards that can pull you from being behind to being ahead. They can help stabilize you, or they can especially win you the game. Cards like Strange Burglar and Grodov's Burden, just being able to take over a game if left unchecked.
All right, next is the B's, which is like my favorite color of card. It actively pulls you into a color. Premium removal falls under this. Cards such as Waystone Gate, Defile, and Wind Conjuring.
And you got your C's, which are your, the main body of your deck. Probably what you've got the most of. The pawns of limited cards such as Gravewatch Ancestor and Brood of Aramot from the last format.
And then the sad D's. These are like cards that you are very sad to put in your deck. You would rather not play them, but sometimes you have to. Cards like Fanatical Stranger and Frostbite Chrysalis.
Yeah, and then down at the bottom here, you got your Fs, which are basically just unplayable or constructed-only cards. Cards that you'd probably rather just play another power instead of have these in your deck, like Static Discharge or Rage or Arcane Restraint.
Then there's cards that have a different unique grade build around. It's bad by itself, but when you can synergize while you're drafting, the card becomes much more powerful. Cards like Mysterious Waystone and Majestic Skies.
Then we also talk about like market ratings or cards that are, otherwise Fs in your main deck, but because markets exist in the format and are available at the uncommon level, actually, as well as rare, markets are going to be pretty relevant during this draft format. So those are, we'll talk about those cards that are good market cards where they're not really useful in every matchup, but they can be very powerful if drawn from the market in those specific situations where you want them. Cards such as Ruin or Ensnare.
Or Succumb.
LOL. Trolling begins already.
No laugh there. That is a good market card. Succumb.
I didn't hear it. Sorry,
Oh.
I cut out. Unlucky.
Feel like he reverse trolled you there, but all right, sweet guys. So let's go ahead and dive right into it. No, big stuff here. We're just gonna get you the information that you want so you can start drafting as quickly as possible. There are 3 different cycles in this format that we're gonna go ahead and talk about clumped together because they are essentially the same card, just changed for their respective factions. So I believe across the board, all 3 of us gave them all a similar grade. John did make a very good point ahead of the show that there are some small nuances on them that potentially, because of what specific faction they are, they could be a little more powerful. But honestly, once you get to that point in drafting, you probably don't even need to be listening to this show. So we'll go ahead and get right into it. The first ones up are symbols. Symbols are a depleted power for each faction, and the big part about them is that they gain you 2 influence of the respective faction. So for example, fire symbol will give you, it comes in play depleted, but gives you 2 fire influence instead of the usual 1. There are no stipulations to make them undepleted. They're always going to be depleted 100%, but you do take advantage of getting 2 influence off of 1 card of the same faction. I think we already know the surge mechanic that we will talk about once we get across the first card. It definitely capitalizes on or maximizes on gaining influence. So this essentially gives you 2 triggers of surge, and it facilitates some of the cards we're going to be talking about that have very steep influence requirements. Overall, I don't think they're absolutely backbreaking. I put them at a C minus, but I do think they do have some solid implementations. They're not fixing or anything. They just kind of help facilitate, smooth out your game plan. But yeah, I have them at C minus. John?
Maybe I rated too high. I said C plus, but yeah, I mean, it's basically a role player power. It doesn't automatically make any deck, but there's a ton of times you're gonna have some surge synergies or otherwise super influence heavy payoffs, and these are gonna really help you get to those like 4 influence and up uh, requirements in this format. So I think these are actually going to be pretty important overall.
The
I'm also at a C plus on these. I like the double surge trigger that it gives you. It lets you splash double cards from the factions
Right.
at the drain if you can have a couple of them or like 2 or 3.
Yeah, it's a very good point. That was
Yeah, I don't see these not making your deck. So far, what I've noticed is that the decks are really, it's like 1.5 colors are your deck. You don't want more colors. So like this, it seems like they really go with the set. Someone said today that they designed these like 3 years ago, and they're just barely putting them in a set. So it's like that kind of tells me how powerful they can be. Really, I think, anyways.
Yeah, I think we actually did exactly what we talked about just now, where we were Stone Scar, and I had 3 shadow symbols, so that facilitated 2 cards that were splashes, but they were double shadow. But yeah, the fact that you're getting double influence off of 1 card means you have to draw less of them to hit that splash. So that's a very good point, Alex. All right, you guys talked me up to it. We'll go to a C plus. I don't know. I still felt like you're still going to draft them low level fixing area, if that makes sense. Kind of like the tokens with 2 out of the 3 influence. But I could believe it, especially if you're the surge deck. They can go up to a C plus for sure. All right, you guys sold me on it. We'll go up to a C plus.
All right.
All right, next up, we are going to talk about the vows, and vows are essentially another form of fixing. Once again, these you're going to see 5, so you're going to hit. They are dual factions, so they hit 5 out of the 10 dual factions. We're going to see Praxis, Stone Scar, Combray, Huru, and Feln, which seem to be supported factions in this format, from what I can tell. There is a little bit of tri-faction support as well in the cards themselves, but as far as fixing goes, these are the vows we get. And essentially, you may discard all right, we'll go over Praxis vow. So you may discard a fire or time sigil from your deck to gain an influence of that type and take 1 damage. So of note, these are essentially undepleted power. So you can, when you play them, if you do not discard, it's a May ability. So first off, you can play it for just a generic power, no faction, no influence given, but you still go up 1 power, and it is undepleted, so you can use it that turn. Or when you play it, you may choose once again to pick one of the 2 sigils from the respective factions for each one. So for another example, the Hero one, you can go grab a Primal Source or a Justice Source. You will discard that influence that sends it into your void, and then you will gain an influence of that faction. So you, once again, going back to Praxis Vow, you'll play the Praxis Vow, then you will take the 1 damage. You will pick, for example, Time Sigil. It will discard the Time Sigil from your deck to your void, and then you will gain a time influence. All right, Alex, where are you at on the vows?
So these seem just straight across the board C's for me. I don't know if like that's a little conservative, but yeah, it's just standard fixing. Get whatever color you need. I like how they work. They're really well designed.
John, anything?
I also said C. I think I like these better generally for constructed. I think hopefully you'll know during your drafts if you need the fixing more than like another C rated or better card in the pack. But that's like a function of how your draft deck is shaping up and how it's, how the draft's going more than the actual power level of these.
Mm-hmm.
You also need to be kind of careful, right? Like, if you really need to hit future power drops and if you have a bunch of these in your deck for some reason and you're actively discarding power from your deck, there's a chance that you are hurting your chances of drawing, power going forward. It's not guaranteed one way or the other, but there's a chance. So I think you need to be careful with playing too many of these in your limited deck as well.
Yeah, there's also the chance that you could just simply run more power as well. That's kind of the way I favor it. I typically try to run more power instead of running less when I can. And so using this is kind of all upside. You get your fixing and you get one of those excess power out of your deck. I guess it's hit or miss dependent. I do like the fact that they're undepleted, and I like the fact that there are May abilities. So like you said, you do have to make that decision. I think, yeah, I have them as C as well because of the fact that it allows you to, because much like what Alex said, that this is kind of like a 1.5 faction color. You definitely get the value of having this in your deck, and if you need to hit that 4th influence for those really critical 4 influence cards that we're talking about, you can go get that, and then if not, you can just go get your splash. There's some flexibility to them, but I also don't think they're a super high pick unless that's really what you want to be doing. And I don't see a reason in this format to grab them just for the deck thinning, quote unquote, like you only need one of those factions. I don't think that's worth it either.
Yeah, I'm not really aware of additional synergies with discarding power or anything like that, really. So I think these are more for constructed, I guess.
Yep, I agree. Okay, so C's for the vows. And lastly, we have the etchings. So etchings are the now uncommon way of accessing your market. So this is definitely something new to limited, and interesting to see the implications of it in constructed as well, because it's kind of taking a pseudo spot of seek power. Once again, there's a cycle of them, so 1 for every faction. Fire etching times etching, justice, primal, and shadow etchings. They all cost 1 power and 1 influence of their respective factions. They are at the uncommon level, and they're all slow spells. Let's change it up. We'll go to the shadow etching here. Draw a shadow sigil from your deck. If you have 4 shadow influence, you may exhaust a shadow unit to swap a card from your hand with a shadow card from your market. So what this means is to play this, either way, it can go 100%. It will go get you a sigil of that respective faction, period. Now, if you meet the requirement of having 4 influence of that respective faction, you have to have a unit in play matching that faction. Then you may exhaust that unit to swap out the card, as usual, from your market, a card from your hand for a card in your market. Of note, you can use the sigil you went to go grab as your market fodder, but it is important you can only do this if you have a unit in play that you can exhaust and of the faction required. So there are some stipulations to this happening. John.
Yeah, I don't know. I think these are not great or anything like that. I think they're basically, bad seek powers, right? You can't select different factions, but they have the market access upside. The amount that you want this in your deck is going to depend on how good your powerful and situational cards for your market are. I don't think you just want this in every draft deck or anything like that. Especially if you're like an aggressive draft deck, I really don't think you want to play these, because it really goes against your whole curve out plan while also requiring you to exhaust a unit in order to get into the market. So I think overall these are medium C overall. Just kind of, some decks will want these, some decks won't, kind of grade.
Okay, Alex.
I'm a little higher on them. So I've had to like readjust the way I look at Eternal in a way, because these decks that I'm going to be drafting are not the type of decks that I would normally be drafting, which is like, yeah, as many colors as we can, right? So in a format where I'm going to be, for example, mostly fire, say my deck is mostly fire, then a card like this, it kind of is just like a seek power. If that's, I want a fire sigil, and then it just has upside for me. So like, I mean, I'm not like way higher than John. I'm just at a C+, but I think they're basically seek powers, and not even bad ones, just like a good one, because I don't mind that market upside. It's pretty powerful. So
Yeah, if you're a
like,
mono deck, it's all upside.
right? And then like
You're
so,
correct there.
or like mostly fire with like a green splash. Like you have a few green cards as well. It's like basically a mono fire deck. So you're just, it's not that hard to get the 4 red. Basically, is what I'm saying.
Hmm.
Man, and I'm just so much lower on them. I put them at D plus because I see myself
Wow.
passing them. There's just so many powerful cards or cards to fill out the deck that I like here that typically when I see the thing about the merchants and the smugglers is you at least get a body, right? And you're gonna play those colors anyways. Here, you're not playing this for your splash color. It has to be your main color, and then you wanna then like it gives you access to some cards to put in the market. I don't know. I could see a C minus, but I wouldn't go much higher than that. I think
The thing with Seek Power in this format is we have Plunder, right? Like, what are you doing playing Seek Power when
yeah.
you can just live by the seat of your pants and play only 15 power and run a bunch of Plunder, or run 20 power and also run a bunch of Plunder and not care either way, right? Like, you're not wrong there, Jedi. Like, that's why I was emphasizing the power of your market for like playing these
Mhm.
more than anything.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they're a little too situational. And then I mean, granted, they kind of do they sound they're heavy requirements, but they do what you want them to do when you need it, right? If you don't have the quadruple influence, you're probably going to want the sigil anyway, so you just use it as the seek power. And then when you don't want the time sigil, you'll just send it to the market. So they are efficient that way, even if they have steep requirements. But I mean, most of the cards that you put in your market are once again, like we'll talk about, they're very niche, very narrow cards. So most of the strong cards you want to get out of your market, you're probably going to have in your deck anyways, unless it's a super expensive card that you're not sure if you're going to get there or not. So I don't know. I just have them at D plus. So I don't know. What do you think, Alex?
I mean, I'm down to go down to a C minus. I don't think it's a D card.
Okay. All right. We'll go.
Yeah, I could go as low as C minus, but like there's a lot of actually really good market cards too available like in the format. I don't know. These are definitely like we'll see how they play out kind of thing.
Okay. We'll go with a C minus then. And
I'm down for that.
And that's going to do it. That is the cycles, the 3 cycles that we have, the etchings, the vows, and the symbols for this format. So with that, we'll go ahead and break down do our normal card by card. Okay, first up on, we're going to go ahead and go with fire. I could rotate factions, but honestly, this is just the way it shows up in the game, the way it shows up in Eternal Warcry, so we're just going to stick to this. Fire is always going to be first. That's fine. I think we do a pretty good job of keeping our headspace correct for each faction. So first up, we have Badlands Survivalist. This is a 1/1 warrior at uncommon for 1 fire. It reads Surge. What Surge means, it is one of the new mechanics for the set, is anytime you gain an influence, the Surge will trigger. So if you play any kind of card, for example, let's say the traditional fixing strangers or the symbols we just talked about that give you 2 influence, it will give you 2 triggers of Surge for that turn. And you could stack as many. I think I've seen the most 3 thus far. But anywho, Surge. The top unit of your deck gets a plus attack equal to Badlands Survivalist attack. So off the bat, it gives you, if you don't do anything else, this card will give, every time you play a power, it will give the top card of your deck a +1 attack. If you augment it with some kind of buff spell, pump spell, or a weapon, then it will obviously give +2, +3, +4 attack, etc. to the top card of your deck, and it can do it multiple times. Once again, like we talked about, to the same unit or spread it across if you somehow draw in between that, etc., etc. John.
I give this one a C plus. It only buffs attack power, so you'll want to prioritize units that care more about buffing that attack power, such as units with like overwhelm, quick draw, big butt flyers, unblockable units, things like that. It's also worth noting units like this make fantastic targets for imbuing onto. Because they're things you're not going to be wanting to attack with generally, but are generate value just by being on the board. So that's another consideration. It's also just kind of a very bad late game top deck. So there's that. But if if your deck doesn't synergize with this card in a meaningful way, it really could be more like a D rating. But I think in most fire decks, which are going to be on the aggressive side, I think it'll be closer to a C+.
Yeah, I actually gave it a C- because of that fact that it's a 1/1 for 1, and then late game it's just horrible. One question though, because you did bring it up, do you really think a 1/1 is something you want to be imbuing on though? Like I see your point as far as getting.
Yes, because you just buff it first. Like every time you imbue, you should be doing some sort of like combat trick first, pretty much.
Okay, I could see that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's just how imbue works. Like it's you never actually imbue onto just a 1/1 or whatever the unit's base stats are. You always do something and then imbue, right?
For the most part, I don't know. I've been having pretty good success with Justice, where it already has really solid units, so I don't have to do anything to them. But I've definitely seen exactly what you're talking about in Stone Scar and other fire variants. So I can get behind that for sure. Alex, what about you?
Well, I've used this guy a lot. Maybe I've just had really good experiences, but I'm on a B- with this guy.
Oh, wow.
Granted, John said it. It's a really bad late game top deck. It is.
Yeah, that brings it down for sure.
But turn 1, this guy like can really imagine every unit in your deck, even if you're just giving everything +1 power. It's just, hey, all my units are now that much closer to 5, which is a thing in this format, and it's just you put the 1/3 Justice that is gonna surge you even more. The weapon. I'm drawing a blank on the name. We'll go. Yeah, Badge of Honor. Thank you. It's like turn 1, this guy, turn 2, Badge of Honor, and it's like, yeah. I mean, maybe I just got to do that a few times because they were both boosted in the when it was the preview draft format. But
I mean, it's definitely like a high variance kind of card, and your deck kind of has to be built around it. So like, I guess I did accidentally kind of give it a build around rating. Like I said, if your deck's not really gonna make use of this attack power buff, it's more like a D because it's just such a bad late game top deck. So it's just such a high variance card.
Like, you don't just throw it in any deck, but it was it can take over a game, that's for sure, if you have the right parts for it.
I'm gonna settle on like a C.
Plus,
yeah, I can do C.
Well, the thing is, Alex, too, is that you mentioned every card in your deck getting 1 attack, and I don't think that's correct. I mean, you're probably getting somewhere between worst case scenario 0 triggers, obviously, but let's say 2 triggers to 5 triggers off this guy, because eventually you're not going to be able to play influence every turn. I mean, you did bring up a good point with the Badge of Honor, but it's also a 1/1, so you're just attacking with a 2/4, and that thing eventually gets outclassed pretty early. So
there's like just not a lot of removal, not a lot of silence. So unless you're doing silly things like attacking with your 1/1, it just sits there pretty much the whole game, because there's other things they need to kill than this 1/1, so it's like you just get that power the whole game as long as you put it out early, so I mean that's how it's played for me. I've used it a few times, so
yeah,
I mean it is a small sample size, but I like it.
I still don't think it's a B though. So where do you want to go on? John, you're on a C, right?
I said C+, but mine was also like kind of the upside rating, right? Like the build around rating. So I mean, it's a high variance card. Like this is one of these that's like hard to nail down, right?
Yeah, and you guys already know I'm more of a consistent and conservative drafter, so I like medium that's medium all the time than either win the game or lose the game. So, all right, where do you settle at, Alex? And we'll go with your grade. And it's not a B.
No, it's not. We can go with the C. It's fine.
All right. Badlands Survivalist gets a. Oh gosh darn it! I'm trying to.
You've been an A for me, buddy. It's been an A for me.
Okay. Great. So you went from a B to an A now after we tried to talk you down. Yeah, we're good at this.
No, it's a C though. It's fine.
We're good at this. We're good at this. All right.
So it's your Inferno Zealot for this set. Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to make a note of that for the next one. All right, next up we have Chemical Rounds. This is a slow spell at common for 1 fire. It has decay, and pretty much what decay means is anytime something with decay deals damage, it deals it in the form of -1/-1 permanently. So we'll change the stat buffs. And Chemical Rounds just reads decay, deal 2 damage. So what this means is if for example, your opponent has a 3/3 and you Chemical Rounds it, it will end up becoming a 1/1. Decay works on weapons as well as, or relic weapons as well as units. It will also kill something. So if your opponent has a 2/2 and you hit it with chemical rounds, it will make it a 0/0 and then also kill it. For relic weapons, it'll do the reverse of armor, right? So if they get an armor, they normally keep it. This will minus it. So if someone would attack you with the hook sword from last format, you hit them with chemical rounds, the hook sword would now be a 5/3 permanently. And then if you go face with it, it still can do damage to the player. It just won't do anything permanent. It just deals the 2 damage as usual. Alex.
The next time your opponent starts their game up there at 23, that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, it's just a solid little piece of removal. I mean, it's a C+ for me because it only deals with. It would be normally lower, I think, a C, but a C+ because you can permanently cripple bigger things. So yeah, that's what I'm at. I'm at a C+.
Okay, John.
Yeah, I mean, I could be convinced for C+ as well. I said B- right there, just because of the flexibility with this being decay. Like normally this type of effect is like a C+ for me, but it also depends on the amount of other removal in the format, which I think is not very high. And then just the fact that this is always going to be a relevant card in your game, because yeah, it can go face and it doesn't even have to actually kill the unit like we talked about. So somewhere in that range for sure.
Yeah, if you have a 4/4 and they have a 5/5, you hit it with chemical rounds, and now all of a sudden it doesn't kill the unit, but you can attack. I also was on a B-, but because the decay really makes this quite flexible and quite powerful. But one thing that does stand out to me now is the fact that it is a slow spell, so you can't really use this mid-combat. You can do it post-combat or pre-combat, but you can't do it mid-combat to really get your value. So do you think that pulls it down to a C+, or are you still on a B-?
I could be convinced either way. I mean, I definitely considered it the slowness of the spell in my evaluation there.
All right.
I do like the way that decay on a damage spell like this doesn't care, about temporary buffs. Like, normally they might try and finest hour to stop your char. Well, this spell does not care. So that's another kind of upside to it. Just that decay is actually deceptively powerful, I think, on a damage spell.
Yeah, very good point. Alex, can we talk you up to a B-, or do you want us to go down to a C+? We can go either way, so it's on you again.
It's on me again. I think if it was a fast spell, I think it would be easy B-, but because it's slow, even with the decay, I think it's a C+.
All right,
cool. So C+ for chemical rounds. All right, next up we have Eager Deputy. Eager Deputy is a 0/2 gunslinger at common for 1 fire. When you play a unit with more attack than Eager Deputy, she gets +1 attack. Summon Plunder. Plunder is another new mechanic. You may transform a power card in your hand into a treasure trove, which is pay 2 and generic power and draw a card, or a non-power card in your hand into a sigil of its respective faction. If you have a card with either no faction or 2 factions or 3 factions, then you have an equal chance of creating a sigil. You can't choose, it's just random, but you get an equal chance of creating a sigil of whatever factions that card is a part of. So if it's a neutral card, then you can have a chance of getting one of all 5. If it's a 2-color card, you have a 50-50 chance of getting either one. It's a very solid mechanic, allowing you to clean up your draws. If you're missing power, you change one of your 8 or 7 drop cards into a power to get you there, and then obviously in the late game when you have excess power, you can turn that into a treasure trove to draw a card and replace it. So a very solid mechanic designed to essentially get rid of those non-games where people just lose to either flooding or being power deprived. John.
So yeah, I rated Eager Deputy a C. I think it's a playable 1-drop. If you're a very aggressive deck that really wants to play 1-drops, yeah, you'll play this card. Plundering on turn 1 can be a good thing, just as plundering in the late game can be a good thing. It just depends on what your hand looks like. If you have ways to buff this card with things like quick draw or just plenty of combat tricks in your deck, you'll probably even you'll probably actively like playing this in your deck. If not, it's just kind of it's like a fire version of a post-nerf Borderlands Lookout from 2 sets ago with Plunder on it. So I think people generally like that card. Especially, I mean, the pre-nerf version was actually very good, but I mean, even the post-nerf one it's a decent aggressive card.
Or the sewer sludge.
It's harder. Yeah, sewer sludge, like that was always like playable and kind of okay. It was usually like one of those kill on sight early plays, right? Like you never really got to see its full potential because your opponents just prioritized killing it before it ever did anything. And I think that's not the worst place for your early plays to be. So I think as far as one drops go, this is relatively playable. I rated it a C.
Yeah, this is the thing about Gear Deputy is you want to play it sooner. Later, it obviously can't grow as much because you play most of your units, so you're running that risk. But the fact that it has Plunder on it makes it a little more flexible. So yeah, I like a solid C as well. That's where I put it at. Typically, this would be a D for me, and even maybe a C minus at best. But I think the flexibility of the Plunder plus this thing coming up to be, like you said, a 3-2, maybe even a 4-2, has some serious value to it. Alex?
Yeah, I'm like a little bit lower than you guys. Even with the Plunder, I'm unimpressed with the body. It is a body for a very aggressive deck, but I'm not usually looking to play decks like that, so I'm at C minus.
Yeah, I'm good with the C minus. John?
Works for me.
All right. Eager Deputy, you get a C minus from Crew EJ. All right, that's the etching, so we'll skip that. The next one we have is Darkblade Cut Purse, which I'm already trying to play with in Constructed. Darkblade Cut Purse is a 2/2 rogue at uncommon for 2 fire. Has Overwhelm and then plus attack equal to your Shadow Influence. So it's generic 2/2 for 2, a little more expensive to play because it is double fire influence, so it's not exactly just a super generic 2/2 for 2. But if you are running Stone Scar and you have, for example, 3 Shadow Influence, then Darkblade Cut Purse will be a 5/2 with Overwhelm. I think this is a very solid card. It definitely wants you can play it in any kind of a fire deck for sure. Just don't really prioritize it as a 2/2. But in Stone Scar is really where this card shines. I will say this: it's the rating system in this format is going to be very interesting because there are cards that really want you to be high influence in certain factions. So other than giving them a build around card for or build around grade, we're just going to say that these are some of the ones that are going to fall into that high influence, like your primary influence type faction or something like that. Just take that into consideration when we are rating some of these cards, because some of these are going to be great if you're in this 2 color combination, and some are going to be medium to meh if you're not. Alex, where are you at on Darkblade Cut Purse?
So I'm at a C, but I can easily probably go higher because Stone Scar has like the 2 amazing 5 power boost uncommons, like the double damage one and the lifesteal one. Like, make me like this guy, I think, more than I probably should. I mean, I'm at a C, but I think that's pretty powerful 2-drop that you could do stuff with late game with those other units.
Yeah, there's also the quick draw, the fast spell that gives quick draw that we're going to talk about here in a little bit, that makes this guy look a little bit better as well. Yeah, John?
Yeah, so I give this one like a D+. If you're just in a fire deck trying to play this card, I think you just don't want to play it. If you're solidly in Stone Scar, I think it's more like a C+.
Yeah,
has a lot of synergy.
Yeah,
I could see.
I split the difference. I just went with a flat C. So I don't know if you guys want to do that or you want to try to split the grade. Where are you guys at? Like, are you guys good with just a C for it?
Yeah, that's what I gave it anyways. C, I'm down with that.
Yeah, I'm good with that as well. I think
it's a synergy card.
Yeah. And we're gonna see a lot of that. It's gonna be a tough set to give you flat grades because it really bases on what kind of deck it's in. But hopefully, we explain these cards well enough that people understand that. Some of them are a little easier to identify than others. You know, for example, the 4/4 flyer that we're going to talk about later, that one 100% you want to be in Justice. Anywho, moving on, Flameheart Patroller is a 1/3 Sentinel at common for 2 fire. Surge plus 2 attack this turn. So it starts off as a 1/3. If you play your power for the turn, it becomes a 3/3 for the turn. Of note, it'll be a 1/3 on defense. And then, of course, if you play something like a symbol to give you 2 influence, or something else that gives you influence. This thing can attack as a 5/3. The surge does stack for the turn. John.
I gave this guy a solid C+. It's a great aggressive card in any deck running fire. If you're really able to take advantage of its surge effect, you'll probably run as many of these little guys as you can draft, like up to 6, in your 2-drop slot or something. If you're a more controlling deck running fire, I think these are still fine 2-drop role players that can help you get to that late game. Solid card, C+.
Alex?
Yeah, I went a little bit higher, B-. Like you said, I want as many of these guys as I can get, pretty much in any fire deck. That just 3/3 for 2, basically, that can hold the ground back. A 1/3 is a decent blocker too. Yeah, B- for me.
Okay, well, I was conservative and gave it a C because sometimes I just see it end up being just a 1/3 that doesn't do much. If your opponent plays like a 4/3 or something like that, it's just kind of stonewalled for the most part. They do trade up quite a bit, but I also see them being a little lackluster sometimes. That being said, though, I definitely know the power level, and I think you guys are correct. It's a solid unit. Going back to what John was saying, it's a solid unit to imbue on if you just space out your triggers as well, right? If you have that symbol, you sandbag it until you get 2 of these in play, or you do it and then imbue, you have multiple things to do. So I think there's some serious upside. I don't think it's B level. I think B level is a little too powerful of a card for this. If you draw this late, your late game, it doesn't do enough for you. You definitely want to see this early, which is why you guys are wanting to play 5 or 6 of them if you can. One, it's good at the 2-drop slot, and that's really where it shines. So I think I'm good moving up to a C+. You guys got any?
Sweet.
So
Yeah, no, I can come down.
Yeah,
bring me down there.
I think so. At the end of the day, it's still 1/3 for 2. That it's
right.
It's not completely broken. It does some broken things, but
yeah, I had C+/B- on my sheet, and then I just said B- to
yeah, no, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
It brews discussion. Discussion is going to help our listeners figure out why we come to the conclusions we do. So, okay, next up, Overheating Minibot. This is a 3/2 Grenadin at common for 2 fire. Has Reckless. Pay 2 and sacrifice Overheating Minibot to get 3 power this turn. So, of course, Reckless means that it could block the turn you play it because it doesn't have charge, but every turn after that, it's going into the red zone, whether it can survive it or not. You are paying 2 to sacrifice it, so it's only ramping you a turn, and obviously you're losing a power if you, for some reason, sacrifice it the turn you play it, because that's 4 total, 2 to play it and 2 to sacrifice it. So really this is just getting you ahead a power for a turn, which is a very fire thing to do. I really don't see a card in Limited being that backbreaking where you're going to pay a card to run it out a turn earlier. And then the Reckless is just such a liability, especially on a unit that's not very healthy. 2 means it trades with a lot of things. So yeah, I didn't like this card at all. I gave it a D because I guess it's a 2-drop in an aggressive deck. A 3/2 2-drop is pretty good in an aggressive deck, but that's about it. So that's the only reason why I didn't give it an F. But yeah, I'm on D for Overheating Minibot. Alex?
I guess I was a little bit higher just because if it's a bad attack, you can just sack it to ramp. But I don't really like it. I mean, I can go down to a D+.
Okay. One thing to note, the one positive thing about Reckless, it's not all downside, is the fact that it takes the decision-making process of attacking out of the equation. So it's harder for your opponent to know whether you have a combat trick or not because you have to attack either way. And that can lead to some decision points, but that's about the only upside. John?
Normally I think that's true, but because this has that activated power burst effect, I don't know if that really will be true for this little guy. Yeah, I gave him a C minus though. I mean, I think in your average fire deck it won't be very good, but I mean, worst case scenario, ramping something out, is like an okay, thing to do, and it's actually a good, when it's no longer able to attack, you can also do the imbue thing, right? Like I'm gonna keep saying that a lot, I think, but when these dorky early game units stop being useful, maybe imbue. And then there's also like Mysterious Waystone is still in the format, and there's not a ton of sacrifice outlets anymore. And so if you're in a deck that cares about sacrificing still, which I mean, who sacrifices in 2020 still? I don't know, but if you are, this is like going to be a card you're going to prioritize. But overall, I think it's C minus, D plus, somewhere in there.
All right, I'm gonna go with a D plus because you brought up some very good points, but it's still requiring other cards to make sure it's decent.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And even that, you're not doing anything busted with those cards either when you're doing that. So I'll come up to a D plus. But yeah, I really want cards to at least do something on their own, and this does do something, but it's in one specific deck. So, all right, that's Overheating Minibot. Next up, we have Relentless Pursuit. This is a fast spell at common for 2 fire. Give one of your units +3 attack this turn. Your other units get +1 attack this turn. John?
This is a weird rally effect. I think it's supposed to help you reach the 5 attack power matters threshold. But ultimately, I think I'd rather just run any number of Conjurings over this card. And actual rally is also available in the format. So all 3 of those cards are going to be in the packs between Argent Depths and the draft packs. So, I mean, you'll know if you're in a rally deck, you'll know, things like that, whether you want that type of effect or not. And again, I think I'd so much rather just run Fire Conjuring if given the chance. So I don't know, C minus.
Alex?
So I'm at a C. It's a combat trick for 1 unit. It'll help 1 unit trade basically with any other unit. I might be taking that for granted a little bit, but 3 power is going to help you trade with pretty much anything. And then it gives a little bit of bonus to your other guys too. I kind of like it. I'm at a C this one.
Okay.
Wow. I guess
what do you think, Jedi?
I gave it a D. I don't know. I just feel like there's way better things to be doing. And the +3 means, much like Alex said, you can trade up with something, or you can put it on the unit that doesn't get blocked to get the additional damage. But then giving the rest of your team a +1 is just so lackluster. I don't know. I just really think there's better things to be doing in the format in this kind of slot, right? If you want a combat trick, much like what John said, where there's other pump spells that are better. So I don't know. I gave it a D, but I mean, both of you guys are in the C range.
I compared it to the other rally effects in particular. Like, there's if you want to talk about pump spells, like those are all better probably.
Yeah.
Right?
See, so I don't understand why you guys gave it a C.
Those are like pump spells that are uncommons in the draft packs.
Right.
Right.
This one's just going to be readily available. So
I mean,
I think it's below average for sure.
I think the biggest
go down a little bit.
I mean, I get John brings up a good point that it does activate out of nowhere the weavers that essentially care for something having 5 attack, so you can give something lifesteal or double damage out of nowhere. But I don't know. All right, I'll do a C minus then. I'll do C minus for you guys, but I don't know. I'll be surprised if I play this in a deck, to be honest with you. But who knows? Maybe the format.
I'm rating these for people that play cards like this. I will never play this card in a deck. This is not my type of card. So I mean, right? Like, well, then, we're trying to be more objective here. People will play cards like this and enjoy playing cards like this, and I think it does have some power, but I just don't like cards like that. So I don't know.
I mean, it'll win you a game, maybe. There's just so the +1 attack to
Alex
everything.
loves these things, so there must be something.
Yeah,
right?
But there's a big difference to plus. Here's the thing, right? +1 on all your units means that 2 unblocked units will only deal an additional 2 damage, versus +2 to all your units means 2 unblocked units is an additional 4. You know what I mean? But I digress. All right, it's fine.
You can talk me down to the D range so easily here.
All right, that's fine. We'll go with the C minus. We'll see what happens. Right. Only time will tell. We'll visit this in the Sunset Show. We'll see how many times we die. We'll do that for our first impressions. Be like, how many times did you die to Relentless Pursuit? Okay.
A rally tally?
There you go. I like it. Next up, we have Volatile Grenadin. This is a 2/2 Grenadin uncommon. For 2 triple fire, summon, the enemy player must choose. All right, I'm off it. Done. Give Volatile Grenadin +3/+3, or it deals 4 damage to them. I just hate giving them the choice because it's never what you want it to be, and this thing's not even a good 2-drop. Triple fire is pretty harsh. All right, Alex.
If it was 2 fire, it would be too powerful because then it'd be a bear for 2, and then it has the either you take 4 or it's gonna get bigger, like on a bear. I don't hate this guy, but I don't love it. If you're like solid fire, it's not the worst top deck for a 2-drop. I will say that.
Right.
But it's not really a 2-drop. I do get that as well.
What was your grade?
Oh, sorry, I gave it a C.
Okay.
Maybe I was a cop out. Yeah.
All right. John, do you have anything to add?
C-.
Oh my god, and I'm on a D. Jesus.
It's the 3 influence. I mean, so it's like you're gonna be heavy fire if you're playing this, right? It's not really a 2-drop. It's really a 3 or 4-drop. It's a burn spell. It leaves behind a body, which in this format, if you need imbue stats, 2/2 imbue. If you need some sacrifice fodder, it does that. Like either way, at least when it comes down, it either becomes like a real threat or it does something. Like 4 damage and limited is a relevant amount of damage. So it's not the worst top deck for a 2-drop, like Alex said. So C-.
I don't know. It reminds me of Voprex choice, and I think I had a bad Voprex choice cast against me one time, and it was the Spellcrag deck where it ended up doing like 8 or something. But all right, I'll take your guys' word for it. We'll go with what'd you go with? You did a C and then a C-, so we'll just do C- then, because I'm on a D. Just giving your opponent the choice means this thing's never gonna do what you want it to do and I don't know, but yeah, maybe the 4 damage is relevant. All right. And then, yeah, of course, I could definitely see imbue being your cop-out. Be like, it's an imbue target. It's fine.
You just imbue it. Everything's good now. Imbue.
Yeah, just put medium cards in your deck because you can imbue it.
Just imbue, baby. What's
It's sacrifice fodder for my mysterious waystone.
My waystone. Hey.
Oh, man. All right. Next up, we have Corrosive Dagger. It is a +1/+1 weapon at common for 3 fire. It has Decay. Summon, play a 1/1 Rustling with Decay for every double fire influence you have. So if you have 4 fire influence, it will create 2 1/1 Rustlings with Decay. If you have 2, etc. If you have an odd number, it's only going to give you the lower, rounded down. And then obviously it gives the unit it goes on the Decay as well, which could be proved to be quite powerful. John?
I gave this one a C+, and that's like, that's the rating there it's for an average case, right? I think the rate and value here is pretty excellent for a common weapon, but like if you're a base fire deck and you can reliably make 2+ units when you play this, I think it's closer to a B-. But if you're just playing it as a playable weapon with Decay, it's much lower, like a C- or something. Like this is a high variance kind of weapon, unless you're in a very much fire deck. Then it's just always going to be pretty good, I think. If you have things, cards in your deck, like we'll talk about later, Oni Battle Driver, last format, like Toto Pioneer, those rustlings are going to be so much value for you.
Yeah. The Decay on them definitely makes the 1/1s a lot more viable. Alex?
I think this might be like one of the best payoffs for being just predominantly fire. I'm at a B on this card. You could just,
it's like a synergy grade though, right? Like, I mean,
yeah, obviously, like you don't just like, if you just need a weapon, then it's like not that great.
It's
like,
a 1/1 weapon with Decay. I don't think that's great, right?
No, but if like I said, if you're in a fire deck, like look to play these, and the fire has go wide stuff, like the card that we mentioned earlier that you guys hate. Like it's like it's good with this card particularly. Yeah, no, I'm at a B on this. If you're in fire, I guess we have to say that, obviously.
Yeah, I think you want the threshold for this is you want at least 3/3 worth of stats for the 3. So you definitely want to be able to consistently get at least 4 fire influence to play this card to be relevant. I think you're okay with getting just 1, but I definitely think you want at least 2, plus making one of your units decay. So yeah, I gave it a C plus. I still don't think it's B range, though maybe because I did have an opponent stabilize on me with this, because all of a sudden they had chump blockers, they made my guys smaller, so I could see that aspect of it, and then like you said, they go wide for the rally effect, but I don't know. I still think.
Cool. You're with me then. C plus.
Yeah.
Let's go with that.
Let's go with C plus. And then that's what I gave it anyway. So excellent. Next up, we have Might Weaver. This is a pseudo cycle. There's a couple of them. They're all weavers. They weave something in particular. It is an uncommon mage 2/2 for 3 fire. Your units with 5 attack or more deal double damage. Surge +1 attack this turn. Of note, this is to Might Weaver only. So Might Weaver would be a 3/2, not getting its own bonus. It does say your unit, so it will give itself the bonus should it get a weapon or some way of getting to 5 attack. This is also a I don't know what it's called, I guess for lack of a better term, a state-based effect type thing. So as soon as any of your units becomes 5 attack or more, it will get the double damage. So this works with combat tricks, pump spells, and things like that. Alex?
I mean, when this guy is on the board for my opponent, it's pretty terrifying. Just never know when a unit's going to have double damage. Yeah, I have a B for this guy. I like him a lot.
Yeah, I think it's extremely impressive and very powerful of a card. I'm also on B. John?
I said B minus, but I'm like right there with you guys. This is a scary card. It's anytime you have a must answer, 2/2 3-drop, you've got a powerful card. So obviously, if you can capitalize on the effect, it's just going to be, the value will just go up and up the more things in your deck can enable this. So yeah, B minus, B. You guys can talk me up to a B.
Yeah, and it synergizes with a card we'll talk about later, again in Stone Scar, where it's exactly 5 health or 5 attack and it has evasion. The good thing about this card too is it does something right away. Correct? You could play it after you have 5/5s in play, and they'll get double damage. Really change combat math on your opponent. And then, much like you guys both said, it even if it doesn't have the threat of it being viable or important is scary enough. So yeah, Might Weaver I'm good with a B. We'll go with a B because that card is just super powerful. Double damage is great, and Inferno Zealot is still in the format. So,
and there's other just general support at common and uncommon for this strategy. So
yep,
I think it'll turn out to be a good card overall in the format.
Okay, next up we have Pillage. This is an uncommon fast spell for 3 fire. Deal 3 damage to an enemy. So they can go face or unit. Pillage deals double damage to units with endurance or lifesteal. I put it at a B. This card is great. Streets of Flame, Seer, all these cards, even at 3 power, just the fact that it is single influence and fast speed means you can potentially get a 2-for-1 out of it. It can go face, so it has flexibility. And of course, any unit with a battle skill is typically a high value target, and endurance lifesteal being some of the more potent ones. Double damage means this thing is going to deal 6 for 3 damage. Now we're at Biting Winds territory with less of a restriction. I like this card. I give it a B. Alex?
I mean, everything you just said, I had it a B minus, but I can go up to B easily. It's, standard 3 damage for 3, fast spell, that's good. And then it has random upside against, the more annoying units that your opponent could have. Yeah, I'm all about this card. I love it.
One thing...
I also gave it a B minus.
Okay, well, we'll go B minus then. One thing to note as well is that Touch of Purity is still in the format. So though you can't give a player endurance, you can give a player lifesteal. If they have a relic weapon with lifesteal on it, this will do 6 to them. So I could do some tricky stuff too, John.
Doesn't this say unit only?
Oh nope, you're right. Gosh darn it, you're right.
I don't have it in front of me, but I remember...
You're right. It does say 2 units. Never mind. I stand corrected.
Right.
There, I thought I was gonna be witty, and no, I'm not. Never mind.
That's why it's not a B.
Yeah,
because it can't go face. If it went face, it'd be an easy B.
It goes face, but it only deals the double damage to units.
Okay.
Yeah, it's deal 3 damage to an enemy, period. Pillage
Oh,
deals...
okay,
yeah.
okay.
So, good point, though. Very good distinction. All right, next up, Red Mask Warrior. This is... Man, the artwork, she is super vicious. Holy cow. I never zoomed in on her. She is one angry centaur. Anywho, seriously, look at the picture. Super violent. 4/1 Centaur Warrior at common for 3 fire. Decay. Ultimate. When you play a spell with cost 5 or more, gain triple fire influence. John?
I thought this card looked kind of awkward to me. Like ideally, a 4/1 decay can attack into a bigger unit and chop it down to a manageable size. But I think in practice, like any 1 or 2 drop just trades with it, and any ping effect just removes it. And 5+ cost spells in draft are like oftentimes going to be more of a liability. And I don't know. I don't think you're really going to be able to make the most out of the ultimate on this card. C minus, like medium, slightly below average, aggressive 3-drop.
Nope, C minus is exactly where I had it at. Alex?
We got one, guys. C minus.
All right.
Boom.
Yeah, no, it's like John said, it's awkward. It's aggressively statted blocker. Like, I don't get the card really.
Right.
Yeah, it's a weird one because you could just jump it with the 1/1. Who cares about the decay?
I mean, the trick is that you have the combat trick, so it survives combat with that 1/1 or 2/2. But at the end of the day, you're trading a trick for a 2/2 or a 1/1. Who cares?
Right.
And then, much like what John said earlier as well, if they block with a 1/1 decay unit, it's just gonna die at the end of combat anyway. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, moving along, we have Rust Machine. This is a 3/2 Grenadin uncommon for 3 fire. When you play a spell with cost 5 or more, play 2 1/1 Rustlings with Decay. Ultimate, pay 4 to get 5 power this turn. So we're seeing another ramp effect that doesn't kill the unit this time, so you still get to keep the 3/2. And of course, you get some added bonus of playing it. You get 5 power, so it kind of synergizes with the first ability of playing a 5 cost or more spell to get your Rustlings, which, once again, the fact that they have Decay makes them a little more viable than you would think. John?
I'm kind of excited about this guy. I rated him a B minus. I think it's a reasonable body with a repeatable value engine effect in making those 2 Rustlings. That's a repeatable effect. So like it kind of negates the downside of running dirtily, or I mean, not even necessarily dirtily, but just 5 cost spells tend to be dirtily, but some of them in the format are not. But you know what I mean? Like taking the turn off to do a 5 cost spell. Well, in this case, you get 2 1/1 Rustlings, which are pretty good. And you also have the power burst one-time effect on this guy. I think it's a solid all-around unit here. If you're just jamming it into an aggressive fire deck though as a 3-drop, I think that's really not what this card is for. You want to use it for a value engine to make the most out of it. It is as just a fire 3-drop. It's more C minus or something, but I think for most cases, it's going to be close to a B minus is what I gave it.
Yeah, no, few 5 cost spells come into mind, but there are a couple of powerful 6 cost spells that we'll talk about. It's not really a cycle, but there's a removal spell and some stuff. This thing works really well with fast spells because you're able to affect the board and then put 2 1/1 Grenadins that the opponent wasn't expecting. So yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think as a body, it's pretty C rangey, but with some essential synergies, it could be very powerful. I like that. I had a C plus, but I'm good going to a B minus because of you kind of talked me up to it, Alex.
Yeah, I had a C plus. It ramps you on turn 4 to your big spell that makes the Rustlings. I can go up to a B minus as well.
Of note, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to ramp you into a spell. It can. So if it only costs 4, so if you play your 5th power and then you activate this, you essentially have 6 power that turn. So there's some serious value there. Yeah, I guess I'm good with it. We'll go up to a B minus here.
Cool.
Yep, Rust Machine gets a B minus with some added bonus. It's not a B minus by itself, but it definitely doesn't require too much to make it worthwhile. I think John breaks it down very well. Next up, Slag Fury Berserker is a 1/1 Oni at common for 3 fire, Berserk, and Imbue. So this is our first instant of Imbue. When you play a unit with Imbue, you may stun one of your other units and keep it stunned. As long as it's stunned, this unit gets the attack and health of that unit. Of note, you can still attack. The unit can be exhausted prior to stunning it. So you can still attack or use the unit and then imbue on it. And if something breaks the stun, i.e. endurance or silence, then it will lose the imbue buff. All right, well, John, you've been talking up imbue already, so you take this one. What do you think about Slag Fury Berserker?
Well, I just want to shout out probably the most aggressive name in all of Eternal. So congratulations on this huge award, Slag Fury Berserker. I think it's I rated it like a C. I mean, as high as I am on Imbue, I don't know, like this one's kind of middle of the road as far as these kind of cards go. I like both Berserk and Imbue are deceptively powerful mechanics. So there's definitely some upside to this card, but there's also a real downside here. Like consider this example, like if you're opening hand, something like 3 power, this card, and then like a 4-drop and a 5-drop, you're just going to get run over, with this as your 3-drop unit, right? So it's definitely like a swingy card. So I think it still just has the upside is kind of there though. So I think it's still worth playing probably in a lot of decks. So yeah, just overall like a C.
Okay, Alex.
So I don't think I was really good at evaluating Imbue at first, but I think this one is not one of the better ones. So I think I'm a C as well.
Okay, I gave it a C plus just because I feel like the Berserk forces your opponent to want to trade aggressively with this, and then you still get to keep the unit that you imbued on. So if this thing comes down on a 4/4, it's a 5/5, and you Berserk, they're forced to make some trades. But I could totally see it. You guys both are a C on it, and I'm only at C plus, so I'll easy come down. I think it definitely can be a must enter threat. It only takes one combat trick to make the Berserk a complete blowout. So there is some upside, but much like what John said, there's it being a 1/1 for 3 is pretty bad as well. So I'm good with that. The Slag Fury Berserker gets a C from Team EJ. Next up, this is our first iteration of another pseudo cycle. And I say this because there's kind of representation of these cards in every faction, but they're not all the same in any way minus the way they work. So that's why it's a soft cycle, if you will. And this is the tri-faction support that I was talking about. We have Steam Rider, which is pretty legit artwork, not gonna lie. It reminds me of those Red Bill flying machine challenge game or whatever, I'm talking about, where people build whack machines and they go off of a diving board into a lake. Anywho, I digress.
Yes.
But yeah, that's what that reminds me of. This is
yeah, totally.
Steam Rider is a 3/3 Yeti at uncommon for 3 fire. So not your standard 3/3 for 3, but at turn 3 you have a higher chance of getting 2 influence, so not bad there. Steam Rider has, if you have double time influence, it gets deadly. If you have double primal influence, it gains flying. And of course, it can have any combination of thereof. So it can have both deadly and flying and be a 3/3. It can have only flying and be a 3/3, or only deadly and be a 3/3. So, yeah, Alex, where'd you put Steam Rider at?
Just because I love the Insight Wedge, I gave this card a B minus. I'm really looking to give it flying, 3/3 flyer for 3. If you're in a, what is that?
Elysian, or I'm sorry, Skycrack.
And then if you're in Praxis, 3/3 Death Touch or Deadly also is nothing to scoff at. So yeah, I'm at a B minus for this guy.
Okay, John.
I give him a C plus. It's solid stats for the cost, and the abilities and the multiple influence is relatively easily enabled in the format. It's just a C minus though if you're trying to play this as a 3/3 for 3 double fire. try not to do that if you can. I think flying's the better of the abilities, but having all three is just gravy. Yeah, I mean, you're fine if you don't play this until turn 4. I think it's a solid C+.
Yep. I think the fact that the floor of this is just a 3/3 for 3 is perfectly serviceable. So yeah, I'm with. I had it at a C, but I'm good going up to a C plus because yeah, you guys are right. I'm the flying is quite relevant. I'm with you guys. It's a C plus. I was a little.
There's not a lot of flying in this
Yep.
current format.
Yep. Steam Writer C plus. All right. Next up, we have Moment of Triumph, which I believe is a cycle. I'm not 100% sure. Anyways, there's a lot of synergy across the factions, which I can appreciate that because they still have their own twist. Anyways, Moment of Triumph is a slow spell at uncommon for 4 fire. Exhaust each enemy unit with 4 attack or less. If you have double Justice Influence, play a Justice Sigil from your deck. I give this card a D because I do like Cloud of Ash, which is essentially the same card, except for the fact that Cloud of Ash definitely 100% exhausts everything that doesn't have endurance, versus this has a slight stipulation of it being 4 attack or less, which means some of the things that you really don't want blocking are still going to be able to block. And Cloud of Ash was the last card you wanted to play in that game, and it still was very high reward and very, very low floor, being an absolute do nothing. So yeah, I gave this card a D. I think it's going to do something, but it's a begrudging playable for me. Alex?
I don't have much more to say on it, and I also gave it a D.
John?
But what about the Wombo combo with Audacious Ruse?
Ooh, Wombo.
No, it's just a D. I mean, it's a perfect fire market card.
Yes.
Yep.
Good point.
So
yeah,
play it there.
All right, we'll give it a D. And then if you have a market, then it goes up in value. Definitely slam it in your market for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, Oni Battle Driver. Oni Battle Driver is a 3/3 Oni at uncommon for 4 fire. Once per turn, you may pay 2 to give one of your other units plus 1 attack and overwhelm for each of your units. Sacrifice it at the end of turn. So if you have Oni Battle Driver and 2 other units, you can pay 2 to give one of those other 2 units a +3 attack and overwhelm for this turn. Nope, wait, hold on. It's for each of your. Nope, it's permanent. So if you bring it back from the void, if you're Stone Scar or something like that, it will still have that buff. Let me double check real quick. Once per turn, you may pay. Yep, doesn't say this turn. And then,
but you sacrifice it, right?
Yeah, you sacrifice it at the end of turn, so that's why it doesn't say it. So there is a cost, but yeah, go ahead, John.
Oh, like I think people are pretty high on this card generally. I rated it more of like an average case scenario. I think it's like a C+ card. It's a really powerful effect that can help close out games, and it has a serviceable stat line. It's essentially a worse version of Total Pioneer's effect, which I mean we all know it's basically broken and limited. So I think this should still play out pretty good in most games, but like the effectiveness of this card goes up significantly if you're doing things like reliably pumping out rustlings and things like that. Then it's definitely closer to a B rating. But the way you're chipping down at your board, I think some decks are not going to be able to make great use of this, and it doesn't nearly as easily go as high on the attack power as Total Pioneer, right? Like with 8 power in Total Pioneer, you can pay for it twice in one turn, and like any unit will then pierce through the opponent's defenses, like no matter how beefy they are. And like this thing, if their defenses are that beefed up, which we've been seeing a lot of that in Echoes, and I expect to see more of that in this format as well. There's more 8/8s for 8 and things like that. Like you're not going to be able to punch through that with that first attack, let alone subsequent attacks, because your buff gets smaller every time you use this guy because you're losing that unit, and it cares about how many units you have on board. So I mean, it's definitely not nearly as good as Total Pioneer, but it's definitely a similar effect. And if you're like at parity or winning, this is gonna really help close out games fast. And so I think it's still a pretty good card, but I think it's already being a little overrated, just generally speaking. What do you guys think?
I think you bring up a very good point as far as it making its own ability weaker, but man, I think the upside is just there, especially if decay and whatnot. And sometimes you only need to attack with it once or twice with the ability to whittle your opponent's board enough to where now you could just start regular attacking. I have it a B-. I think it's quite strong. Alex, be our tiebreaker.
Well, I had it at a B because I love this card. Yeah, I like boosting up my units that are basically now no longer relevant. So I don't mind like sacrificing that unit. And it's a 3/3 on its own, so it's like it can kind of, hold off some attacks by itself as well. Yeah, I have it at a B, but we're gonna come down apparently, but that's okay.
All right, B- is going to be the average for Oni Battle Driver.
Perfect.
Yep. All right. Trail Torch Cinderpaw. I definitely need to see this artwork in premium. It looks like it might be sweet. It's a 2/2 elemental cat at common for 4 double fire. It has charge, summon, plus attack equal to the highest attack among your other units. So, for example, if you have a 4/4 in play, Trail Torch Cinderpaw will come into play as a 6/2 with charge. Alex?
I mean, it's still, the bud is still 2, right? Yeah, I'm on a D+ for this guy. I'm not a huge fan. It's just blocked by anything and it would die. It does have some synergies with the 5 or more power, abilities, things that are going around, but yeah, I'm not too high. D+.
Yeah, it needs Overwhelm. If it had Overwhelm, I would feel 20 times better about this card. But because it doesn't, and it can be chump blocked and whatnot, and it doesn't trade very well, I gave it a D. John?
Yeah, it's like a bad version of that a Stone Scarry card we talked about earlier. Like it's like a charging skeletal dragon, but without evasion. I don't like dragon either. I gave this guy a D.
Yep. All right, 2 Ds and a D+ means that Cinderpaw gets a D. Move right along. Next up, we have Dark Fire. This is a slow spell at common for 5 fire. Deal damage to an enemy equal to the highest attack among your units. If you have double shadow, Dark Fire gets lifesteal. So the damage it deals, you'll gain in life. I'm not sure. Have either of you guys seen it? I know you're gonna have a pause to respond prior to this happening. If you kill the unit, let's say they have a 5/5. If you kill the 5/5 before this deals damage, does it still deal 5 or does it shrink down to the next smallest unit or next largest?
It's worded like deal damage equal to your highest attack power, right?
Yeah, so you can respond and kill something to lower its damage, correct?
Definitely.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm. Yeah, I have it as C-. I think this card is good, but the fact that there's some risk involved, and you kind of want to use it as quickly as you can to avoid you having, like, for example, an Inferno Zealot where it does 8 and then the next turn they kill it. Now all of a sudden it doesn't do enough damage to kill the unit you really wanted it to kill. The lifesteal is relevant as well. That could potentially be a pretty big life swing. So I think this card has a place in decks, but I really don't want to run more than 1. Of note, it can go 2 face, so that's a good way to finish an opponent as well, essentially. But I have it as C-. It's also a slow spell. So, yep. John?
I also said C-. Like, considering average case is going to be like 3 or 4 damage for 5 at slow speed. I mean, expensive in situational removal. It's pretty medium. Yeah, C- is what I said too.
You guys said all my things, and my grade is the same.
Sweet.
Wow, another triple grade. Cool. Very consistent.
Nice. We're getting there. Okay. Grizzled Quick Shot. This is a 3/1 gunslinger at common, and this seems to be like the most average looking gunslinger in all of the artwork. 5 fire, quick draw, surge. Your units get +1 attack this turn. So all your units. So this is actually kind of funny. It almost reminds me of that Pursuit card, except on a unit tacked on, right? It's a 3/1, so there's the 3 damage plus the 1 to everybody else. That's kind of funny. Anywho, all right. Since you're Mr. Aggressive right now, Alex, what do you think of Grizzled Quick Shot?
So it taxes a 4/1, basically quick draw on the turn after it comes down. It's still just a 4/1, but it does help your go right wide strategies, even though it's not really that good at helping that. I'm at a C- for this guy.
Yeah, I gave it a C- as well, and I feel like that might be a little too generous because that 1 health for 5, a 3/1 for 5, just. Oh man, John.
Yeah, it's like a card that'll sometimes be great and sometimes be terrible. Like regardless of your deck's construction, just because of how your game is playing out, it's like very bad when you're behind. Pretty good to great if you have the board and search triggers to make use of it. So I agree with you guys. C-.
Sweet, easy enough. Yeah, I think it's good to do good some scenarios, and other scenarios you're like, why is this in my deck? Okay, here's another cycle which I'm very excited to explore. I haven't gotten a chance to really play any of these yet. Valley of the Ancients. This is a fast spell at uncommon for 5 fire. Play a 5/4 Sentinel exhausted. Gain either double time or double shadow. John?
So like the rating here, I gave it a C-. That's like without synergies, right? That's like if you're just playing this for its effect. It's like slightly below average rate. But the format does have plenty of synergies with this card. Between the 5+ cost spell and also casting things on the enemy turn. I think if you're capitalizing on those synergies, it's probably closer to a C+. It's almost like a charge unit because of, getting to play it on the opponent's turn. It'll get to attack, and the stats are not that bad for the format, which seems to really hover around the 3 and 4 range a lot in the mid game. And the synergies are definitely there. So yeah, C-, without those, and more like a C+ with.
Mm-hmm. Of note, it's not combat trick. I mean, it is if you have something that cares about playing a spell on your opponent's turn, but
it surges too, right? Like it gives you.
Yeah. Good point. Yeah. Actually,
it can be a combat trick in a lot of decks.
Fair enough. Good point.
Because of that.
Alex.
Exhausted 5/4 for 5. Basically, you have a 5/4 haste on for 6, kind of. I mean, but like that's what it would have cost, kind of. It's the way I was analyzing it. Yeah, I'm at a D on this card. Am I wrong? I just don't like it.
Wow, I'm the highest on this one. I'm actually at a C, because for what John said, I think the fast speed influence is going to be relevant. And yeah, it can't block, but then that also means the 5/4 at the end of your opponent's turn means that they couldn't play around it either. So
it's just all synergy, though.
Yeah, fair. And then it's 5 attack, which we know matters a couple of times already. So I'm on a C, but if you guys want, I could do a C-. I think it's better than a D, but I could be wrong. But I'm pretty sure this is going to play out better than a D.
C-, please.
Okay.
Yeah, no, of course. You guys are both in the C range, so I will definitely come up. I just need to see it because I'm going to let other people try this card before I do.
I mean, and this literally has the 3 different ways to synergize in the format between the 5 costs, the fast speed, and the double influence it gives, right? So there's a lot of opportunity to make this card fit your deck more than just as its base stats.
And the 5 attack. So 4 different ways.
Yeah, 4 different ways. It's like just a heck of a synergy card for the
format. No, totally. Yeah, in the colors that you would want that in. So
and that's one of the reasons why we do these set reviews, right? Because that's one of those cards where if you just look at it, you think it's kind of medium, but when you look deeper into the card and its applications, you find it ends up being a little bit better than you anticipated. Okay, next card here is Armed and Dangerous. This is another soft cycle, if you will, of 6 cost spells that have quadruple influence. Armed and Dangerous is a slow spell at common for 6 quadruple fire, so fire. Play a +3/+3 weapon on 2 of your units. So At slow speed, you get to put 6/6 worth of stats on the board for 6 at charge, essentially. Man, so in the pre-release event, a couple of people, primarily Extinction, one of top drafters and big fan of the show and stream, said that this card has done some really good things. And so I tried drafting it every time I played Fire, and I never played it, honestly. I think the one time I played it, it never mattered. I was kind of winning already. The 4 influence is very relevant. If you guys remember me forcing Hammerhand in plenty of drafts, the 4 influence is quite relevant. You almost want to be mono faction to play that. So this is not something you could just slap in an easy 2-color deck, and especially not in a 3-color deck. But yeah, that's my take on that. And I believe you cannot play it on the same unit. I feel like the way it's worded, it won't let you play it on the same unit. So
I think that's correct.
Yeah. So I think it works like Amplify, where you have to pick one and pick something else or whatnot. So, Alex?
So I got to pull this out of my market and play it on the same turn with the Fire etchings, and it was a great market card, and it was against Extinction. That's hilarious. My note, I hadn't played it yet. I said I have yet to cast one, but I think it's okay, so I gave it a C. But I got to cast it and it was pretty good. But then again, like you said, it's really hard to cast, so I think I'll just stick with the C. But it's a really good market card.
Okay, John?
I give it a C minus, as just like an average kind of rating without, too many synergies going on. Like, I think if you're a solid, like, aggressive, low to the ground, very much Fire deck and using this as your finisher, I think it'll be pretty good on that deck. More than a C minus, and like Alex said, great market card, but I think like average case, it's going to be a little below average.
Yeah, I gave it a C minus as well. How many of these do you want in a deck? Do you want 1 or 2? I think you definitely don't want more than 2, but do you want 1 or 2? Because if you're going the way you talked about, John, with the more aggressive deck, having 2 just guarantees you see at least 1 every game, but that may be
if you're
much.
curving out at 3, like if you're just aggressive, you're 1s, 2s, and 3s, like, and the rest of your deck is like tricks / burn, and then this is your top end, I think 2. Probably.
Okay. All right. That's gonna do it for Fire. Where are we at on Fire, guys? Alex?
I like Fire. I mean, it would seem to be the color to play when it was the little draft preview, and it didn't really steer me wrong. The synergies were good with the corrosive daggers. We'll talk about Justice in a little bit. It goes really well with that, with the Surge stuff. I don't know. It's one of my favorite colors so far, I think.
Yeah, I like Fire as well. Between the aggressive stance and the decay and stuff, I like it quite a bit. John?
I think I'm more kind of middle of the road on Fire overall. Maybe it's just not speaking to my style of play more than anything. I think you guys are just more lean towards Fire style over me just generally, so that's fine. But I think it's pretty good. It has some powerful cards and a couple duds in there too. But I think good amount of like B cards.
Mm-hmm.
Decent.
Yeah, I think it definitely. I think it's solid. All right. With that, let's go ahead and keep pushing. Save our listeners some time. We'll go right into time. Pun intended. Not really. Actually, pun unintended. My bad. Not intended. There you go. Desperate Courier. This is a 0/3 rogue at uncommon for 1 time. Your cards cost 1 less on the enemy turn. Summon Plunder. Yeah, John?
Generous D for this guy. It's a grade for an average deck where it has Plunder on it, right? So I guess it just doesn't get a straight up F. It's situational ramp on a 1-drop that can't attack. I think you'll have to be pretty desperate to play this in your deck, right? Desperate Courier. It's a good early play if you're already in the do things on enemy turn deck. So I get wanting to play this if you're actively in that deck. So yeah, pick it up in pack 4, I guess. Like if you can make use of its body via like imbue or something and reliably use the ramping effect, I guess it's more like a C plus for that deck. But no, I think on average this is a pretty bad card. D.
Yeah, actually, I verbatim. It was an F, but it has plunder, so fine. I'll give it a D.
Fine.
Yeah, Alex.
It's an okay late game top deck because of that. Sure, that's. I mean, for a mana dork, you can't ask for a lot more than that, really. I guess.
I mean, I just gave it an F, guys. And the artwork.
F isn't fair enough.
I mean, that art might be the worst art I've seen on an Eternal card. And
it's in the running.
Maybe the
the
Xenon deck, right? The ambush deck, like, which might be good.
I mean,
it's supported, but there's a lot of other options for ramping too in the
right. Like even in that deck, it's like
yeah, but it's not even consistent ramp. If you don't have an ambush card or a fast spell, it doesn't do anything.
But if like the thing though is if your deck is really built around that, like I'm talking like synergy deck to the max, right? This can multi-ramp, right? That's what makes it more, that's the upside, right? You can do if you're doing multiple things on the opponent's turn with like multiple 2 and 3 and 4 cost spells, right? Each one of those is cost reduced, right?
And then if you draw it late, it just Borderland does nothing. I mean, I guess the plunder. All right,
it plunders. That's more than any other mana dork that you're playing.
All right, would you give it a D or a D minus?
I said D because
all right, we're gonna give it a D
minus. Bad cases,
we're just gonna give it a D.
There is a deck that wants to play this card in the format.
Yeah, you could just send me a screenshot when you win with it, John.
I will do that.
All right, next up we have Forget. Forget is a fast spell at common for 1 time. Revenge, silence an enemy unit. I like this card. I gave it a C plus because it gets rid of decay, it gets rid of flying. It's at fast speed, so you can use it as a combat trick to, you know, they take their flyer out of the sky and then block, or if they're trying to rely on decay, you do it. It can take revenge and exalt it off of units. And then the fact that you get it back again for free. Typically silence is always going to have a target 90% of the time. And if not, then whatever, you just silence a generic unit. No harm, no foul. Revenge also triggers the Spells Matters deck, but yeah, and it's only 1 cost. So it's easy to leave up, not costing you too much. And I do think there's enough battle skills and keywords in this format to where the silence effect is still relevant. So I gave it a C plus. John?
I also gave it a C plus. I think the first one of these is fantastic in any time deck. I think the value of each subsequent copy drops significantly without like additional payoffs for revenge or casting spells on the enemy turn. Yeah.
Alex?
Yeah, fast silence is awesome for 1. Yeah, right there with you guys.
Sweet. C plus. Awesome. Moving right along, we have Monk Innervator. This is a 1/1 Mystic at common for 1. Oh, he kind of looks like Cal Shadow Step now that I look at it. Anyway, 1 time. When you play another unit, it gets +1/+1 this turn. Summon Plunder. Alex?
So it's a 1. It boosts. It's like for your charge deck, right? It boosts your charge units. Because like, why else do you care if something is bigger if it can't do anything that turn other than for some imbue stuff?
Doesn't it buff itself the way it's worded?
No, it says another unit. When you play another unit.
When you play another unit, it is buffed, talking about itself. It's really not clear, right?
No. The unit you play. When you play another unit, it would say Monk Innervator gets the buff.
Like, what's the point of that? There's not. Charge is not a deck.
It either buffs your ambush units or it buffs for your imbue. It's probably for the imbue deck, honestly.
I don't know. I said D minus. Like it just because it plunders, it gives it doesn't get a straight up F.
Yep.
This card's bad and it should feel bad.
Yeah, I gave it an F.
All right. Well, we pulled him up to D, so we'll go down to an F this time.
Okay.
It does have plunder on it? Does
It
it?
does.
Yeah, it does have
Like,
plunder.
does that make it automatically not be an F because it can like replace itself,
But
kind
it's
of
a
in a way? But
1/1. At least the
yeah,
0-3 had I don't know. Like all these I don't know.
hey, even for its defense, when I gave it an F, I don't understand what I'm doing.
It is
But
bad, and it should feel bad.
Yeah. All
yes,
right. Let's just move on. We'll have to figure out those cards. We'll definitely just have to play with to figure it out. But I'm not gonna play with them. I'll tell you
like
that.
yeah,
Somebody
figure
else can
out
figure it out.
Yeah.
between
Yeah.
let's see
If
what
you're
they
listening to this and
figure
you
out.
want to play with these cards, no judgment whatsoever. Just join our Discord and let us know
Let us
how you
know.
think of it.
Yep, please do.
Now we'll just get hopefully we'll just get a bunch of random messages. You were right. Like, okay. Ancient Machinist is a 2/1 explorer at common for 2 time. When you play a spell with cost 5 or more, transform Ancient Machinist into a sentinel with attack and health equal to that spell's cost. Of note, it does transform the Machinist, so it doesn't discard it. It's not 2 cards. It literally, you get rid of the Machinist, it's out of the game, and the Machinist becomes that cost. Discounted, it takes the form of what the spell was when you casted it, not the full value. So for example, if you cast the Heat's Distillation with the exhaust mechanic engaged, it will turn into a 5/5, not a 7/7. Fast spells work with this, so you can change it mid-combat if your opponent's blocking or not blocking. And I think that's it. Yep. And then yeah, that's all I got. So John?
It's like it's just a C. It's a decent time 2-drop. It's quite good with support in your deck, like Harvey mentioned earlier, Valor the Ancients. Like, it's an upside 2/1 for 2. Seems decent. C.
Yep. Exactly. I gave it a C. Alex?
I was a little higher. The upside, like, is a serviceable 2-drop, 2/1 for 2. That's serviceable, and then like the upside's pretty big, and there's some pretty good big time spells that would let you trigger it. So I gave it a C plus.
Yeah, I can be talked up to a C plus. I don't know. What do you think, John?
I'm just not sure enough, so
Yeah.
you guys can talk me either way.
Yeah, we'll leave it at C. Bear it a little bit because it is still a 2/1. So until you get that spell, I will say this though: the card is already getting a lot of respect from players. It eats removal more often or science effects than I care to admit for a 2/1. So I guess there's that
Yeah.
upside.
Any cards like that always have some, ongoing value in any format.
Yep. Okay, moving right along, we have Apprentice Mage. This is a 2/2 mage at common for 2 time, +1 maximum power. Yeah, this card is just a straight run-of-the-mill C, I think. It's great. 2/2 for 2 with single influence, and then a little bit of upside ramping you from 2 to 4, or, obviously, whatever, 3 to 5, etc., etc. Yeah, I like this card. That being said, though, I still think it's just a plain C. John?
I guess I'm just a little higher. I said C plus. Like, I think there's definitely a lot of support for a ramp deck in this format. In a deck with multiple copies of this, or other ways to ramp or get to high power reliably, I think you'd be happy playing like 6 of these as your only 2-drop just to get to the late game payoff. Like, there is actually like a lot of support for ramping in this format. Like, and I'm really excited to kind of play with the ramp decks. Yeah, I think it's a little better than just. I think it's like, if you remember how powerful like Devotee of Sands was when that was in that draft format. I know the body's a little different, but I mean, you ended up like, as that format went on, the body was so irrelevant there. You literally would just shift it to protect it, to ensure that you get the ramp over those crucial turns like 3, 4, and 5. I don't know. I think ramp is just a pretty powerful thing in limited. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah, I think this is another 2-drop that goes really well with the colors the color that it's in and what it's trying to do. Yeah, ramping 2/2. I gave it a C plus as well.
Yeah, I'm sold. C plus for Apprentice Mage. Yeah, I like it. All right, next up, Desert Alchemist. This is a 2/1 mage at uncommon for 2-time. Deadly, Ambush, Summon, Plunder. Yeah, card's great. I gave it a B-. It's a great removal spell with upside. Alex?
I give it a
I'm
B plus. I mean, I'm a little bit higher. Ambush and Deadly, that's a great combo. And you tack on Plunder to that. Like, this is the best Plunder unit, basically.
It is. I don't think it's even close, right?
Yeah, hands down.
It's a very good uncommon. I said B, so I'm right in between you guys.
All right, we'll go with B.
It's a 2-drop that I'd be looking to splash, without jumping too many hoops, and I think that says a lot.
Nope, you guys are right. You guys are right. You're gonna get the Plunder. I mean, the fact that it's essentially a removal spell means you can't always dictate the value of Plunder, but I mean, even then, you're still removal spells. You're fine with it. You're right. It's a B. So Desert Alchemist is a B. If you can play it, definitely play it because it's a solid card. Okay, next up we have Feral Mandrake. This is a 2/2 Mandrake at uncommon for 2 triple time. Imbue. Then if you have quadruple primal, when you transform 1 or more cards, play Feral Mandrake from your void. John?
Yeah, I think I gave it a C for its average case. I think on average it should play out pretty well, as long as like the casting influence isn't really the issue. Because it has imbue, I think it's more like a 3 or 4 drop anyway as far as the timing. If you can also make use of that second ability, this card should be very good in your deck. Like, especially if you can do things like ambush with plunder, such as that card we literally just mentioned, Desert Alchemist. If you can do that to make use of this card coming into play for free during enemy combat, you will outvalue the heck out of your opponent, and they might concede on the spot.
It comes into play exalted.
That's a power move.
It does come into play exalted or exhausted.
Exhausted?
Yeah.
Does it?
Yes.
Oh, unlucky. Okay. Well, in that case, my upside is not nearly as good. It's still just like a good value unit though. Either way, I rated it just a C for that average case.
Yeah, I gave it a C minus. I almost gave it a D, but the fact that Plunder does trigger it, I was trying to think of how many ways to transform the format, but I guess Plunder's a thing, right? So is that really the only other way to transform stuff?
No, there's a
couple other ways, right?
Yeah, there's some other like transform. I'm not like in the draft packs for sure. I'm not sure about like in these packs.
The Ancient Machinist transforms, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that's another one.
Yeah,
we just mentioned. Yeah, so there's some just in this format, and then some in the draft pack. But yeah, I mean, like the most easy to do one is definitely Plunder.
Yeah, there's the dinosaur thing, dinosaur form or whatever, turns a unit to a 3/3 overall dinosaur. Fair. Where'd you put it at, Alex?
I'm like more towards the lower end with the C minus.
Okay, perfect. We'll meet in the middle, C minus. Yeah, these imbue cards and high influence cards are making grading so interesting. It's going to be a fun format for sure. Okay, here is this variant. Dune Diver is a 1/6 beast at uncommon for 3 time. 2 Justice Influence, it has Warcry. 2 Shadow Influence, it has Unblockable. Alex, where you at in this guy?
This guy was kind of hard for me to judge, I guess. A 1/6 a little bit weird. I just gave it a C. Warcry on the 1/6 is, it's like it's gonna get through, but it's like a lot of work for that for me, I think. So I'm just on a C with this guy.
What about you, John?
Yeah, I said C as well. Like, at its worst, it's quite a wall. If you can enable both of its abilities, I think it'll be a solid inclusion. But if it's just one or the other, it'll just stay me, right?
Yeah, I gave it a C as well. I think Dune Diver is very medium, super medium by itself. It makes a phenomenal blocker for sure. It makes an okay blocker actually the more I think about it, because there's decay in this format, so they could just whittle it down. But I mean, Justice also has the mantle in this format that gives you +1/+1 for every justice influence you have. So you can slap this on this guy and just go to town. But yeah, I think overall it's a C.
Unfortunately, that requires you to be in 3 factions basically, because you're really going to want the unblockable there.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, for sure. Okay, so we'll give a straight C to Dune Diver. I think it's fine. Nothing super special, but it's fine. All right, next up we have Land's Edge. This is a card I'm slightly interested to play with. I believe this is one of my build around ones. Land's Edge is a uncommon relic for 3 time. At the end of your turn, your stunned units get +2/+2. So obviously I gave this a build around B if you're the Imbue deck. If not, it's probably a D. Of note, it is repeatable. So it's not just a flat +2/+2. It's just if you imbue something at every turn, at the end of your turn, every time that thing is still imbued and stunned, it will get the +2/+2. Granted, it will not affect the unit that imbued it, but whenever... oh yeah, we should cover... Did we cover imbue being a snapshot? I don't remember if we did or not.
I think so.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. All right, just wanted to make sure that we covered that little snippet. Anywho,
we didn't mention that, like, specifically that, you know, buffing the unit on future turns would have no effect on the imbued unit. I mean, we didn't specifically say that, but you know, because it's a snapshot, it's kind of implied.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. So, John, you're high on imbue. Where are you at on Land's Edge?
Yeah, I really like imbue, and I think this is. So, I don't know. Like, I think without tons of build around synergy, I would never play this in my deck.
How much imbue do you want for this card to be good?
I mean, like, I would literally want to be like an imbue deck, and in my mind, the imbue deck is Huru, so I'm just extra perplexed here.
Okay, so to be more specific, do you want 6 imbue cards, 8, 10 to make this card worth it?
I don't know if it'll ever really be worth it. I don't know. Like, I just, in all my games of imbuing stuff, I mean, the underlying units really never became relevant again in my games.
Lucky.
So I don't know. I don't know if this card's really a thing even in an imbue deck. Like, I mean, the whole point of imbuing is your imbue unit is like your Voltron guy, and it's doing all the attacking, right? Like, imbue itself already mitigates the downside of Voltroning, because it's like I can't pronounce it right, but Matryoshka doll, or what, you know what I mean, like the dolls, right? Like, it kind of like unfolds back into its former self, like, instead of just going away completely. So I don't know. Like, I just think this is kind of like a win more kind of relic, right? It does nothing unless you're doing this thing that you don't even actually want your imbued, you know, your stunned units to unstun anyway. So I don't know. I think this is just an F.
Okay, that's good to know. No, see, and I actually view imbue the other way around. As for me, the imbue card is the throwaway, right? I'm just gonna keep attacking until you deal with it, and then I'll get my other unit back. But
it is and it isn't, right? Like,
because yeah, the imbue unit is the better one. I got you.
It's the one you want to keep attacking, but you also at the same time don't really care when they do finally. I don't know.
It's like an insurance policy against your guy that you imbued on, and then when that guy dies, you're gonna get your other guy back, and now he's buffed a little more. I gave it a B, like build around B-, so I was closer to Jedi, but everything John just said made me like not like this card at all.
Well, and the other thing I like about it too is that it's proactive and retroactive. Essentially, I know it's not proactive by the definition, but you could play this before or after the imbue, and you're still going to get your value out of it. So there's that at least. But all right, well, I guess since it's 2 versus 1, I'll go to you guys. So what do you want to give it then? Just an F?
I personally just think it's unplayable, but like, I could be completely wrong.
I guess, like, if you have enough imbue units, there is some value to getting that bonus. Well, so maybe it's a build around, but not as good.
I mean, going back to what you were talking about, John, where every 2/2 and 1/1's a good imbue target. If you have this in play, by the time that thing, if they don't, you know, if they,
I like it's just when I've played this imbue deck, like all my games were playing out. Like I never would have cared if any of my stunned units got bigger. Like that just never. I don't think that would have helped in any of those games. I don't.
Okay. All right.
And then at the same time, I'm like playing a card like to do that thing that I don't think I want.
Okay. Well, we'll give it an F then. Like I said, my imbue games have played out a little differently, so it's half of them. My imbue unit stayed in play, and the other half they got removed. So okay.
Again, I don't really have the experience with the time side of the imbue either, so
so we'll go. That's fine. We'll give it an F then, and we'll see how it plays out. We'll talk about it in the first impressions or maybe our sunset show. It's all good.
Sounds good.
No, I think I think it's sound logic. You and I are just approaching the imbue deck from different sides. That's all it is. But it makes a lot of sense for sure. Initially, I thought that card was unplayable as well, till I kind of saw the way imbue played out for me. But anywho, Sand Tornado is a 2/3 elemental at common for 3 times. Has ambush and then flying on the enemy turn. Alex?
So it can gobble up a 2/2, right? It's attacking in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it seems like run of the mill C for me. Flying on the opponent's turn, it's a pretty standard time thing. Yeah, I'm just solid C on this guy.
Yep, me as well. I give it a C. John?
Yep, C.
Awesome.
Medium conditional removal, leaves behind a body. Good imbue target.
Yep. Just to clarify, remember that imbue only takes the stats, not the battle skills. So it will get the
right. Well, that's why.
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
This unit's so bad at attacking, right? Because it only has the flying on the opponent's turn. That's why I'm like, let's imbue it. It's got some decent stats.
Yeah, no, I was doing it for just clarification for our listeners. Not, I know you know. All right, next up, it is Worldly Cleric. This is a 2/2 cleric at common for 3 times. Summon, you gain health equal to your time influence. I gave it a D+. The health every once in a while will be relevant. Even if you're the time deck, this thing's probably gaining you somewhere on average 3 to 5 life. So yeah, 4 life on average. I just don't think that's worth the 2/3 or the 2/2 for 3. Yeah, I gave it a D+. Alex?
Yeah, I'm tacking on life onto a body. This still is not a good enough body to make me want to gain that life. So I mean, I gave it a C- because it might be a 3 drop that you need to put in your deck. It's not totally horrible, but I'm not a big fan.
John?
D-.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, there's not even any life gain synergies.
Not
as
that
well.
I'm aware of.
Yeah,
really.
So, yeah. All right, we'll go with D+ then. Meet in the middle. I think it's a begrudging playable, and that's pretty much where we put D's at. So.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, next up, Blur Haze Worm is a 1/1 worm at common for 4 time imbue, and then ultimate. When you play a card on the enemy turn, draw 2 cards. So I was initially lower on this card, and just because it was the 1/1 imbue, but you imbue it on even a 3/3, it's a 4/4, and then it could draw you 2 cards. The ultimate is really what makes this card go up higher for me. I just gave it a C still. It might be a little bit better than that, but yeah, I think drawing 2 cards off of this card, especially if you can get a card off of the fast spell you play, it is any card on your opponent's turn. So the 3/3 ambusher cultist or the alchemist that we saw that's a 2/1 ambush will also trigger this as well. So I gave it a C. John?
I'm close. I said C-. That's just for an average time deck, right? Like it's a 4 mana. It's kind of like a weird 1/1 weapon with some work, draws 2 cards. Like the rate's there, right? 3 mana to draw the cards, 1 for the weapon, like kind of thing. It's kind of a reasonable card, but it's a little weird. And like to draw cards, you have to actually do something additional. So it's not just free. That being said, there is some synergy in the format. Things like teleports in the format, for example, right? Like you could use that to both draw cards and reset the imbue. and then do it again, things like that. So I mean, there's definitely synergy there that makes this a better card. Like if you build around it, if you're doing, if your deck really has some good imbue support, or if you're in this, do things on opponent turn, I think the value of this card goes way up. But the floor is definitely kind of low here. If you're just way behind, right, you're playing it as a 1/1 chump blocker for 4, and then you're going to be very sad. So it definitely, I mean, there is a very low floor here too. So I think overall I said C minus.
Alex?
I think the opponent did that against me when you were watching, John. They got cheeky with the teleport.
Yeah, I've seen that in action. I liked it.
I have the same trajectory as Jedi, where I was way lower, and then I saw it in play, and it went up. So I was gonna go all the way up to C plus, but C, I'm down with just a solid C for this guy.
Cool.
All right, there we go. So we'll go with a C for Blur Haze Worm. Next up, we have Brightling. This is a 1/3 Wisp at common for 4 time. It has Flying and Decay. The card performed well in the preview event. I actually haven't played it this go around yet. I think it's fine. A 1/3 flyer, even though it's 4, that's a lot more expensive than we're used to, where you normally see that for 2. But I think the Decay adds a decent kind of ability to it, that it performs better than you think, especially in it. But maybe that was just because of the last format. There were a bunch of 1/4s and 1/3s and 1 everything. So the Decay was a little more. I'm not quite sure. John, where are you at?
Yeah, for me, like I'm a little more down. Maybe I think this guy takes the cake for the like best, most begrudgingly playable card like I've ever seen. It's a C minus for me.
Okay.
It's two more mana than I really want to pay for 3 flyer, but I don't know. It's the kind of card where like any more stats on either end, and it'd probably just kind of be too much, and especially with like the seemingly low number of just flyers in general in the format. I don't know. What do you think, Alex?
I started a little bit higher and then saw it in action, and then actually came down a little bit. I'm also on a C minus. So I was thinking a 2/3 would probably been too nuts for this card, So like they have to keep it at a 1/3 flyer for 4, because any other way it gets probably a little ridiculous,
So this card needs something else to be good for sure, and you just kind of feel bad if you're just paying the 4 power for just this unit, and then it just trades off with something much cheaper, and
Yep. Okay. C minus for Brightling. Leyline Tracer is a 3/3 mage at uncommon for 4 time. Decay. When you play a spell, Leyline Tracer gets plus attack and plus health this turn equal to the cost of that spell. John.
I'm pretty high on this guy. I said this is a B. Yeah, I think a 3/3 with Decay for 4, it just seems kind of good already, since it can attack pretty freely. Like even if it's gonna die, it's just chunking into whatever is eating it. Attacking with this plus another unit with open power and a known pause will be just terrifying for your opponent to set up blocks. I think it seems pretty good. It's you just prioritize spells over attachments or whatever in this deck. I think it's a tricky card, and it's just going to be good at pushing damage and just helping you get value and get attacks in. What do you guys think?
Yeah, you're right. It might at the end of the format hold the mantle or the award for least blocked unit, because
right.
Yeah, it almost is like 3/3 unblockable for 4 or something, because
it's 3/3 dare you to block.
Dare block me. Yeah, no, I mean on defense, my note was like it holds the fort well, because if your opponent has power up, you have no idea how much you need to get through this guy.
Yep.
And if they just beat your opponent, your blocking unit by 1, then the Decay is just gonna, if you don't kill it, it's so bad, So, yeah, I mean, I have a C plus, but maybe it probably is better than that.
What do you think, Jedi?
Yeah, I had a C plus as well, just because it's a 3/3 for 4. But the Decay on the baseline for it makes it great, and like everything John said, everything Alex said. yeah, attacking with it with more than one unit is like, yeah, I'll just pump the unit that doesn't have it, and then it'll get yeah. It's super scary. I'm good going to a B minus. I like it, especially in this format. Like we did all our grades independently, but we talked a little bit, and all of us felt like there were a lot more C's and D's than B's and A's. So I think that in of itself, just the lower power level, makes Tracer even better. So yeah, I'm good going to a B minus.
Cool.
All right, Battery Mage. This is a 5/3 mage at common for 5 time, +1 maximum power, surge 1 +1 maximum power. So every time you play an influence, this card is gonna up its maximum power. It's good. I like it. I put it at C because the 3 health on a 5 cost unit is a little bit of a liability. And it's also a 5 cost unit, so what more are you ramping into after that? You know what I mean? It does take you from 5 to 7 or 8, and that could be a big jump, but I don't know. I have to see the major power playoffs where you want to be playing 8s and 9s, which we will talk about in 8 here shortly. But
yeah, there's one staring at us.
Yeah,
a few cards.
But it's also an uncommon, so you're not gonna have too many of them. So I don't know. What about you, Alex?
I mean, I'm at a C. Like, I had an opponent, like, how much extra power do you want? Like, that opponent was at, like, 24 power. It's like, okay, what are you going to do with all this stuff? So it dies pretty easily for the cost. The 5/3, it trades down a lot, especially with 4 drops, a lot of 3 drops even. So it doesn't overwhelm me. I'm at a C.
John?
I said C also.
Oh.
But like I think that's right. That's just the any time deck grade, right? Like you'll probably have a 7 you want to play. Like this will help you get there, and like it's reasonable stats for the cost. But there is definitely a ramp deck with a payoff. We'll talk about here in a minute, the worm. Like if you go directly from 5 to 8 playing that card, the amount of value you will get is so ridiculous, and you will actually have some crazy amount of additional power to dump this handful of gas. Like this is like one of the enablers for the ramp deck to be very consistent to get to 8. So yeah, no, I think it's a role player in a deck, but on average, yeah, C.
Yep, and that's funny. That's exactly why we give the grades, because I feel like all 3 of us kind of described the card a little differently, but we all ended up on the same grade. So all right, next up, this is a 5-drop I actually like. This is Sage of Sands. It is a 5/5 mystic at uncommon for 5 time. Absolutely great artwork. Summon, you may give another unit endurance and overwhelm this turn. A couple of things. It does say you may give another unit, not your unit, so you can use this to break imbue on your opponent's side. You can use it to obviously break a stun like a permafrost on your side. It has overwhelm, so you can capitalize on a bigger unit, like for example the battery mage that we just talked about, to get in damage. And it is a single influence, so easy to play. I do think the 5/5 stat line is strong, not as strong as usual, because obviously there is that 5 power matters theme in this format, so there's gonna be a lot more things that could trade with this guy. But overall, I've been pretty happy with this guy. I think it's an absolutely great, solid body. That being said, I give it a C+. I think it's above average, but I don't think it's busted. John?
Yeah, I said C+ as well. I said overall, it's like the unit is it's medium plus. Like, shout out to Gibbon. It's solid stats for the cost, and the ability. It makes it more relevant than otherwise if it doesn't come down quite on curve, but I mean, for the most part, you're just playing this on 5, and like I found that ability to just really not, the additional ability didn't really play out very well in most of my games. But I mean, the 5/5 stat line did. I found it to be pretty relevant. Like I found like the prevalence of giant 8/8s and 7/7s. Like they're there. Like if you're playing the ramp deck, it's definitely going to happen. But I think it's just a little. Like your average unit size feels a little bit smaller to me, or it's like more smaller units as opposed to going straight to like the big thing. I don't know. That's how my games have been playing out. So I kind of liked the stat line more than I thought I would. And like you mentioned, it can do a tricky stuff because it can hit enemy units, so that's kind of cool. But yeah, like it was a little awkward, but it's still super solid C+.
Alex?
Yeah, I mean 5/5 for 5 with upside. Pretty good as Jedi would say. That's the note I wrote in here. Yeah, I had it at a B minus. Just I thought it was lining up really well against the other units. I mean, yeah, the 5 power matters, as a lot of units are going to be able to get to 5 by other unconventional means and stuff. So I can go down to a C plus, but I mean this guy's great.
C plus for Sage of Sands. Seed of Creation. Fast spell, common, 5 time. Draw a random power card and non-power card from your deck. If you have double fire, deal 2 damage to the enemy player. John?
This is a D.
Yep.
Like if you're playing this just to enable some 5-cost spell matters or enemy turn payoff, like maybe it's main deckable, I guess. But it's actually a good market card to have in your arsenal. If you have Wasteland Broker in particular, just something to think about. But no, I don't think you want to be playing this card otherwise.
Yeah, it draws you 2 cards, but the fact that one of them is guaranteed power and you're already at 5, sometimes it's relevant, sometimes it's not. But yeah, I'm with you. I'm on a D as well. All right, let's move on. No sense spending a lot of time there. It is a fast spell, so there's that synergy for that deck, but that's about it. Okay, Silent Hysteria is a fast spell at uncommon for 5 time again. Silence the enemy void and each enemy unit. Gain double fire or double justice. Yeah, I think this card has some serious applications for sure. Silencing all their deadly, silencing all their flyers, silencing all their decay. It just, oh man, it reminds me of I'm drawing a blank. The creation display, silencing all their units. I mean, granted, it was a -2 attack as well, but man, that card could be extremely powerful. You can do this on offense and defense. And then the usual, it has spells, fast spell or play on your opponent's turn synergies. It has 5-cost spell synergies. It has the surge synergies, all the stuff that we talked about before. John?
See, I'm much lower on this card. I think, like, in most cases, in my mind, I think I would rather just have the 1-cost spell Forget.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Now, this is like this is average. If your deck is benefiting from these synergies, then it's a good card, right? Like this is such a better enabler for that than the one we just talked about, Seed of Creation, right? Like if you're a deck like that, then the value goes way up. But I think in your average deck, I would just much rather have the single target removal, or not removal, but silence at fast speed. Like holding up 1 power is just so much easier in just an average deck. So that's just my thoughts. I said C minus.
Alex?
And then I was at a straight C. I could see some, board states where it's really going to blow out your opponent when you get them on the attack and you silence their whole team. But, you left up all your power pretty much to do that. It cleans the board, doesn't really clear the board. But, yeah, it's still a C because you can basically use it as a removal spell in a pinch. So, yeah, I would at C.
All right, so C for Silent Hysteria, since we had a C minus and then 2 C's. All right, next up we have Disappear. This is a 6-cost quadruple time fast spell at common. Put a unit on the bottom of its owner's deck. Alex?
Yeah, sometimes the removal just is going to cost you 6, it's a C minus for me.
Okay, and John?
Yeah, I said C. I think at this point most of us are kind of okay paying 6 for actual removal in our limited formats, and this is particularly potent since it, putting it on the bottom of your deck is in limited. It's often better than the void. But the additional cost here is like you have to be an actual time deck, which I mean sometimes you're going to be in have in a very heavy time deck, and that won't be an issue. But this is because of that. This is not a splashable removal spell at all.
Yeah, so I actually had it at C plus because it's a fast speed, so you have a higher chance of getting a 2-for-1. Yes, it is 6 cost, so that's a little harder to leave up. I will say that. But like John said, putting it in the bottom of the deck gets rid of so many shenanigans. It just gets rid of Exalted, gets rid of Recursion, gets rid of so many things that's really powerful. And then, yeah, that quad, once again, going back to what John said, it has to be time deck. So I think that put it from like a B to a C+, but you guys can talk me into a C. I think that's fine as well. But man, this card, when you're in time, this card is so good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's Disappear. Let me flip to the next page. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, Disappear Premium looks super sweet. Anywho, here's where we're getting to some of the sweet stuff personally. Reality Snap is a fast spell at uncommon 6 time Revenge. Put 2 let me read Revenge, my bad. Revenge is not a new mechanic, it is a returning mechanic, but it is predominant in this format. Revenge, the first time this is successfully played, give it Destiny and put it in the top 10 cards of your deck. And then Destiny obviously means that when you draw it, it will automatically play itself and then draw you the following card. Reality Snap, 6 time, Revenge, put 2 enemy units into the enemy player's hand. Yeah, this is great value. Alex, I know you actually like this card as much as I do. Where are you at on it?
So, yeah, it's a little pricey for 6, but the effect you get, we've been paying that before with the card that did a similar thing that didn't cap out at 2 units.
Maddening Whisper.
Maddening Whispers, thank you, John. That card was great. So this is just like a baby one of those. It just caps out at 2, which is like where I played that spell most of the time anyways. So yeah, I have this at a C+.
Yeah, and then the fact that you get it back for free another time.
Yeah.
So your opponent has to think about that the whole time. They're like, man, when are they gonna bounce 2 more of my units? John?
The thing with that though, and I don't know, I know you've played with Maddening Whisper as well. Like usually when you played that card, it was to win the game, right? So I think this one will play it a little different. Like because of the Revenge, you'll feel more empowered to play it on a turn or 2 prior, just to proactively push damage, hoping that you'll maybe get lucky and quickly hit the Revenge or something. Yeah, I think the Revenge bumps it up from a C to a C+.
Okay, I was way too high on this one then. I went B- because of the potential value here. It bounces weapons, it breaks imbue. Doing it at fast speed, you can get rid of double blocks, and then the Revenge makes me feel like I'm less inclined to hold it to the very last minute, like John said. So, yeah, but all right, I'll come down. I'll go to C+. I still think the card is very powerful. And then it's only double time, so you don't necessarily have to be the time deck for this card to work. But, yep. Reality Snap, you get a C+. Next up, we have Hunting Allosaur, which is interesting. I think this card, it's going to be one of our most talked about cards because I know some people are high on it, some people are low on it. Hunting Allosaur is a 4/5 dinosaur at common for 4 time. Summon, give another one of your units Decay and Killer. John.
So I think this card is the biggest flavor fail in the new set. Let's just go ahead and get that out the way. Like, why is the Hunting Allosaur getting someone else to do its hunting and killing? You'll never convince me that makes any sense. Anyway, it's I think the rate to value card is right on par. So I think it's perfectly medium, right? Like we gave Disappear a C. I think this is also a C. If you're in like the time ramp deck, if you can ramp to this, I think the value goes way up, right? Like getting this out early like means the unit is much more impactful. Sometimes this ability is just going to kind of fall flat a little bit though. It does require some setup, whether in your deck or on the board or both. So yeah, no, I think it's pretty medium overall, but it does both, it does what it does well. It is expensive though. I do think I'll be playing this in a good amount of my time decks in the format though. It's a solid card. overall.
Well, and that summon effect is just busted with any exalted units, right?
Yeah, but there's not a ton of ways to have Exalted going, right?
Mhm.
There's not a ton of recursion. It's I don't know. I think I'll have to play with it if I'm to come up on it. But right now I'm just thinking this is kind of like a medium effect. Like I think I would rather have like a Grodov's favored,
Mhm.
right? Like at 6. I like that effect a little bit better.
Okay. Alex?
Yeah, there's no like natural unit that this works good with in the 6 slot. Like, oh yeah, I ramped into my 5-drop, 6-drop Allosaur. Like, yeah, there's some 5-drops that it works with, but I was higher on this guy, and then it's just kind of awkward. But it is still pretty powerful effect when it hits the board. So I mean, middle of the road C for me.
Okay, that was a C plus, but I'll come with you guys. 7s, we don't know how fast or slow the format is. I haven't locked that in just yet, so I can understand 7 potentially being a lot. The 7 slot does mean, much like what you were talking about, John, where you have some 5s. It does play well with the ramp cards, taking you from 5 to 7, but I like the fact that the body it leaves behind is still relevant, even if you have to kill the thing that you gave the summon effect to. That being said, as well, is the fact that it's giving decay as well as killer means that you're okay not killing the unit you attack with, or killing the unit you attacked. So if you put this on a 3/5 and swing to make their 4/4 flyer or 1/1 flyer, you're still perfectly okay with that. So I think there's some serious upside to that as well. And that might be why I was higher on it, but I'm okay going to a C. Okay, and the last card, which is the serious head turner here, love the artwork, reminds me of Dune, is Omen Scar Worm. This is an 8/8 worm at uncommon for 8 quadruple time. Surge, draw a card. That's right, anytime. So if you play a symbol after this, you will get to draw 2 cards. It is 8, so effectively it could potentially be a 9 cost, so you want to make sure you get the card back when you play it. Yeah, you were excited about this card earlier, John. Break it down for us.
Yeah, I think it's a solid card. Like it's a really cool like uncommon payoff for being in this ramp deck, heavy time ramp deck, with the enablers like available at common here in these Argent Depths packs. I feel like though if you're not very much in a base time ramp deck, I don't think you put this card. Um, so because of that, it really is kind of a. I think it's like a C plus. It's exactly what I want to be doing at the of my time deck. Like I want to play, some power and just start drawing cards. Like I want it to be so easy to draw cards that I have to stop playing power.
Yep, it's you. Yeah, you want to ramp 100%. This thing is hands down the biggest thing in the format, and there's some added bonus to it, but it comes at cost. Also of note, it doesn't have overwhelm, so it can be chump blocked. Alex?
I mean, everything you guys said, I'm at a C plus. Be careful with this guy.
Right, you can kind of deck yourself pretty quickly.
Yeah. And then it makes you do like have to do weird attacks and hope they block and kill it. Like, yeah.
It's a hilariously fun imbue target.
Yeah, true.
If you really want to protect you're like, I'm not attacking with my card draw guy. You can put its 8/8 stats on something else.
Something with berserk or flying.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, that was time. Time looks very expensive to me, but some serious powerful cards. I think time is a very good spot. Surprise, surprise, yet again. John?
Yeah, I agree completely. I'm excited to play this ramp deck.
Alex?
Yeah, I mean this ramp deck is like kind of something I would want to do. These cards look fun. Time looks powerful as usual. And yeah, let's draft some time.
Okay, moving on to Justice. Bring to Justice, as a matter of fact, is a slow spell at uncommon for 0 triple justice, silence and stun an enemy unit. If you have an Aegis, silence and kill it instead. So this is essentially a free rebuke, just a little bit harder to cast. Yeah, we played Rebuke in plenty of formats, and we like some silence effects, so I like this card. I gave it a C, but I can easily see a C minus as well, just because of the restriction and influence. You can't really splash this card. I don't know, John.
Yeah, I said C minus. Like even for 0 cost, I think I'm only really actually looking to play this in my deck if I'll reliably have a face ages thing going on, which that's not the easiest thing to do in this format. Like Rebuke has always been one of those first that's on the final chopping block for me during my deck construction, like in every format it's been in. So a lot of times it doesn't make my deck, but it is usually like a fine playable card playing it. So
Alex?
I'm right there with John on the C minus. Yeah,
Okay.
it'll have some uses, but
Yeah, no, I'm good with that. I actually had it at a C minus initially, and then I was like, oh well, it's Rebuke, and I always like having one Rebuke in my deck, so I guess it's a C. But I guess yeah, you would probably still pick it as C minus. You wouldn't want
silence
to.
has just been like more and more common in these last few formats, I think. So I think Rebuke has just generally kind of been pushed away.
Yeah, fair enough. Next up, we have Boulder Gate Guard. This is a 0/3 bird at common for 1 justice, flying, +2 attack while there's a stunned unit. So obviously this is gearing towards Imbue again. So Alex.
so yeah, this card is best friends with like if you have imbue stuff going on, or if your opponent has imbue stuff going on. But that's not going to be every deck, you know. So this guy is a C minus for me.
Yeah, I actually give it a D. I just
What?
yeah.
No.
I mean, you're getting a 2/3 flyer for 1, but there's quite a bit of setup to it, and then
What do you mean, but? No, I'm just kidding.
all right, go ahead, break it down for us, John.
Nah, I already have an unhealthy love for this dorky little bird. Like it's both an imbue payoff and an enabler in an imbue deck. If you choose this as your imbue target, you get the additional +2 attack like as it resolves. It's a one drop. You know, 1-drop flyers are also great for wearing weapons, and Justice has at least 2 great weapons in the format that are showing up frequently in the packs.
Can you did you confirm that? Like it will.
Oh, I confirmed it with a 7-win deck. I was Boulder Gate guarding all over my opponents. It was amazing. I love this little guy.
So the imbue will see the +2 attack before the okay.
Yeah, that it like the guard gets that buff like before the stats are transferred onto what you're imbuing onto.
Okay.
100%. Unless it's a bug and it gets changed in the future. That is currently how it works.
Okay. So what'd you give it?
I said C+.
And what'd you give it, Alex?
I give it a C minus.
Okay.
It's like D.
Yeah, I don't think this card's gonna do much, but all right,
I think it's so good.
We'll go with
Turn 1 guard, turn 2 badge, turn 3, or turn 2 like what's that Aegis guy, and then badge, and then you're just stunning stuff. Things are huge. You're just smashing face. Oh, I love this aggressive justice deck a lot.
Okay. All right. C for Boulder Gate Guard. I guess I'm gonna get proved wrong. I'll try it, I guess.
I'm definitely trying it now. I will promise you that.
Okay, Bubble Shield. Give fast spell uncommon 1 justice. Give one of your units Aegis. If you have double primal influence, you gain Aegis. John?
Yeah, I gave this a C minus. I don't mind playing one of these, but in your average draft deck, all of your units are pretty replaceable, so this is going to be one of the first cards that gets cut, I think. Like without getting face Aegis, this is at best a 1-for-1. Trading this for like a removal or something, and like the vast majority of games, face Aegis won't be really relevant. Like less curses in this format and things like that. If you have a unit that you really want to protect as your win con, such as like a Hero of the People, something Voltroned up, like huge, holding a big weapon, something like that, Unraveling Fanatic, units like that, then the value of this card in your deck goes up pretty significantly. But yeah, it's probably not gonna make a lot of my decks, I don't think. C minus.
Yeah, the problem is the fact that it doesn't change stats, so it's just really good at literally against removal spells, and that's it. So that's my issue with it. I actually had a D plus because of that. It's really good against things like Death Strike and Reality Snap and Disappear, but
Those are less common. Like, I think the more common removal in the format's going to be relic weapons, which this does nothing for that.
Yep. Alex?
Yeah, I was at C minus
Okay.
on the card.
Yep. C minus for Bubble Shield. Next up, Crown Patroller. This is a 2/1 soldier at uncommon for 1 justice. Summon Plunder. Alex?
So it's a 1-drop. It trades up with a lot of the 2-drops. Plunder helps diminish a lot of the downsides that you get from a 2/1 for 1. So I'm at a C for this guy.
Okay. John?
I said C2, which is like a pretty high grade, I think, for just a 1-drop. And like, honestly, plundering on 1 can be a little awkward, much like pledging on 1. Like, you're always like begrudgingly pledging. Like, I think a lot of times, you're when you're having to transform one of your better units or something just because it costs more on turn 1 and you're playing this, you're going to feel kind of conflicted there, and sometimes it may not be the right call. Like, I don't know, I think in an aggressive deck it's very playable though, and like plunder means it's not dead as a late game drop, which is the real upside there. So yes, C.
I don't know. I kept finding myself cutting it from decks, and just 2/1s are just so lackluster. But it has Plunder, so I gave it a C minus, so I'll come up to a C.
Okay.
All right, let's see. Skip the Justice Etching that we already talked about. Noble Protector, a 1/2 soldier at common for 1 justice. Again, Entomb, gain 2 armor. Super meh. I gave it an F. I think you could just be doing way better things. Alex?
I mean, at a D. I mean, a very aggressive deck wants 1-drops. That gives you like a little bit of life after it dies. So, I mean, it's a D. I mean, I'm not putting this in very many decks, but there is a deck out there that might want one of them.
John?
Yeah, there's like an armor, like an Argent Port kind of armor, like weapon deck, but like just +2 armor on such a dorky unit. Like, I'm just not into it. Even if I'm really trying to make that work, I said F.
I will gladly join you guys.
Okay, cool. We're on the F train finally because it didn't have Plunder, so we didn't need that clause.
I mean, if the armor was more like 4 or something like along that line,
Yeah.
D-ish, but no. 2, pass.
There's a lot better 1/2s for 1, as we'll see.
All right, this one's gonna be
Right.
interesting because I think this is gonna be my soapbox card. Trick Shot Ruffian, Gunslinger, uncommon, 1 justice. Summon. You may give another unit lifesteal and plus attack and plus health this turn equal to your influence. I mean, I gave it a D. I think that might be a little too harsh. It probably is a C.
You're wrong, Jedi.
Huh?
You are wrong.
Yeah, I'm perfectly okay being that. Because if you're the mono justice deck, then it's not really a combat trick, but it's a spell with like a blocker that stays behind. So I think that's a little bit better. The more I think about it, I come up a little bit, but I still don't think this card is great by no means. I don't think should be as hyped up as some people say, but I don't know. Prove me wrong, John. What do you got for it?
All right, 2 words, 1 word. Imbue. No, I'm just kidding. Like, at first glance, I was right there with you, man, on this card. Like, I was like, D, like, people are trying to play this. No, like, the first time you play it in a Justice deck with things like Chainwood Bludgeoner, Greenstone Officer, Badge of Honor, you feel like you're doing something broken. Like, the C+, this rating is if you're just an average deck playing Justice, because the enablers are so much there in Justice for the influence. Like, it has more ways to just generate justice than any other faction. I think just more support for that. If you're a justice heavy deck, playing a good amount of imbue or playing a card like Cure or something like that, this card will be very, very good. More like a B+ in that deck. Like, the life swing you get, like on turn 4, 5, like I've had easy like 8 justice already. Like one of these badge things and like playing just justice powers and things, like that stuff stacks up so fast. And then if you give that unit this huge stat buff and then imbue, you lock that huge stat buff onto like your 2-drop. Like you can do all this on like 3-4 power. It's ridiculous.
Oh, it sounds like magical Christmas land to me. I know it's doable, but I see this thing giving a +3, +4, plus maybe even 5. But if your opponent has a decent board state, it's just, I don't know.
So it'll be that if you're like splashing Justice,
Yeah.
and then you're not playing this card. Like if I'm telling you, if you're playing like any of these other cards, this thing is just gonna be insane.
No, I believe you.
It was insane in my games. Like
I believe you. I can see the upside to this for sure, especially if it's the deck that you're talking about where you have a bunch of evasive flyers and stuff like that that's relevant. I don't know, Alex, where are you at on it?
Well, I was at a C, basically. If I'm going to play a 1-2 for 1, this is going to be it, because it has you could do a lot of different things with it. It's not a dead top end late for, it fits in a lot of different decks, I think, with the imbue stuff going on. So yeah, I'm at a C for a 1-2, which I think is pretty good.
Okay.
For a 1-2.
All right, we'll meet at the middle then and give it a C then, because D and C plus. So we'll meet it at we'll give it the C for Trick Shot Ruffian. Next up, Audacious Ruse. This is a fast spot common for 2 Justice. Enemy units get minus attack this turn equal to your Justice influence. I gave this card a B plus. It's good on offense, good on defense. If you're the Justice deck, it's even more busted, because giving a -5 attack to everything is super insane and pretty much negates all your opponent's blocks or attacks. It's a fast spell, so it's got that going on. The artwork is pretty sick with Nutella, etc., etc. Alex?
Yeah, straight up B, and which is like for a one-sided fog, basically, like it doesn't stop at 2. It can get so much more crazy than 2. Like that's what we're used to with like the what was the spell
Flash
that was
Grenade.
for 2? There you go, Flash Grenade. And how do you play through like multiple of these if your opponent has multiple? It's just like that's a losing battle. Yeah, this is a great card.
John?
Yeah, I said C plus, but that's just like for an average deck playing Justice. I think you guys are pretty spot on. This is like a very powerful version of like that flash grenade effect that I think people were skeptical at first on that, and then like that grew on everyone that played in those draft formats with that. And like this is just a super souped up version of that. And if you're playing something like the new Tavrod or the new like this is like wombo combo one, like the new Tavrod, this is like a straight up one-sided board wipe. If you have this plus that, like I would play 4 copies of Audacious Ruse if I drafted like one of the new Tavrods. It's just so good. Like because this card is already good, and it's like literally just wipes the board on the opponent's side. It's just so juicy.
Yeah, my only reserve about giving it a straight B is the fact that it, by itself it's not good enough, right? It needs to have a little bit of support units on the board or Tavrod or something to kind of get it through. If not, it's just a fog and that doesn't do much. But
that's why my rating was just a little lower, because it does have a low end case.
Right, we'll go with the B minus.
Cool.
B minus, C plus, so we'll meet it. All right, next up, Badge of Honor. We've already talked about this a couple of times on this show, particularly. Badge of Honor is a common weapon +1/+3 to put on a unit to Justice. When the wielder attacks, gain a Justice influence. Nice and simple. It triggers Surge. It facilitates your Justice requirement cards, much like a few we're going to talk about here shortly. And of course, Justice has all kinds of things that care about your influence, and this card lets you go into the red zone by giving you more influence. Yeah, if you get this down on turn 3, you can easily get 3 or 4 influence off this card easily. So very solid. I got a C plus. It might be a B minus, but you still need a unit to put it on, and you still need to be able to attack. So I gave it a C plus, but you guys can talk me into a B minus if either of you are that high. It's really strong if you are the Justice deck for sure. Then it's probably an easy B minus. John?
I think you said it all perfectly. I said C plus as well.
Alex?
For all the same reasons.
C plus. I think this is a great card for this set, especially when you pair it with fire. Yeah, C plus.
Okay. All right, next.
Yeah, the stat line looks a little dorky for a weapon,
It
but
totally does.
it
Yeah.
it is just right. Like if you play with it, you will find out.
All right, next one. Chain Whip Bludgeoner. This card has already made quite an impression in the format. 2/2 Minotaur common for 2 Justice. Aegis, Surge, +1/+1 this turn. John.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, right, it's still just a 2-drop, and I'm not going out of my way to splash a 2-drop. But this is a very efficient unit with a lot of easy synergy in the format, so I said C plus. Like it's great at carrying weapons. Um, it buffs just by playing power in many other ways, like for example, Badge of Honor, which we just talked about. That's both a way to buff it and like it wears a weapon, so the Aegis makes it pretty safe to go in on it, and it's very good as an imbue target. Which is a little counterintuitive, but the Aegis doesn't actually help it attack, right? But what it does do is it makes it extremely difficult for your opponent to interact with. So this guy buffs so easily, and it as a 3/3, it really does get shut down, pretty naturally by turn 4. And if you just imbue, lock in, maybe with a sweet combat trick too, just so the stats are even higher. But just even without that, just by itself, it already buffs, and then you can lock it in. It's really good with imbue cards. I like this guy. C plus.
Yep. I'm a fan of aggressive Aegis units. There's a special place in my heart for those. I'm also on a C plus.
Yep, and I'm right there with you guys. C plus. Boom, chicka chicka, Bludgeoner.
Bow, bow.
Yep. All right, I think I'm higher on this card than other people, which is kind of weird, but I don't know. Maybe we'll see. Greenstone Officer is a 2/2 Paladin, uncommon, 2 triple Justice, Lifesteal Imbue. Pay 2 and exhaust Greenstone Officer to imbue her with one of your units if she's not already imbued. I feel like that text is not as important, but I dig the lifesteal and imbue. I got her at a C plus. John?
I love this card. This might be my favorite uncommon in the set. I said it's a B plus. Like if you're being past these, I would actively try and go into Justice. I obviously not in pack 4, but I think this is in the it's in the running easily for one of the top uncommons in the set. Like this card is a house with a minimal setup. Justice has all the tools to make the setup super easy. It's just 2 power. Even without the proper imbue target, it'll let you imbue a unit at just the right time on a future turn. Like the only reason I think this card doesn't quite make an A grade is the triple Justice means you really can't splash it, which I think is like almost a requirement for an A or something at an uncommon level. So I stopped short, but like I love this card. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah, so like it's the text on it says pay 2 to win the game, right?
Yeah, that's how I read it.
But I have this guy at a B. I haven't got to play this card, but it just seems amazing to me. Like probably the best imbue stuff going on with this guy.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Easy deal. You guys talked me up to it. So what'd you get at, Alex? A B? B minus?
I just had it a solid B, straight B.
Okay, yeah, I'm good with B minus. Or B, I'm sorry, B. Yep. Greenstone Officer gets a solid B. I'm glad we all like it. Sweet. So we have our front runner for the set between the 3 of us. Solemn Clergy is a 1/1 cleric at common for 2 Justice. Summon, Plunder, Entomb. You may silence a unit. Yeah, I think this card is great. I still got it as C because you can't always dictate when to use the silence, but it's a Plunder, and then a silence effect is always good, especially on a body. So I have it on a C. John?
I was just a little lower at a C minus. Like I thought I said it's like a playable card in a mid to late game focus deck. But it'll be one of the first cards I'm probably looking to cut there. It's it's better at plundering and leaving a unit to imbue or sacrifice than it is at silencing what you want it to, like due to giving your opponent so much agency as far as the timing of that. So like it's not a rectifier, right? Like this is more of like a value card. I said it was a C minus.
Alex?
Yeah, I'm right there with the C minus. The opponent can easily play around the silence. It reminds me of the Rectifier when they nerfed it and it was just the 1/1. It's like, sure, just attack me all you want, whatever.
Right.
The Plunder makes it, definitely playable card. It's just the 1/1's little weenie. So I'm at a C-.
Okay. I really like this next card. I like it. Caravan Guard, 3/5 soldier common for 3 justice. Caravan Guard can't attack unless you have 5 justice influence, but it can block. Man, it's above rate on. You can't. It's not great for an aggressive start, but man, does it play really good defense and really shut your opponent's aggression down. Alex.
This is a great example of defensive speed. Like turn 3, this is pretty much stopping anything your opponent's doing, and late game it can attack. So yeah, this guy's a C+. This is a great
and
game.
A great MBU target.
Jedi, you knew I was about to say that.
Yep.
I said C+ as well. Like if you really want to be like, the can attack text can basically just be flavor text with all the ways to get justice in the format. Like, you guys said it all. It's a sweet 3-drop.
Enter the Monastery. Slow spell, common, 3 justice, sick artwork. Draw 2 justice sigils from your deck. Double time, play one of them. So it looks like Combray Ramp. John?
So I gave it a C- grade, like just for an average case use in any justice deck, like that's trying to get up to its 5+ drops more than it is curve out, like with a 3/3 on 3. I think an average deck would rather play that 3/3 on turn 3 than ramp, but there's definitely a ramp strategy, and I think time is basically the ramp form or the ramp color, but like I think Combray is a natural offshoot to that. So I think this is in that deck, it's going to be a great card, but on average, more like a C-.
See, I'm lower on it. I drafted it twice and I cut it both times. I think it's just a D, but I could be wrong. Maybe I will admit neither of those decks were the dedicated ramp deck either. Alex?
Yeah, if you're just playing this for no real reason, I don't know if you really want to.
Yeah, I was at a D as well. I mean, I guess, yeah, if you're in a straight ramp deck, then it does serve a purpose, but I'm not too high on it.
I played this in my first deck, which was a 7-win deck, and I loved it. But I also didn't get any of the other ramp cards. Like I didn't get any of the 2/2 or the 5/3 or any. This was my ramp card, and I thought it played out great. It served its purpose. But I think you'd be happy just to run any of those to get there, right? Like so, they're all kind of replaceable. But it definitely plays into that strategy. But not every deck wants to ramp.
No, we'll give it a D+ for right now.
And I also sure D+.
Well,
I mean, I played the power for free every time too. Like I was definitely in Combray.
Well, I mean, 2 Ds and a C-. So
Yeah, D+ works for sure.
And we might adjust our things. This is just what we're doing, essentially theory crafting, right? Things can play out a little differently. So, case in point, you've had a better experience with it.
Too good, I think, right? If it's a fast spell.
Yeah. That's the other thing that kind of put it down on me a little bit is the fact that it's a slow spell, so you have to just commit to it. But that ramping at fast speed is pretty powerful. Next up is Cassendrath. No, I'm just kidding. Frontline Volunteer is a 3/4 warrior common, 3 justice. If you have double fire, it's quick draw. If you have double primal, it is overwhelm. So yeah, I think this card is great. Overwhelm on a 3/4 is good. Quick draw on a 3/4 is great. And a 3/4 for 3 by itself is awesome as well. This card is just all around good. I gave it a C+, but I'm thinking it might just be a B-. John?
No, I said C+ also. The 2 justice is not going to be hard to come by in the format. And you're not the saddest if you can't play this until turn 4, since its stats are kind of above rate. But if you enable quick draw on this, I think you're super happy. And then it definitely gets a little better. But it's still it's not the biggest guy or anything, but yeah, it's solid, super solid, C+.
Yeah, I mean, I was on a B. I mean, it's a great floor. 3-4 for 3 is like my favorite stat line pretty much ever. Um, so yeah, I mean, it's probably the 2 justice probably makes it go down a little bit, but I really do like this guy a lot.
All right, so where are we at? C plus or B minus?
Oh, well, I mean, I'd be happy to give it a B minus, but weren't you guys both on C plus?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we could do C plus.
Okay. C plus. It may go up. It may play. I don't know. I haven't explored either. I didn't get it in the Rakano deck, sadly. So I think if you can give this guy a quick draw, I think it's probably just gonna be an absolute beating. Okay, next up is Siphoner Paladin. Is a 1/5 Paladin, common, 3 Justice. Summon. You may sacrifice another unit. To play a 3/3 relic weapon, or give your current relic weapon a +3/+3. I think this card's fine. It's does some blocking. It's not as great because of decay. You can get some sack fodder for it early and the relic weapon you get for free, especially once again cashing in that 2/2 or that 1/1 or that 1/2 for a 3/3 weapon is some value. I gave it a C. I could see a C minus, but I think a C is fine for this card. If I think we got that 1/6 a C. I could see a Siphoner Paladin being a C as well. John?
Yeah, I was like thinking that way until I played with this card, and then I came up on it a little bit. Actually, I gave it a C plus. It's a little weird at first glance, but it actually plays out really well in the format, right? Like the same dorky units that you might be planning to imbue with, you probably also don't mind being sacrificed for the upgraded value of like turning your 1/1 that you've already basically got the value out of, or 1/2 or whatever, into a 3/3 relic weapon, or upgrading your relic weapon +3/+3 is actually huge. And there's some really good Justice relic weapons I think that we're about to talk about are really solid anyway. I think this card is actually going to play out really well in the format. So I was a little higher. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah, I'm on C plus. It's there's a lot of Justice, early units that would sacrifice really nicely to this. And
yeah, we just talked about a few of them.
yeah, I mean 3/3 weapon. If you happen to already have one, pumping a weapon that you already have by 3/3 is pretty powerful too. And then it's not too hard.
And it keeps those stats too. If it goes to the void and you get it back somehow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the weapon, then it's not too hard to get a 2-for-1 with the weapon itself. So I like this guy.
Okay. So C plus for Siphoner Paladin. Auric Official, 1/1 Minotaur common for Justice. Imbue, Surge, +1/+1 permanently. John, where are you at on this guy? Because I have no idea.
So I gave it a C minus just for an average deck playing Justice. Like it's a build around card. And I think if you're doing those things that we've already mentioned, Badge of Honor, Trick Shot Ruffian, this kind of stuff, this is just a great imbue card for like your imbue deck. Like it's a solid 4-drop if you're going for that strategy. But without that, it's just kind of medium C minus.
Alex?
This, I guess it's like the ramp imbue card. I gave this one a D, and my note is like this is bad, right? It's
not like it. So the thing that normally cards like this are just bad, right? Is like they're a 1/1 for so long. This guy, like, because you're imbuing, it starts off like already like a difficult to deal with unit, and it just gets bigger. And because of the way Justice lets you just like pump out Justice influence, it gets bigger pretty quickly and can get just completely out of control. Like it just has a lot of support. So I think you might be surprised when you actually play with it.
Yeah, and I gave it a D plus, so I guess we'll just meet in the middle with the D plus then.
Unlucky.
The surge being permanent definitely makes a big difference for sure. But
I mean, what do you think about like other units like Injustice that do similar things. Like, I can't, the name is drawing a blank, but like, what's the one that doubles every time you play a power? Like, this one gets big like that fast almost, it feels like, in play. Like, that's how it was playing out for me anyway.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, I could see it as well. Just the simple fact that you can imbue right away to make it a 4/4, then it's kind of on par.
Right.
So
it just gets through that downside phase that most units like this have to start off as a 1/1 for like a turn, and they're super vulnerable.
Anyway,
I don't
know. What do you think, Alex?
I think you guys will be surprised, but we can give it a low grade for now.
Where do you want to come up, or do you want to even out at the D+? I'll leave it to Alex.
No, I'm kind of leaning on trusting John on this one a little bit. I'm down to come up to a C-.
Okay, C- for Auric official. Next up, Camouflaged Musket is a +1/+5 relic weapon for 4 justice. When one of your units readies, Camouflaged Musket gets a +1 attack. So when one of your units readies, Camouflaged Musket gets a +1 attack. So if I'm reading this correctly, when you essentially ready all your units, you still only get a +1, right?
No.
Oh, because it would say one or more, like the strangers. You're right. You're right. So if you attacked with 3 guys, or you exhausted something somehow with ability, and then they already at the beginning of your turn you had 3 units, it would get a +3 that turn.
It would, but like the whole thing though is, right, like it's a relic weapon, so some of your units have to like be helping protect the weapon. So like it slows you down for value. Right, is kind of how it works.
So it's a win more card, kind of.
It is. It can be like it's, but there's like payoffs for like really going in on a weapon like this. Like this can be a payoff card for like this kind of Argentport like weapons matter, or like, you know, buff a relic weapon strategy. So I mean, it's a role playing card, I think, in the format. I don't think it's like just great or anything. I don't know. What do you think, Jedi?
I don't know. I have it as C- because I could see it doing a little bit of work, but it does feel like a win more card to me, because you're gonna need to have a way to already exhaust your unit somehow, and the easiest way to do that is through attacking. So if you have flyers, if you're like the Huru flyer deck and you can attack with 1 or 2 units, this card can get out of hand. But once again, while you're attacking, you're minimizing your blockers to keep this musket alive. So I feel like it's in a little bit of a tension spot where to facilitate this, you have to be doing something that doesn't facilitate keeping it around. So I don't know. And then you could do one of those things where you A-space, and at the end of your turn you play this, but then once again you don't have blockers to keep it alive. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine. I think it's gonna do some work, but I don't think it's busted, and I don't know if the juice is worth the squeezed on it. So I gave it a C-. Alex?
This card's it's really interesting, and it was hard to evaluate. So I gave it a C, but it's not really a cop out. I think so I was thinking like say you have 4 units, you swing with 2 of them, you leave 2 back to protect it. You can like grow this to be pretty big potentially. Swing with your flyers, those are going over the top anyways. So I think I want to try this card, and then like this will be the one that I'm most interested to try and play.
I mean, the flip side to that though is if you do grow this, right, you're only growing its attack. So if you get it big enough to where it can trade or kill a bigger unit, the biggest threat, it's probably still only going to trade with that unit because it is stuck at 5 health or 5 armor.
There is additional support in the format for just growing the armor.
Yeah,
like,
fair.
A couple commons and things. Like if you want to go all in on a weapon you can grow, like you can do it with this weapon.
Yeah,
that's a strategy you can pursue. I'm not really that into it. I also said C-. It takes a lot of work, but like it can come together, and I've already seen this like happening. So like I know it's possible, and like the cards are there. But it's a tricky one. Like it's tricky to make a deck like this really work out like you want it to.
Okay. So C- for Camouflaged Musket. Emerald Crafter, 3/3 mage at uncommon for 4 justice. Surge, increase Emerald Crafter's Entomb by +1/+1. Entomb, play a 1/1 Emerald Incarnation, which is just a green golem. Yeah, this card is good. It forces your opponent to have that awkward play of whether to kill this or not. If you're the Argent sack deck, you can decide when to pop this. It gives you another way to capitalize on Surge that's a little more permanent. It's a little undercosted at 3/3 for 4, or overcosted, I'm sorry, but not necessarily, because of the fact that right off the bat, if it dies, you get a 1/1, so you're at least getting 4/4 worth of stats if it should just die immediately. So I think this card is good. I gave it a C+. Alex?
So for me, it was the fact that it's so easy to get Surge. You know, you're just doing that every turn, which makes this guy really good for me. I gave him a B.
John?
I'm much closer to Jedi. Like, I think if you're in that Justice deck, like this guy, the incarnation gets so big so fast, like it's super good. But like in an average case, I think it's closer to like a C+, which is also what Jedi said. I also do like this as an imbue target, since it can just sit there and generate, surge triggers, ultimately like daring your opponent to kill it off. Like,
Yeah.
I think that's pretty fun. That's a good use for it too. I don't think it's like, I think the opponent, like, they can set it up to where like you'll have to spend cards like to continue pushing damage. Like, they'll end up with a 1/5 blocker or something, and yeah, you'll keep wanting to attack in, and it just won't. They'll be able to block it without killing it and stuff like that. Like, in order to reliably, I think, get the Entomb, right, like Jedi mentioned, you kind of have to be able to sacrifice it, because opponents will actively find ways to not let you do that.
Yep. Okay, so a C+ for Emerald Crafter. Night Watch Broadsword is a +4/+3 relic weapon for 5 justice. When one of your units dies, gain 1 armor. I feel like this is another nod to Argent. Alex?
I mean, what draws me most to this card is that it can kill a 4 toughness unit for 5 in Justice, and that's just on its base. So yeah, I like this card a lot. I have it at a C+.
John?
I said C+ as well. It's, I think, one of the most solid, like, medium range kind of relic weapons we've seen. Like, there's always something similar to this, and this is maybe my favorite kind of the bunch so far. I think it's more consistent at getting you a 2-for-1 because of its, that 3 health, like, and 4 attack. Like, that's a juicy stat line, I think, for a 5-cost relic weapon. Like, that's pretty sweet. And it's not really for splashing, unfortunately, because it still has that double justice, but it's not the hardest thing to do. Like, this is pretty solid removal. C+.
See, and to me, I feel like I've seen a lot of 3 attack units and stuff, so I gave it a C. I think it's not going to be as many 2-for-1s as you would think, but yeah, the 4 attack is quite relevant, so that's fine. I can come up to a C+. So we'll give a Night Witch Broadsword a C+. I think I'm fine with that. I'm not completely heartbroken by that.
Nice.
Okay, next up we have Unbreakable Tradition. Unbreakable Tradition is a fast spell at uncommon for 5 justice. Double a unit's attack and health. Gain double time or double primal. Yeah, I like this card. I gave it a C+. It is expensive. 5 is not the easiest thing to leave up, but once again, fast spell, so it play on your opponent's turn matters. It has double influences, so surge matters. The 5-cost spells or more matters. And then doubling a unit's, man, this can really blow out some double blocks or even straight up kill your opponent if they just block incorrectly or you have an evasive unit, which we do have seen in this format. And it is permanent, of note. So that's another thing where if you attack hoping to get a 2-for-1 and they end up not giving you the thing or whatever, you could still just fire this off and still have that unit ready to go again the next turn. I think this card is quite powerful. The fact that it is a 5 cost makes me hesitant to put too many of them in my deck. I drafted 2 at one point and cut it down to 1, but it may be feasible to play 2, especially in Justice's ability to have overstated units. So yeah, I gave it a C+. John?
Man, you just kind of convinced me a little bit to come up. I said C initially, but I was just having like Heretic Cannon flashbacks, like thinking about playing this card. It's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're like, I think the one thing though, like as the format goes on, I think people will be kind of cognizant of this card, and you got to be careful not to play this into an audacious ruse. Like if somebody's playing Justice against you, which I think people will come around. Like I think that card will be kind of popular in the meta, right? Like once people play with it, and I think they'll be watching out for this one because it's so powerful, and I think people will like it too. And that is a huge hoser for this because it permanently sets your unit to 0 when that happens to you. But I think the upside is there. Like Heretics Cannon was so good, and this really does remind me of like a fast speed like Heretics Cannon style effect, like just boom. Like I think you brought me up to a C+.
Plus, you can do this end of turn and then view that unit next turn.
You had me in a view.
Yep, I figured. Alex?
Yeah, you talked me up a little bit. I had it at a C just because.
Okay, that's what I said too. But yeah.
Like the stats that you're getting, unless the unit is already evasive, it's vanilla stats. So it wasn't blowing me away. Like if it gave overwhelm or something at the same time, that would be crazy.
Yeah.
But that was
maybe you're talking me down now.
Yeah, but then it makes you synergize with the Weavers at fast speed.
That's, I mean, yeah,
there's a lot of synergy. I mean, this is like a synergy card. It literally does it all, right? Yeah. It's like the second one that checked all like 4 synergy deck boxes.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe those cards are just good,
right? In the format.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
So I don't know. Like obviously there is a downside, right? If you have nothing but 2/2s, then it's not very impressive. But I mean, it is what it is. Very few. If a card was perfect, we'd give it an A and drive on. So, all right, moving on. Saber of Progress, +3/+3 relic weapon, uncommon, 6 justice. Summon. Play a random sigil from your deck depleted for every double time you have. Yeah, I just think this card is super mediocre. I gave it a D. Just there's no. I don't think there's enough Warcry. We have the Siphoner to make this a 6/6, but every which way you look about it, it's a ramp spell, but you're still paying 6 to ramp, and you're just getting a 3/3 weapon that we're used to paying 4 and 5 for. So yeah, I gave it a D, and it's probably even lower than that. I don't know, Alex.
I gave it a D-. It's like 3 damage for 6 power. It's yeah, like you got to be really hard up to play this card, I think.
John?
Yeah, I think you guys are spot on here. Like I think you're more playing this. You're only looking to play this if you're really going for the surge, right? Because doesn't it? It's like it's a big surge, right?
Maybe.
Well, maybe, right? Like, but the idea is that you get the 2 influence as you play it, and then when you play the power, you get more influence as well. It's like a big old surge is the idea. So like, but I think it falls short ultimately, like in value, and I'm not really looking to play it either. Like D probably.
Okay, so D for Saber of Progress. All right, and our final Justice card is Smogwing Tinker. This is a 4/4 Tinker at common for 6 quad Justice. Flying, summon, gain 4 armor. John?
Yeah, this one is C+. I think if you're in Justice and you can readily cast this, you'll want to jam this as your top end if you can. Like, from what I can tell, there's not a ton of big flyers in the format, and this one is at common. So I think it should dominate the skies in the majority of board states. I mean, but 4 Justice is a big deal. So obviously you're not splashing this, or you got to really be able to cast it on curve, or close to that at least. Like I think it's even better in a deck if you can capitalize on that armor bonus, right? Because that +4 is actually really significant too. So like it even goes up a little bit in value there, but overall C+.
Yep, everything you said. I'm on a C+ as well. Alex?
Yep. Sound like we're on the same sheet of music, gentlemen.
Yeah, card's good.
Wonderful.
It's evasive. It's well statted. It has synergies. Yeah, but yeah, 100%. You definitely want it to be Justice.
Yeah, it's like the biggest flying thing there is, pretty much.
Yep. All right, so what do you guys think about Justice, Alex?
I like it a lot, and mostly because I really, really like Audacious Ruse. So that just makes me like this color a lot.
John?
I like Justice a lot. Like, I think there's a lot of solid value cards there, and I'm really into the imbue cards in Justice. And then we got Badge, Bludgeoner. Like I'm into all these cards. They work so well together too. And they're all, it's like just the common package, and it all works. It all just kind of synergizes already. I think Justice is going to be one of my favorite factions, if not early front runner, maybe for my favorite.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. I am going to be perfectly happy playing Justice any day of the week for sure. Going into Primal, Cloud Snake Mount, 0/2 Serpent uncommon, 1 Primal, Flying, Imbue, pay 6 and exhaust Cloud Snake Mount to deal 2 damage to an enemy. So unit or face, you do have to exhaust it, so you can only do it once per turn. And it imbues, so obviously you can take the stats of a bigger unit and give it evasion. John?
Yeah, this is a solid value card in basically any deck. I'm pretty sure I'd try and splash for this card as well. Like the imbue means it'll be an evasive threat with any dork, and a huge one if you have some beef already in play. And that pay 6 to deal 2 damage that's a fantastic rate for like a flexible ability like that for a mana sink, which are always just great and limited. Like solid card, B+.
Yep, I like the fact that it only costs 1, so it's not going to even interrupt your curve at all. Alex?
I mean, I was on a straight up B for this card, just for everything you guys were saying. It's a great card.
Yep, and I gave it a B, so we'll go with B for Cloud Snake Mount.
Sounds good.
Talked about the etching. All right, this one's an interesting one. I haven't soapboxed it yet, but I think we might. Reflection. Slow spell. What is it? Go ahead.
No, I'm just getting ready for this soapbox. Let's
is
get
there room? Is there room on the soapbox for more people to stand on there?
I didn't throw out the last one. I'll just dig it out.
How about it? Reflection. Slow spell. 1 Primal. Revenge. Both players draw a card. I have this card as a D+. It gives you...
Ooh, you like it?
Yes, he likes it a little bit, right?
Oh,
okay. Sweet. I'm glad you guys are low on it as well. I think it's just bad. The only reason why I gave it a D+ is because it's a 1-cost spell that gives you 2 spells that may have some synergy in your deck, maybe. But the fact that you're spending a spell to give your opponent 2 cards just seems really bad to me. Like, I give it the benefit of the doubt because I don't know how heavy the spells matter synergies in this format. I honestly want to give it an F, but I don't know. I was giving maybe a little too much credit to the whole spells matters things. Where are you at, John?
Well, as far as I can tell, there isn't really a spells matter theme. It's like a 5-cost spells matter, or spells on opponent's turn matter.
Oh yeah, you're right. So yeah, this doesn't hit any of it.
This is just a slow spell, so this does none of that. But there is a revenge synergy in the format, but it's not well supported at the common or uncommon level or anything like that. So
F.
This isn't really a synergy card. No, I think it's a straight up F. Like if you go down a card and some power, you can give both you and your opponent a draw. Like, no, that's terrible.
Yep, I agree. It's sad because the artwork is absolutely beautiful. Alex, are you on the same boat?
I was on a straight up F. I mean, it's a pretty mountain picture. I do like the picture on the card a lot.
Cool.
And it's
But-
relaxing to look at while your opponent plays it.
All right.
And you
Yeah,
get to draw a card.
Cool. We'll leave it at that then. Yeah, just you spending a card in power to draw your opponent's cards is just bad. Straight up, don't play it. I thought it was gonna be a soapbox card because I've seen a couple of people play already in my drafts, and I'm just like, So, all right.
Those people didn't read the card all the way.
Fair. All right. Anywho, Shatter. Fast spell, common, 1 primal. Kill a stunned enemy unit. So this is kind of like the anti-imbue card. Yeah, there's really not too many ways for us to stun across. Well, yeah, there's Frostkin and there's Permafrost, but overall, this is kind of like the anti-imbue card. So where are you at on it, John?
Well, I love imbue, so I hate this card. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's my arch nemesis. I mean, like, I never played Icebreaker, like, even when I had, like, a reasonable amount of stun effects. Like, I feel like that's always just kind of, like, an effect I'm not, like, you know, you're stunning them already. Like, that's usually what I'm already good enough for what I'm trying to do, like, just kill the opponent and win. So, like, I'm just not into this. I think it's a good market card, right? Like, if you're, I'm against this imbue deck, might as well go ahead and get the Shatter out for when they, you know, I don't know. It would have to, like, imbue would have to be like the recognized best meta deck, I think, for me to want to main deck this.
No,
without, you know, like a critical mass of ways to stun enemy units, and I don't think that's really a thing.
I like that. Let's go with Market B.
F.
Let's go with Market B because it is a really good card in the market for sure.
It's a great market card.
So
like,
we'll just go with that because I agree. I don't think this should ever be in your main deck ever. So
right.
Market B.
F.
I gave it a build around. Like, it's like if you have a lot of stun effects, would be good, you know. But
I just don't think you'll ever like really get
I think
that
you're just
much
trying
stun
to
effects.
make sure people don't play this card so that
It's just
so that they don't have
it
to
is a
face
good,
you with-
like, it's good to counter an imbue deck. So I mean, it's like a perfect market card.
Yeah, we're just gonna
Don't
give it
market.
market grade.
Don't
Market.
try and do icebreaker stuff with this.
market.
Like, no,
Fair,
don't
fair,
do
fair.
it.
All right, Shifting Illusion. Moving on is a 1/1 illusion at common, 1 primal, flying, summon, plunder. Yeah, it seems all right. I'm not super thrilled about it, but hey, it's got evasion, it's got the flying, it's got plunder, so it's got some things. It's not an F because it's got plunder. I don't know, Alex.
Mhm.
So it's like the plunder like gives the unit like almost a full letter grade better than what it would be without it. So it's like I gave this a C minus because normally I wouldn't like a 1/1 flyer for one. So I'm at a C minus for the Shifting Illusion.
Yeah, that's exactly what I gave it, John.
Same.
Sweet, excellent. Moving on, man. We might have a sub 5-hour show today.
Let's get it.
Cheerful Shepherd, 0/1 Explorer common, 2 primal, summon, play a 1/2 Stampeding Beast, and that's it. It's just a vanilla 1/2 for 1. Super medium. I guess it gives you 2 units for the price of 1, but neither of the cards are very impressive. I don't know. John?
So we're 5 cards into primal, and this is the third F I'm giving out. Despite this shepherd's demeanor, you will be quite sad with this in your average draft deck. Like, I don't think this is good. Like, I think if your deck wants a critical mass of sack fodder, you might consider playing this, but there's not a lot of support in the format in general for that. Going into pack 4, maybe you're looking for cards like this, but definitely not in pack 1, right? F.
Alex?
I was at a D, I guess. So I could go to F. I mean, it's a 1/3 split over 2 bodies, which is just bad, you know?
Yeah, we'll just move on. There's no sense. Just don't play it, guys. Really, there's better things to play. Okay, Frost. Fast spell, common, 2 primal, revenge, stun an enemy unit. Yeah, I think this card is serviceable. It's not amazing, but it's a fast spell. It has revenge, etc., etc. It could prevent combat tricks or double blocks. Takes things out of combat. The usual suspects. So I give it a C minus. John?
I just said straight C. Like I think it's decent interaction, and I think the rate's good. Like paying 2 for a fast stun and then getting another stun randomly on a future turn. I think that's a reasonable rate.
Okay, Alex.
Yep. I'm also on a C for this guy.
Okay, that's cool. I'm good with that. We can go with a C. No issues there. All right, so a C for Frost. Next one.
Sorry.
What?
No, I was just like I said on that guy, like it was a unit. Sorry. Yeah, fast stun is good. I like it.
Okay. Frostbite Elemental. 4/5 Elemental at uncommon for 2 primal. That's right, a 4/5 for 2 primal. Frostbite Elemental can't attack or block unless there is a stunned unit. So it doesn't have to be on your opponent's side. It could be one of your imbue targets. Or, of course, once again, you could stun your opponent's unit for it to do its thing. And we just saw a stun effect at fast speed to ambush your opponent. John, too cute?
Yeah, so yeah, like I gave it an average deck, with 0 to 2 stun effects. Like I think it's a D. Like you don't want to play this relying strictly on your opponent to enable the stun clause to get it to do stuff. Like, however, if you are actively in the imbue deck, this is a fantastic card. It is closer to a B build around grade. Like it is both a payoff and an enabler for that deck, and it's aggressively statted and costed, and it will play out great if you have enough. If you're in that deck, this is exactly what you want.
Alex?
I'm on your first grade D.
D.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I actually gave the exact same. I gave it a D and then a build around B because yes, it's
Yep.
It's very aggressively statted for an imbue target. So, yep, we'll go with build around B and then we'll add the also D and everything else.
Yep.
Sky Serpent, 3/3 Flying Serpent, uncommon for 2 triple primal. Flying. Sick artwork. I don't know why it looks extremely evil. It's probably one of the meanest serpents we've seen. I gave it a C. A 3/3 for 2 flying is awesome, but the triple primal makes it where it's amazing in the primal deck and then kind of medium everywhere else because you're probably not going to play it till turn 3 or 4 anyways. So that it might actually be a C+. I don't know, John.
Yeah, I said C+. Like it's above rate unit. You're still perfectly happy if you can't cast it until turn 4, right? Like we were happy with Brood of Aramot. Like that's that rate, right? 4 for 3/3 flyer. If it's a payoff for being heavily in primal, and you would want to, if you had a few of these in your deck, you would love to play, a few of the primal symbols if you could jam this guy on too. Wow, you'll be feeling pretty good that game. So yeah, C+.
Yep.
Alex?
I'm right there with you guys.
Sweet. Awesome. Man, we're cruising through primal. All right, let's go Steam Blast. That does not look like Steam. It is green, but all right, we'll move on. Steam Blast, uncommon slow spell, 2 primal. Deal damage to an enemy unit equal to your number of units. Quadruple fire. Deal that much damage to the enemy player as well. Man, I don't know. I gave it just a regular C because it could be very powerful, but it could be super medium or super lackluster as well. If you're kind of behind, it really shines at parity. I think it's okay when you're ahead. And yeah, I think parity is really where it shines, where you have 5 or 6 units on the board. I don't know. Like I said, I put it very middle of the way. Where do you at, Alex?
I'm a notch above middle of the way, C+. If you're in the Skycrag deck, and go face with it as well, that I like that a lot. And it's not hard to set this up basically to do what you want it to do. So I like it at a C+.
John?
I was on the lower end. Like I thought the average case will be like a serviceable deal 2 damage to a unit at slow speed. I said C- because of that. Like I do like it a lot more if you can reliably make this 3+ damage and also go face. Yeah, I think you'll actively want to play this card in that case. But I think the average bad case is gonna bring this card down a little bit for me, so I said C minus. So
Okay.
probably meet in the middle there with a C.
Yep, we'll average a C. I think this card will win some games for sure, and then there's going to be some times where it just doesn't do enough.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Terrazon Echo is a 1/2 dinosaur illusion at uncommon for 2 primal. Berserk. When Terrazon Echo attacks, it gets +1/+1 this turn for each spell you have played this turn. Summon Plunder. I gave it a D only because of Plunder, but honestly, I think this card is just an F. John, prove me wrong, Mr. Spellcrag.
Yeah, I'm a little higher on this, but like it's pretty dorky, right? Like I think the average case, it's a dorky Plunder unit. And then obviously you need to do a little work to make this Berserk ability matter here, but I don't know. I think if you're in like a Huru Imbue deck, I think you'll be happy playing this and only there, because it's a good Imbue enabler, with some draw smoothing with the Plunder, and like I guess the idea, right, is you get in a big buffed Berserk attack, and then you lock in the stats with an Imbue unit, and then you're not punished by that 1/2, dorky Reckless unit that's left over. You just turned it into a Crystal Dirk.
I mean, it carries the weapons from Fire as well as the Fire's combat tricks pretty decent as well because it gets them the additional +1.
Yeah, there's just not a ton of weapons. And Imbue seems to be like there's some Imbue like in every color, it seems, right? Like, and there's a particularly large amount of support for it, I think, in both Justice and Primal. Anyway, like I'm a little higher on it because of all that. I think it's a C minus.
Alex,
it's pretty dorky though. I mean, you're not wrong.
You're gonna lose to this because your opponent's gonna play 2 or 3 spells in a turn and make this huge and get in there with evasion and stuff. But that's probably gonna be the one time in the entire draft they do that.
Like I said, I'm looking to play this in an Imbue deck probably only.
Yeah. Alex?
Yeah, I was at C minus on this guy as well.
Okay. I'll come up to C minus then. I don't know. I think it's a little too dirtly, but once again, I definitely agree with John, capitalizing on the Imbue. So when you do get the pumps for a turn, if it survives, then you can... I
mean, we can rate it a little lower. I think like D+. I'm fine with locking that in, and then we'll just mention the upside with the Imbue deck, obviously.
No, I want you to be wrong for the Sunset Show, since you were right just about everything last set. So you can be off on one.
Pretty good at card evaluation, I think.
All right, Valiant Leap, sick artwork at premium. Fast spell common, 2 primal, Revenge. Give one of your units flying and overwhelm this turn. Double Justice, so Huru, it also gets a +2/+2 this turn. Man, I think it's decent if you're Huru and kind of poopy everywhere else. At least with Huru, it's a combat trick the first go around, and the second time it's a way to get in extra damage. So I give it a C minus. Alex?
I also gave it a C minus.
Yeah, me too.
Sweet. All right. Awesome.
I do really like this in that Huru deck. Like it plays out pretty well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. I think it definitely has some power. Valley Clan Sage, 0/5 Shaman common, 2 primal. Pay 4 to draw the top card of your deck if it's a spell, otherwise discard it. I gave it an F. I don't like these cards. John?
Yeah, we had a nice streak there of cards without giving an F, but this is another F.
Alex?
Why is Primal so bad? Yeah, I'm right there with you guys. Like maybe a D. It does block pretty much everything. Like if you're never gonna do the ability,
Don't justify it. Don't.
Yeah, hard pass.
Yeah, I mean, how many spells do you have to have in your deck for it to not discard more cards than you're drawing?
It's like if in a top deck situation, I guess it's better than doing nothing.
Yeah, if your only out is a single spell.
Yeah,
in your deck,
and then you pitch your
one time
your 8/8 worm.
But the reason you're in this situation to begin with is because you're playing 0/5s like that do this. This is why you're in this situation.
Next up, we have Mobilization. Is an uncommon slow spell for 3 primal. Revenge, play 2 1/2 Stampeding Beasts. I give this card a C. It's a spell. It has revenge, and it still gives you total. You're paying 3 for 4/8 worth of stats. It's not too bad. Um, it's kind of a go wide thing. I don't know. I don't think I'm super excited about playing this card, but it's not horrible. So I just gave it a C, but I could see it being a C minus. I don't know, John.
No, I also gave it a C. Like at first, when I saw this, I think in my first draft, I just kind of scoffed at it and just kind of passed over it. But upon reading it again for this card evaluation thing, I do think it's actually playable and pretty reasonable. Actually, like 2/4 over stats for 3 powers is kind of okay. Just for that first go around, and then if you do get that second go around, it's just pure value there, and you can really build your deck to capitalize on that, I think, in a few different ways. So yeah, solid C.
All right.
Yeah, the 1/2s are serviceable bodies for like a multi-unit block, So getting 2/4 over twice over for 3 power, that's good. I like it. I'm with you guys.
Okay, cool. Mobilization, you get a solid C. Next up, we have Natural Order. Slow spell, common, 3 primal. Revenge, give one of your units killer. I like this card. The fact that you give essentially 2 removal spells for the price of 1 seems pretty good. It doesn't give a stat buff, so you have to make sure your units can either trade or be bigger than the units you are attacking, so that's an issue, and you can't decide when the second killer comes down. But you are capable of throwing killer on the same unit to have it fight again. I like this card. That being said, though, I gave it a C. It's a slow spell, and once again, it has no stat boosts, so you're not trading up. So I give it a C. Alex?
I was a notch lower because of everything you said. I was at a C minus on.
Okay, John?
Man, I don't know why I'm just higher on this effect. Maybe because I've just been feeling starved for removal, and my giant imbue units with lifesteal like love getting killer. I gave it a B minus.
Whoa.
Because I thought it was pretty good situational removal that, like, for me often resulted in a 2-for-1 with minimal setup. Like, you can just, like you said, you can just use the same unit again for the second go around. Like, I would even consider splashing this card, like if my deck was really well positioned to support a splash and just have great units for that killer. That being said, in my current Feln deck, I have this in my market, which I think this is like top tier market card for for limited. Which I mean, any situational, anything situational, you'd obviously rather have in your market. But I think this is a good main deck card too. But you guys can talk me down.
I have a hard time going to B only because if you don't have a good unit in the board, it does nothing.
It's true, but like, I mean, all you're doing in a game of limited for the most part is trying to develop units. So, but I mean, I don't know. I've been really liking killer these last few formats, but there is less recursion now. So it probably isn't as good as I think it is. I
can come up to a C plus though. Alex, you good coming up to C plus?
I can do that.
All right.
C plus. All right. Next up we have, this is a cool picture, or at least cute. Yeti Taunt Patrol. 2/1 Yeti Soldier, common, 3 primal. Surge, the enemy player deals 1 damage to themselves. Summon, Plunder. I like this card. It triggers more than the Yeti catapult, not the catapult, the slingshotter, I think. And I mean, we've already identified there's multiple ways of activating Surge multiple times a turn, and if this is Huru and you have the badge of honor, you start machine gunning them down. The other thing to note as well is the fact that the player does damage to themselves, which means that it will not break Aegis, but it will go through Aegis. So that is something to consider. I don't know how important that
also
is.
Doesn't work with a lot of synergy cards like that, for example, Tainted Mark, like that cares about like your units hitting them and things like that. So like this card would be busted if it dealt the damage. Like you'll find that out the first time you play with it,
Mhm.
because it just machine guns the damage. It is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I gave it a C plus, but I haven't seen it play out, so it could probably, because it comes out on turn 3, so you still have plenty of influence to play as well. 1/2 is pretty vulnerable body, but this thing doesn't. It could just easily sit there.
It's a
protecting.
2/1.
Yeah, what'd I say?
1/2.
Oh, my
1/2.
bad. Sorry, I was probably looking
No
at the
problem.
one. Yeah, it's a 2/1. I gave it a C plus. I don't know. Is it better than that?
Well, I said C minus. Actually, I do like him a lot though, but like that grade is like if you're just playing this unit as a 3-drop that plunders, right? Like, but if your deck is set up to take advantage of this card, it is quite good. Yeah, closer to C plus or even B minus or something.
It's
Like
just so much reach.
yeah, like it's so much reach. If you're doing Badge of Honor, like Justice stuff that like you're already probably doing, and like you said, Huru, like that is the perfect deck for this guy. This guy will deal quite a bit of damage, and he's another solid imbue target. Like anything that you just want to sit there, like, and do its kind of ability without actually attacking. Top tier imbue target. And the Huru is already trying to do that. Like, I think this is a great card for that deck.
Alex, anything to add?
Yeah, I want to love this guy. He's I mean, multiple of these guys out,
Oh my god.
Yeah,
know.
this is a fun strategy.
I gave him a solid C. Like, I'm all about playing
All
this
right,
guy.
so we'll meet in the middle. C
Perfect.
for Yeti Taunt Patrol. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely do that deck at some point. Okay, Acrid Scorpion is a 3/5 Scorpion for uncommon. At uncommon for 4 primal. Double time, decay, double shadow, lifesteal. Yeah, great card. Gave it a C plus. It's actually probably a B minus, honestly. A 3/5 for 4 is good, and then decay and lifesteal are just phenomenal stats on this guy. So actually, yeah, I'm gonna change my grade. It's a B minus for me. John?
I said it was a C. Like that grade is just as a solid 4-drop if you're in primal, right? Like I think you add a half a grade for each additional of those abilities you can support, which I guess brings it up to what you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you do all 3, then yeah, it's like a B minus. But I think just on an as a primal unit, it's just a solid one. C.
I think it's probably my favorite primal unit so far. I gave it a C plus.
Okay, we'll meet in the middle. Well, I mean, I had it, so see, I should have just kept the C plus. Because
well, I mean, we in a roundabout way, we all said the same thing.
Yeah, exactly, and that's exactly why we do the grades for you guys, for that exact reason.
Right?
Yeah, it just blocks good. It just, as a 3/5 for 4 is great, and then it's just upside. Forbidden Research. Fast spell, uncommon for primal. Draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards. Gain double justice or double shadow. I'm low on this card. I give it a D. The fact that you're spending a card and then you're drawing 3 and then you're discarding, so you're technically, honestly, just ending up even. You're just a lot of filtering. I don't know. It is a fast spell. I don't know if I said that or not, but I don't know. I think this card's a D personally. You're just turning through your deck a little too much for my taste. In one card, right? So I don't know. John, what do you think of this guy?
Well, obviously, I love this card.
Yeah, that's why I deferred to you.
Right? I said it was a C plus. I think it is some serious filtering, and because it's fast speed, like you're not necessarily taking off your turn to do this, since you can keep your options open until that last moment. Like then there's additional synergies with Surge that are in the colors, like that are on the card, like Huru in particular. Unfortunately, like that can dictate, that Surge synergy will more likely dictate, I think, the timing of the casting of the spell, but like as well as the cards in your hand. But I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I find myself sitting there with stacking up powers in my hand in your average limited game, and I love turning those into gas, or have at least giving myself the opportunity to do that. I've played with this card already, and it outperformed my expectations, and I was like probably a C, and I was even higher after playing with it. I think it's a C plus.
Okay. All right, I can understand that. I definitely understand the filtering. I just feel like that's so many cards to discard in one shot. So, Alex?
So many sigils to discard. Yuck.
I mean, do you though? Because Surge is a thing and Influence is a thing. So, I don't know. That's why I think that's
It surges though, so it kind of like evens out there.
at the end of your opponent's turn. I mean, I guess you can use it as a combat trick where you're
Well, that's
attacking.
if you're not
Yeah.
surging. That's if you're
Yeah.
just valuing the filter.
Fair.
I was
Alex, what about
middle
you?
of the road. I mean, I like how sometimes you need to just dig through your deck and find that one spell that's going to save you. So I like it for that. I have it at a C.
And we haven't mentioned it, I guess, but this is another premium market card, especially like, you know, if you can do the whole put 4 copies in your deck. Like, I love doing that with draw spells.
Okay, so what are we selling on? A C?
Sure.
Because you were a C plus, John?
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. I'll come up. Well,
Wonk wonk.
Yeah.
Drawing cards.
All right.
Doesn't kill anyone. Wonk wonk. It can kill people though because of the surge. Ah.
Yeah, we'll go with the C. I'm gonna put a C on it. People can argue with me later about it.
Sweet.
Party
Namely me.
Warrior, 2/2 Warrior at common for 4 primal, plus health equal to your influence. Meh. Alex?
It pretty much blocks everything. So as far as primal goes, it's what you're going to be playing. So I have it at a C minus.
I said it was a solid C. Like, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I always begrudgingly played court mages in prior sets, and this is like a huge court mage. Like, no pledge, right? But with the influence in this set, I think this thing may end up blocking literally anything that doesn't have like deadly. Like it could be like a 2/10 like pretty quickly actually.
Decay is
which
also
is
in
kind
the
of hilarious.
format, though.
True. Okay. So like that kind of evens that out. Like I said, it was a C.
Yeah, I'm with. I like Court Mage. I played it plenty of times as well as the Recruit, the 2/5 in Justice as well. But it's just so non-impactful. I think it's just a really solid defensive card. Sure. Yeah, I think. Yeah, it's fine. I could put it at a C. I think we can come up to a C. Because I also was on C minus, but you're right. It will block quite a bit, so I can get behind that. It's a good filler card for sure. Where was I? All right, next line. Stealth Strike. This is a fast spell at uncommon for 4 primal. Revenge. Deal 2 damage to an enemy. 6 shadow influence as deadly. I really want to like this card. The fact that you can essentially with a little, because it is only 1 primal, so you're pretty much splashing this in a shadow deck to play it. Then it's 2 free kill, it's kill 2 units for 4 power, and it's a fastball, so you can do one of them mid combat or end of turn, etc., etc. Yeah, I like this card. I put it at a C plus in that deck. If not, then I think it's probably closer to like a D plus C minus. But I think if you're the shadow deck, I think this is a B minus.
Yeah, agreed. I think you said it perfectly. I said C minus just as a no synergy inclusion, like 2 damage over multiple turns, or 4 damage, I guess, over multiple turns.
Yeah,
like 2 twice, right? But like, yeah, if you got like some touch of battle synergy, or if you are in a shadow deck splashing this is going to be a great card.
So we're gonna do build around B minus, I guess. Sure, we'll do that.
Sure.
I'll leave the our individual
C minus
grades.
base grade.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
John or Alex, you didn't have anything to add, right?
No, I was right there with you guys. Basically, exactly how you said it, Jedi.
Okay. All right. Take this next one for us, though. Spellbound Ursine is a 3/3 bear at common for 5 primal, overwhelm, and imbue.
So, from what I've learned from my friend John talking about imbue cards, this seems like it's a pretty good one. 3/3 overwhelm. That's usually for 5 that's bad, but when you're putting that on something else, all of a sudden it becomes pretty good. I have this at a C plus.
I really like this card. I have it at a B minus. Just the getting the imbue to make it a huge unit and it has overwhelm just lets it smash indiscriminately. John?
Yeah, this is like the exact kind of thing you want to see on an imbue card, right? Like Overwhelm is the perfect, battle skill to put on a beefy, huge unit that you just want to attack. And this one adds +3/+3. Like that's the most significant like base stats that an imbue unit I think adds that we've seen. So yeah, I also gave this one a C plus. I think it's a very solid primal unit. And yeah, I think you'd put this in basically any deck where you're like at least half primal, right? Like as your top end, it's just a solid guy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so C plus then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll go with that then. Maybe I was a little high on it, but I don't know. I like bears, and I like big bears with Overwhelm. All right, so C.
No, it could play out to be even better than I think.
C plus for Spellbound Ursine. Ancient Serpent is next. It is an uncommon serpent for 6 triple primal, 3/4 flying. Summon, draw a spell from your void. It gets voidbound. I like this card. I don't know. I think it's a C plus because you have to make sure you have a spell in your void to really get the value out of it. But a 3/4 flyer is a pretty decent stat. I think that probably sits somewhere between 4 and 5 cost. So you're only paying 1 or 2 to get the card back. It isn't playing it, of course. You are simply drawing it, but you're getting that off of an uncommon. So the fact that it's a 6 cost also means that the triple primal isn't as scary for me. So I like this card. I give it a C plus. John?
Yeah, I'm close. I just gave it like a no synergy grade of a C. I think if you have some good targets for this, I think that's massive upside for a card that can also just kind of attack and win the game, hopefully, because of its evasion and stats. I think it's pretty solid. But it is sort of a build around E-ish card to get maximum value, so it's just kind of middle of the road for me. C.
Alex?
I guess I'm way higher than, well, not way higher. I give it a B minus. It's not that hard by the time you get to this power to have a spell in your void that you want to regrow,
Mm-hmm.
So I'm at a B minus.
All right.
Let's average for a C plus.
Yep. C plus for Ancient Serpent then. And I think that's fair, honestly. I think it's gonna do some work. I like that card. All right, our final primal card is Storm Prowler. This is a 0/0 dinosaur at common for 6 quadruple primal, flying, +1/+1 for each of your units. This card is way too inconsistent for me, and any silence effect can just straight up kill it, so I gave it an F. I did lose once to it, but it was one of those top deck situations, and we had answers in our deck. I think we had 4 answers in our deck, and we just never saw any of them. But yeah, I still don't like this card. I think it's an F. You're not going to see me play it. John?
I'm pretty close there. I think it's like, I mean, people are going to play it. We're going to lose to this card, right? I think it's just too high variability for my top end units, right? Like that's just not my style at all. I don't think I'll ever play this card. I rated it a D plus.
Alex?
Yeah, I'm at a D. I guess if you're desperate for a finisher that might not work for you, yeah, I mean, I could see you kind of having an oh crap moment when your opponent plays it, and it's like the flying house over there,
We're all gonna lose at least one game to this stupid thing, but
oh yeah,
I'm pretty
100%.
much fully open to that. Yep,
it is what it is.
Okay, that's Primal. Overall, it has a couple of cards I'm excited about, but man, I'm not very impressed about Primal.
No, I like it as a support faction, like with particularly Justice. I think we've already talked about that at length.
Yep. This is the John Show. Tell us how good Huru is.
I love Huru. Oh.
No, we know when we break down the archetypes for the format, we know which one you're gonna get. Alex, anything?
Yeah. Once again, guys, it's the saddest color probably.
So many Fs. Like I think Primal has more Fs than I gave in the entirety of Echoes of Eternity set review.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well,
how
we
much
That's not
loves
great.
blue. I'm surprised how bad Primal is, you know?
well we have one faction left, so let's see if this one can take the cake or not. All right, for Shadow, we're going to start off with Prize So, which is a 1/1 pig at common for 1 Shadow. When one of your units dies, you gain 1 Shadow influence and 1 health. So, pretty much a build around. I don't know. Alex, have you seen any payoffs for this card?
Like mono shadow, really wanting to get your shadow influence up, but I don't think it's very good though.
Yeah, I'm not very high on it either. I gave it a C minus because I'm sure there's some Argent Port is kind of like the sack archetype, so you get a little incidental value here, but you're also not pinging your opponent, so it's just stems the bleeding. I'm not sure. There is a legendary card that capitalizes on the extra influence. I don't know, John.
Yeah, is what I wrote down for this one. Only play this if you are basically trying to generate shadow fluence at any cost, which that's the name of the legendary card.
Nice, well done. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's a D.
It's a D.
I gave it that's what I had given it as well.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine with me. I'm good with that. All right, D for Prized So. Okay.
Is it Sao?
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure it's Sao.
It's Sal? Okay, my bad. So Prize Sal. That's fine. I'm not worried about it. I'm not even getting.
I'm not a farmer.
It could be. I don't know.
I think it is Sal.
All right, that sounds about right. All right, that's fine. Prize Sal.
That sounds right.
Oh, boom.
It's getting late.
Yeah,
Let's
so late.
keep going.
It's so late. I don't even know how long we've been going for. All right.
Take a curtain call, John. Take a curtain call.
Curtain call.
Oh, look at the setup. Oh my god. All right. Let me get my drum set. Boom, boom.
Oh,
Curtain call.
okay.
Fast spell uncommon to Shadow. Revenge. Give 2 of your units +2 attack and lifesteal this turn. Time. Quad time. Your units can't be killed this turn. John?
So as just a card, if you're playing this in just any shadow deck, it's a C minus. If your deck can reliably cast this and get the 4 time ability, this card is straight gas, like possibly A tier.
Yeah, my note is busted Xenon card.
Busted Xenon card, right?
It is, right?
That's just broken.
Like, so I had it like even my floor is a C plus, and then if you just get closer to that time, it just goes up, you know.
So what are we giving it? B
Maybe
plus?
a B?
B plus? B? I'm good with B.
All right.
That's a whole lot of life too.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I like B. I mean, well, shoot, it's fast speed. No, it's probably an A, honestly. If you're Xenon, it's probably an A.
Do you want to just give the just play this? Like, we've been so consistent giving everything else like a rating, and then like, but if you're like in this thing, boom, right?
So like an A is like that's gonna turn the game around. Like this needs units out for you to do something.
Yeah, there's conditions.
B plus. I think a B plus is as high as I would go.
All right.
I will go B plus because God, that your units, all of them, not even the 2 that you're buffing, all of them can't be killed. That's so good. And then
oh wow, it's like it is all the units. I thought it was just the 2 that was attacking.
I haven't like had this in a deck yet. I've seen it played, and they fixed the bug. Like it wasn't even working at all when the set just came out, right? So that's why I think this might be in my deck right now. But I was like, I was waiting for them to fix this and the bug with that deadly primal spell we talked about a minute ago. That was bugged too, like so bad that I wouldn't play draft until they fixed it. But they've fixed both of these now. But that I cannot tell you for sure from experience, actually. But if it's worded like time your units, it still could go either way because it's like a multi-unit kind of effect, right?
I feel like it
But
would say give those, or I feel like it would
I
say
agree.
those units can't be killed, but the fact that this is your
I agree.
units.
That's how I think it works. And I mean, that, yeah. Either way, like, it's still as good as we're saying, I think.
Yeah.
But, like, no, I think it works for all of your units, that extra clause.
And then you could do it on offense or defense. Yeah, that card is just so good. Okay. Moving along. Executioner. Nice, simple title. Dig it. The artwork's pretty good, too. 1/3 Cultist Uncommon. 2 Triple Shadow. Unblockable. When you play a card on the enemy player's turn, deal 1 damage to them and you gain 1 health. I think the card's alright. I like the unblockable a little bit more than the ping effect because once again, you have to play the spell on their turn, which isn't it's something. It's definitely something, but I don't know how many times you could trigger that, especially when it's combat tricks. You have to decide. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think the card's good, but I don't think it's like busted or anything. John?
I think it's solid. That's a solid 2-drop in Shadow, like, regardless of anything else your deck is doing, I think. And the value definitely goes up significantly if you can capitalize on the drain effect, if you play it early. But either way, it's like, you know, a 1/3 for 2 is solid. It has unblockable, so no matter what, it has the ability to get in there and drain, like, incidentally, and, like, the ambush slash, you know, do things on enemy turn deck is definitely a supported thing from what I'm seeing. So I think it's solid C.
Okay, Alex?
I was a little bit higher, C plus. I think the unblockable can be relevant later, and in the Xenon deck, the on your opponent's
It's double shadow though, right?
Triple.
It's triple shadow,
Yeah.
right? So, like, that's the reason that's the reason it's not like C plus. Like,
gotcha. Yeah, I know I can come down a little bit, but yeah, I know I like this guy though.
Yeah, I give it a C as well. I wish I had 1 more attack, but I guess with unblockable that would be a little busted. But it's just upside the triggers. Okay. So C for Executioner. Next up, Lurking Brute. 2/2 Minotaur Rogue for 2 Shadow. When Lurking Brute hits the enemy player, he gets a +1/+1 permanently. So a common level war leader, which doesn't have the Inspired, doesn't have the 3rd toughness. I think this card can run away the game if you're able to give it some kind of evasion or overwhelm. Maybe not necessarily run away the game because it can get somewhat overclassed. I think the fact that War Leader has Inspire is really what helps take it over the top. But I think this card is good. It's very strong on the play. That being said, I just give it a straight C because the floor, it's a 2/2 for 2, which I think is completely serviceable as well. Alex?
I have it, solid aggressive 2-drop. I have it at a C.
John?
Yep.
All right.
Powered down Teething Whelp impression. Upside Bear sometimes win you the game.
Fair. All right. Lurking Brute, you get a C.
Solid.
Spirit Weaver. I like this card. A 1/3 mage uncommon, 2 shadow. Your units with 5 attack or more have lifesteal. Summon Plunder. Yeah, this card's great. I give it a B. The lifesteal just lets you race and block good and do so many more things. And it's in the same color as a 5 attack unit that's evasive, which just makes it almost impossible to beat. And it has the Plunder tacked onto it. 1/3 can do some blocking if you really need to, though I don't think you will with this guy. Yeah, so I gave it a B. I could probably do a B-. I just think it's really strong. John?
I'm even higher. I said B plus. Like, it has a sweet summon effect on top of that. Like, I'd even splash for this if my deck is playing 5+ units, or ways to make them that way consistently, and also had the fixing. Like, I think this is a pretty great card.
Yeah, I agree. It's very easily splashable. Alex?
Yeah, I mean, solid B. This is a great card. It's on par with the red one, a little bit better because the randomly has Plunder tacked on it. So yeah, no, maybe it is a B plus. This guy's great.
Yeah. All right, that's fine. We can go up to a B plus. I do. The Plunder really helps it up as well. Every part of this card is just great. So sure, I'll go up to a B plus. You're not gonna have to twist my arm about that.
Cool.
All right, this one I think is going to be a contested card. Maybe not amongst us, but just in general. Towering Arachnid is a 5/2 spider at common for 2 shadow. Summon, sacrifice a unit to plunder, and you have to sacrifice a unit, though you do not have to plunder. So it's not really a 2-drop. If not, you have to sacrifice itself unless you had a 1-drop. I don't know. John, where are you at on it?
I think it's a solid shadow 2-drop with a lot of synergistic support in the format. So I rated it a C.
Okay. Alex?
Yeah, but at C plus, works well with the card that we just went over, and any other card that likes the 5 power. That's what I think puts it as a C plus for me. That it's a 5 power, and then it has plunder. Not even if you have to wait a couple turns, like play it on turn 3 or 4. Like I'm okay with that.
All right, I gave it a C minus, so we'll just meet in the middle at even C.
Cool.
I haven't had enough time. I did draft deck with 2 of them, but I had so many 2-drops I ended up cutting them. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I definitely like the one we're gonna talk about later. This one I'm still on the fence about, but hopefully I'll have a decision on it by the time we hit our first impressions. Next up, Grave Robbery. Love the artwork. Fast spell, uncommon, 3 shadow, void bound. Sacrifice a unit to draw a card from, a card of your choice from the enemy void. So you're essentially getting a card from their void and putting it in your hand so you could play it whenever you're ready. Alex, what do you think of this card? You are going down 2 cards to get 1. So
if you have the fodder for it, it's a turn back time for your opponent's void, which I think can be pretty powerful, especially since it's at fast speed. You know, you can like pull out a fast spell out of their void. You know, to
no, it's a unit.
Wait.
Oh no, you're right. I'm sorry, you're right. You could get any card. You're totally right. You can get
any card. That's what makes it playable for me. I have this card at a C.
Okay. Yeah, and it doesn't give the actual card void bound. Let me double check. Sacrifice units to draw a card. Yeah, it doesn't. So you can play the card again if you have a way. If you get a unit, you can recur it again and stuff like that. So there is some additional value there for sure. John, what about you? Where are you at?
I give this one a D plus, just for jamming it into any given shadow deck. Like it's a tough card in that it's only going to be as good as your opponent's things that you've managed to get into the void. It's not a spell I'm looking to main deck. However, it's like an A plus shadow market card, right? Like just pull it out of the market when you know you have a juicy target that's worth sacrificing one of your units for.
Yeah, you particularly want to use it to cash in one of your 1 or 2 drops, right? Something that's not impacting the board for something that is. But I'm right there with you. I actually gave it exactly a D plus as well because it could sit.
It's like a dark betrayal type, like, right?
Because it could sit in your hand just waiting for your opponent doesn't have anything in the void you want to get back.
Right.
So what?
Yeah.
What'd you give it again, Alex? A C?
Yeah.
Can we talk you into a D plus? Or no?
C minus.
John, C minus. Market
card.
All right, we'll give it a market grade. Give it a market grade.
Okay.
I mean, this is like
market
the dark
A.
betrayal. You guys are like betrayal
market
too.
Okay, I'm okay with the market A.
All right, we'll give it a market A.
But no, I think this is like
yeah.
Like I think it's D range somewhere.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I just don't. Every once in a while, you're like, oh my god, I killed their legendary. Let me go steal it. But most of the time, you're gonna be like, oh, they have a 2/2 in their board, or a deal 1 damage, or what's one of the bad cards? Oh yeah, we both draw a card. They have reflection. There you go.
Yeah.
All right, Grizzly Contest is next. Fast spell, common, 3 shadow. Revenge, sacrifice a unit to kill an enemy unit. If you have some fodder for it, it seems fine, or even once again cashing in like a 2/2 to kill their bomb. But the fact that it gives it revenge sounds like a good idea, but sometimes you're gonna have to sack a unit that you don't want to sack, and you can't judge when it comes back into play. I don't know. I gave it a C minus just because it is somewhat unconditional removal, but honestly, I kind of want to give it a D plus or a D. I don't know, John.
Well, I'll go. I don't think I can give it any lower than a C plus, and the fact that it is conditional, and the fact that you have to have a unit out, but it's a fast spell for 3 that gets rid of any threat. So that to me has a lot of value.
I mean, I see it, but I don't know. I just the fast spell does help. I don't know.
The upside is definitely there, but I mean, sometimes you kind of wreck yourself on the second pass through. Like, I don't know. I gave it a C minus as well. I think it's also much better just as a market inclusion in a shadow deck.
All right, so let's just meet in the middle with a C then, I guess. I'm not too keen on it, but I mean, it is removable, but and there's not a lot of token generators in this format either.
There's just that one really good one we talked about a second ago in Primal.
Yeah, and then everything else is in the curated packs. Womp womp.
Yeah.
Hired Gun is a 2/4 gunslinger at uncommon for 3 shadow. Rakano. So this is the ambition one. Double fire, it gets double damage. Double justice, it gets endurance. I like this card. I gave it a C+. I like it. A 2/4 for 3 is 100% serviceable. Double damage makes it a 4/4. Isn't amazing, but it's not horrible. And then endurance is just it's fine. So I give it a C+. I don't know, John.
Same rating, same reasons.
Alex?
Yeah, I also gave it a C+.
Okay, sweet. So, Hired Gun, you are hired by Team EJ. Let's go on to the next one, and that is Midnight Hunt. Still trying to figure out if I like this card or not. I think I do, but you definitely want to be primarily Shadow for this card. Midnight, you can be somewhat 2 colors as well, I guess, and I'll tell you why in a moment. Midnight Hunt is a fast spell common for 3 Shadow. Revenge. Give a unit quick draw and +1 or plus attack this turn equal to your shadow influence. So I think I'm okay if this is even a +3. +2 is kind of iffy on whether you can attack or not. It is a fast spell, so you know whether you can play it, but I really want to be at least a +3 for this to guarantee I win combat. Anything above that, +4, +5, this card is doing some work. It's typically a removal spell the first time you play it. The second time, it's just going to let you get in a bunch of damage, which is still okay. It's not as good on defense, but it still can be used on defense. So, yeah, I gave it a straight C. I think it's not completely busted, but sometimes it does some amazing things, and sometimes it's a little lackluster. Alex?
This one is the one... Okay, sorry, I'm looking at my spreadsheet here. Okay. No, I mean, this is going to win you combat. It's a lot better the first time around than the revenge time, but I like this card. I gave it a C.
Okay, and John?
Yeah, I gave it a C also.
Sweet. Awesome.
Yeah, I think it's solid if you're in like 1/3 or 1/2 shadow.
Yep.
Like, I'd still play it, but man, this can just win you the game out of nowhere if you're like in that like heavy shadow deck. Like, huge buff. Yeah.
I just...
It's a payoff for being mono shadow.
I like how we were all like, yeah, this card is great. C.
With the combat.
Yeah, for sure. No,
Yeah.
for sure. Okay, next.
And that's like worst case scenario, basically a C.
Oh yeah, if you have an unblockable unit, this card can just win you the game.
Solid. I mean, you'll just, if you just go wide and attack, you'll have an unblocked unit, right? That's just as good as unblockable.
Yeah, true. Well, I was thinking of the first one and the revenge, but yeah, you're totally right.
I've never seen a revenge on this card. It usually just like kills people on that first one.
Oh, huh. All right, man. You and I have two completely different experiences about this format, man. We've been on two sides of half the cards we talked about today. It's crazy because you're like, this is what it played like for me. I'm like, yeah, I know. This is what it played like for me. Oh, that's funny.
That's cool.
All right, Razor Lash is a +1/+5 relic weapon at uncommon for 3 shadow, and it has decay. That's it. I really, honestly, I gave it a C-, but I have no idea where to rate this card. I really don't. I feel the -1 decay doesn't seem strong enough, and 5 armor is fine, but the things you're going to want to kill with it, you're either going to kill 1-drops or 2-1s that we're going to die anyways without the decay, or you're going to use it to kind of control the board a little bit, which means you're going to take bigger chunks out of the armor, and I don't know off the top of my head if there's a lot of ways to buff armor weapon attack. So I don't know. I gave it a C-, but convince me otherwise, John.
I'm maybe I'm missing something, but I don't really think this is a supported thing in the draft format. I think it's a D.
Okay.
I'm not interested. I'm just not interested in whatever.
Got you. I'm trying to think if there's anything. Maybe in the curate packs, but definitely not.
I
in
mean,
this one.
illicit armament is in the curated packs. Like Argentport Armory is a thing. Like,
Yeah.
you can try and do something funky here, but I just, you love to say it, but I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze, right?
Yeah. Like I said, I gave it a C- because I was just clueless about the card, but I want to give it a D. What about you, Alex?
I mean, I gave it a C because I was like, what is this card even doing?
All right, cool.
Just
So we're
question
all
marks.
lost. Sweet. We'll just give it a D.
Yeah.
There you go.
Just D.
Yeah, we'll just give it a D. It's like I don't want to rate it low
I don't get it.
because I'm sure maybe I'm missing something.
I'm like terrified of misevaluating it. I'm like,
Like, I mean, we get it. It gives you decay, but I don't see a lot of support for that. So maybe in constructed somewhere. I
Yeah,
don't think this is your draft.
there's
I
no
have a
big
question.
damage spell. The only one there's a couple. So and then half the cards that deal damage have decay on them already. There's the 1 damage decay card in Shadow. That then obviously chemical rounds. So you're giving what the 1 primal damage card and the other fire damage card decay. Like meh. Okay. Sewer Crocodile is a 0/6 beast at uncommon for 3 Shadow. Decay, when you play a card on the enemy turn, Sewer Crocodile gets a +1 attack permanently, but that's it, just a +1. Doesn't matter if you play a 1 cost spell or a 7 cost spell. John.
This is like a build your own. It's not that hard to give it some attack buffs. I think there's a lot of support for that. I think this card can actually be good if your deck has a lot of enemy turn synergy support, but mostly it's just medium, very medium. I think it's a C.
I give it a D. I like the other one that we're going to talk about in a minute here versus this guy, but I don't know. Alex, what about you?
I gave it a C. I mean, if the Xenon deck is a thing, then it's not that hard to get 1 power on it, and then all of a sudden that's a pretty good unit, a 1/6
Yeah.
for that cost.
I guess with the decay, even if you make it a 1/6 or a 2/6, it's going to do some work. So maybe you're right. Maybe I was undervaluing that little aspect of it.
It's just solid and medium, right?
Yeah. All right, that's fine.
C.
I'll go to a C. It's fine. Or we'll go to a C. All right, next up is Silver Blade Reaper is a 1/1 Nightmare Valkyrie at common for 3 Shadow. Flying and deadly. Yeah, I think this card is fine. It blocks good. It doesn't attack as well, but the fact that it's flying and deadly means it can handle just about anything minus quick draw or unblockable. So, I don't know. I give it a C, but just a straight C.
I'm right there with you.
Spot on.
Yep. We will go with that. Sweet. Yeah, because, your opponent can see it coming or whatever, so it's not going to ambush anything.
Yeah, it's no Scorpion Wasp, unfortunately.
Next
But
up,
it's just a common, so whatever.
yeah. Next up is Vorpal Cutter. This is a 1/3 rogue at common for 3 Shadow. Decay. When Vorpal Cutter attacks, she gets plus attack this turn equal to the highest attack among your other units. Of note, the other unit does not have to be attacking. It could just literally be in play. So it could be in play from the previous turn, or you could play it pre-combat and then attack, and Vorpal Cutter will get that added to their +1. So if you play a 3/3, she'll attack as a 4/3. I think this card is good. It definitely shines in the more aggressive decks, but being in Shadow, you have access to a couple of heavy attack units that can really capitalize, like the Spider we were talking about earlier, where then she'll get a +5 to attack as a 6/3. In Rakano, you could potentially, she's just, I like her. I don't think she's backbreaking, but she really shines in an aggressive deck where you can get in additional damage and force your opponent to block. So I gave her a C+. John?
Yeah, C+ as well.
Alex? Sorry, my bad.
Yeah. No, I don't think I have anything to add. It's got a lot of support and synergy in the format. Solid unit.
Also on a C+.
All right. Yep. Pretty solid card.
And I think we're like rating the most Shadow cards like exactly the same, right?
Yeah.
Wonder what's up with that.
Like when I did these two, I was like, this is a lot of C's. I wonder if they're going to be on the same page with me. But yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, next up we have Mandrake Shambler. This is a 4/1 Mandrake at common for 4 shadow. Imbue, Mandrake Shambler can't block. Like, I don't want to like this card because it can't block, but at the same time, if you imbue something big enough and just start swinging, you're forcing your opponent to trade with it. So I gave it a C minus, but I don't know. Mr. Imbue, John, what do you think?
Yeah, I love Imbue. I don't think this is a very good card though. It's so bad if you're behind, right? Like can't block.
Yeah.
That's almost a deal breaker on units for me, I think, in this game.
Yeah.
But I said D plus. Like it probably is actually kind of good in like a very aggressive high attack synergy deck. But like other than that, I'm just not interested, I don't think, in this.
Yeah, and then even if you play it without imbuing, you don't lose a blocker, but it's still just a 4/1.
Like, you don't gain a blocker either.
Yeah, but that's you're saying if you're behind, like you can, I guess, start attack. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't like cards that say
If that's
can't
just
block.
like the card in your hand that you could play instead of a 3/3 for 4 that can block,
Yeah.
you're super sad.
Alex?
So the unit can't block clause that passes over to the imbue thing.
It's like when the unit has imbue, it's the one that's going to be doing the attacking, blocking stuff. Like the other unit already on board that gets stunned to give the stat buffs.
Yeah, maybe it's not as good as I thought. Then it's probably C minus for this guy.
And then what'd you give it, John?
I said D plus.
All right, yeah, I'm on D as well. We'll go D plus. All right, next up, here's the card I alluded to a little bit earlier. This is Torrent of Filth. Fast spell, common, 4 shadow. Decay, lifesteal, revenge, deal 1 damage to an enemy. Yeah, I don't like this card. I don't think it's impactful enough. The decay makes it to where the 1 damage is a little more like relevant because it can. Yeah, I don't know. I just think this card is very low impact. I gave it a D plus.
I gave it a D.
I said D plus also.
All right, cool. D plus again. Yeah, I'm glad you guys were on it with me. Some people were high on it. I just don't see it. I don't think it's impactful enough, especially for 4
I'm just not
power.
high. Yeah, I mean, I'm just not. I don't think I'm high on decay in general. I just don't really like. It's just kind of like there, Like it just doesn't excite me as an. It plays out mostly for me, like those units were gonna trade anyway. You know what I mean? I'm not blocking that anyway, regardless of the decay or like, this combat trick's gonna wreck me one way or the other. You know what I mean? Like, really made a huge difference in most of my game.
Okay, Backbreaker is a +6/+1 relic weapon at uncommon for 5 shadow. Summon plus armor equal to your justice influence. So obviously this card, you want to be Argent Port, but by primarily the heavy influence justice deck that we've been talking about, alluded to a couple of times. And I think this card is somewhere around the C+. Yeah, probably still just a C+ range, but I mean, you can play it late game and it could be something ridiculous, like a 6/10, I guess, if the game has gone late enough. I'm normally a high armory person, but the fact that if your influence doesn't line up correctly, you don't get any of your influence engines going, this thing is just gonna be like a 6/3 or a 6/1. I mean, it's still 5. Maybe that is fine. Yeah, I guess this is probably a C+. I think if you're in any kind of heavy justice deck. Alex?
I had it exactly at a C+ as well. 6 on the front end for 5, that's pretty good. And then it's not too hard to think that you could have 5 toughness,
Yeah, you really. So, I feel like you really want to hit 6 with all the 5 attack units that we've come across throughout this set review. But you can also take out a 2 and then a 3 or something like that, or a 3 drop and then the 6. I don't know, or the 5. Alex or John? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I rated this a B minus. You guys can bring me down a little bit, but I guess I'm just so excited about just whacking somebody with this thing, and it's only 5 power. Like, I don't know, something about this just had me a little excited.
Yeah, the 5 power is very, very good for sure. But once again, you're definitely, because of the double shadow, you're not the super heavy, almost mono justice. And like I said, there are some times. Well, you guys saw it. I had an Argent Port deck that was literally, I think, 6 sources of shadow, and the rest was justice. And there were a couple of games where I was stuck on 2 or 3 justice influence. So
Gotcha.
There's a little bit of variety to it. I think it's a good card. Yeah, I think I like C plus for the time being.
Cool.
There is some ways to give it armor. There's shield bash if you're have a little huru. There's additional ways to give it armor prior to it coming down, but yeah, I think I'd rather just stick with a safe C plus for the time being, and then we'll find out how busted this card is or not. All right, false.
If it's truly backbreaking.
Oh snap! Yep. False Demise is a slow spell at common for 5 Shadow. Revenge. Draw a unit from your void. If you have double primal influence, it gets a +1 health and flying. So kind of a pseudo contaminating ritual type effect. Not really. It's a revert. Whatever. Anywho, upgrades the unit. Of note, it draws it, so it goes back into your hand. It does not play it, even though it does cost 5. And then you get a free one of those because it has revenge. John?
I'm like a little low on this. I said C minus for playing it kind of in any given deck. Since I think the rate and speed of this card are not really ideal if you're not already, pretty stable on board with already a sweet unit in your void. But I mean, the upside is there, but it's just pretty slow. If my Feln deck is lacking recursion and evasive top end, and I think I'd actively want one of these in my deck then. Like if I'm in Feln and in that case, then yeah, this might be a win condition for that deck, but I think on average it's not going to be great.
Yeah.
I said C minus.
Yeah, I gave it C minus as well, but I'm starting to think it's probably just a really good market card. Oh, is that Macdo in the back? It is. That's kind of cool. I didn't even notice that in the artwork. So who's that, Ashara? Anywho, my bad. Alex, what do you think?
I was on C minus as well. I mean, I don't think I would mind playing one, but yeah, I'm not too impressed.
John is right. It's just a huge tempo loss for sure.
Yeah.
The second time, the revenge, it's going to be better because you get the card back for free and then you can play it that turn. But the first one, when you have to actually pay the 5,
usually when they cost more, the return effects like that, it like plays it directly, but this one doesn't,
All right.
Yeah, but it's because it gives it flying, but then maybe it should just cost more. That's so slow.
Yep. Murky Tentaclesis.
Yeah.
Tentacletus, y'all.
Tentaclesis.
It's a weird word.
It's probably why they did it. LSV was probably trolling everybody.
Tentaclesis.
This is an uncommon dire beast for 5 Shadow. It is a 5/2 unblockable. When you play a card with Destiny, draw Murky Tentaclesis from your void. Of course, Destiny is what happens after Revenge triggers, so it's going to be the second time that whatever Revenge card is played. But there are ways to get this card back for free. This card is absolutely amazing. But John, I'll let you break it down for us.
Yeah, it is. It is very good. It's in the running for top uncommon for sure. I think it's a B plus. It's a card that when played will kill an otherwise healthy opponent in 5. That's a good card, right? If you're able to get it back just by playing some of these good revenge cards we've talked about, then yeah, it might even be closer to A tier in that case.
I like it.
Yeah, I'm at it. Revenge is rampant, so it's not that hard for this guy to come back multiple times. I'm on a B as well.
Yep, and I gave it a straight B. So we'll just round it off at a B then, because you said B plus, right, John? Yeah, we'll go. There's a handful of ways to kill the 2 health unit plus, with
but it could still just come back.
Unless it's chemical rounds.
You're right. Unless it's chemical rounds.
Yeah,
so
it is weak to that. But that's just such a juicy stat line for an unblockable. Unit.
100% for multiple reasons. It goes great with all the weavers. It's just
Like we've paid 7 for that in the past and been kind of okay with that, right?
True story. Well, I wasn't okay with it, but I have paid it.
I wasn't either, but people have done that and been okay.
Okay.
5
this,
is pretty
that,
great.
and Midnight Hunt. It's like GG,
Yeah. Oh, no doubt. Yeah. All right. Next up, Relentless Enforcer is a 1/5 soldier at common for 5 Shadow. Has ambush. When you play another card on the enemy turn, Relentless Enforcer gets +3 attack permanently. So.
Haha! I could block your big thing that just attacked. I don't like this guy. the wording is weird. Like, how often am I playing another spell, like 2 spells on my opponent's turn to get a trigger? I mean, he counts, right? But I'm a D on this guy. I'm not high on him at all.
He doesn't count himself like when you play him, right?
No, he
It's
doesn't.
when you play another
Yeah.
or whatever. Right. I said D plus. I mean, that's for just jamming this in any given shadow deck. I think if you're in like the enemy turn synergy deck,
Mhm.
like a ton of cards, this is one of the payoffs for that strategy. But just as a regular card, no, it's not. I don't think
See,
it's
and
very
so
good.
here's the thing. I actually was low on this guy as well, and I've gotten blown out by it in draft twice already. So I kind of went higher on it. So I'll meet you guys in the middle, and I'll say let's go with C minus, because what they've done is they either played it at the end of my turn or blocked with it or whatever. Then when I attack, they do a combat trick, so it gets double the buff, or they have a cheap combat trick, so they'll play it, block, and then use the combat trick to be able to kill my guy. I don't know. They've done some stuff. I've gotten blown out with it twice to a card. The thing is, too, is the fact that the buff, the +3, is permanent. So that right off the bat, with just one spell, it becomes a 4/5.
Yeah, it's not that hard to grow. That's why I said it's like this. It's like the synergy deck payoff card.
So can I convince you guys to go with C? Did you guys go D or D plus?
I said D plus.
I had just said D, but I can go up.
You guys want to do C minus or D plus? I'll let you guys decide.
I don't doubt that I am misjudging this card. Yeah, no, I'm down with. How about straight C?
Oh wow, you want to go up that high?
Whoa! No.
Let's go C minus. Let's go C minus.
Oh,
All
okay.
right.
Because there's a pretty good chance with my luck that it was just those corner cases where the card was absolutely amazing. Because I'm with you guys. When I first looked at it, I'm like, I think it's fine, but I don't think it's busted because it costs 5. But man, I've gotten blown out by it. Okay, and then almost home stretch. We're almost done here. Blade of the Worthy is a +0/+5 relic weapon at common for 6 quad shadow. I like the artwork. Summon plus attack equal to the highest attack among your units. So, I mean, best case scenario, you play one of the many 5 cost unit or 5 attack units, and this thing's a 5/5 for 6, which is pretty serviceable, but it's not busted. I mean, I guess if you're in Xenon, you play the Worm. This thing's an 8/5. I don't know. I think I gave it a D. I think this thing has a little too much setup. I do know that there's at least no window for your opponent to kill your biggest unit while you're playing this before it gets the trigger, so that's a little bit, but the quad shadow, man, makes this very committal. So I'm not sure. I gave it a D, but you guys could probably convince me to go up. I don't know. Alex?
So I gave it a C minus. I guess it's a little bit better than. It's just so hard to cast. In a normal deck, I guess, which makes it not worth it for me, really. So maybe it is just a D plus.
Right. That makes it a payoff for being in the commitment to shadow deck, right? I'm just not into it. I think it's an F personally.
Well, the thing is, it's not even a committed to shadow because you have to be heavy shadow plus big enough things to make it worth it.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple. That's why it's like an F for me. It's like multiple things for it to be even playable, let alone good. Like, I'm just not into it.
So what?
We've seen so many better relic weapons at common already.
So we just go with D then? We'll go with D.
Sure.
Right, and then our final shadow card is Imprison. This is a uncommon fast spell for 6 shadow. The enemy player must choose and sacrifice 2 units, gain double fire or double primal. So I was lower on this card initially just because of the fact that, don't get me wrong, 2 units is better than 1, but your opponent still gets to choose. The thing that kind of turned it around for me a little bit was the fact that it's a fast spell. So I think that's a way where you can kind of mitigate your opponent having a good choice in the matter, but even that's kind of questionable. I don't know, John, where are you at on it?
I agree with that. I give it a C minus because I think it's situational and expensive removal, and it's not going to be good at all really if your opponent is like going wide, for example. But like the upside is definitely there. It does have additional synergies in the format because it's expensive and fast, like we've talked about, as well as pumping out 2 influence. All the it's like another one of these cards that checks all these boxes. I think it's an excellent market card for any shadow deck. And I would consider main decking it if I can capitalize on any of those synergies, and I would risk, because I don't think you're gonna run into like a go wide deck as often as you won't, right? Like it does exist in the format, but I don't think it's that easy to get going. Like we haven't seen that many things that generate, tokens and things like that in these Argent Depths packs, like just a handful of things. So
Alex?
yeah, I said C minus.
Alex, do you have anything?
I mean, nothing too different. Giving your opponent the choice is not typically a good thing, like we've mentioned before, but the fact that it is this fast spell, like you said, lets you mitigate stuff. But I'm still not too high on it. I'm a D+.
Okay. Yeah, and like I said, I would 100% rate this lower if it was slow speed, but I think the fast spell does kind of upgrade it a little bit for me. So I was with John with the C minus. So we'll stick with that for right now, but I can easily see this going lower. It does not hit the 5 attack unit like the other ones do, but other than that, yeah, it really does. Like I'm putting a lot of credit on the fastball, but I think that does do some things, especially mid combat when they're blocking,
Yeah, exactly.
and things like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. There you can kind of, you got to sack 2 things, but now based on what you sack, something else is going to happen, especially if they block like the incorrect way or something like that. I think that's going to be decent. And then, of course, you can do it at the end of their turn. Just get 2 things off the board, and then you can immediately do something before they have the chance to rebuild. So
yeah, again, either way, I think it's like a perfect market card. And like, if you get to play it like that, that'll help you, figure out whether it's a good main deck card, right? If you're like, ooh, I wish I was drawing into this right now, and then the games that you play it, you'll actually get to play it without consequence because it's in your market.
All right,
you can learn the easy way.
So that's Shadow, guys. What do we feel about Shadow? I think it's very middle of the road. There's some good cards, some bad cards, and then like I think I'm fine playing Shadow, but I'm not super excited. I don't think I'm going to make the busted deck, and I also don't hate playing Shadow either.
Yeah, it's solid. I think it's like a solid like support faction. Like I don't know if I'm that interested in going into like the mono Shadow deck or anything, because I think the majority of the real payoffs are at the higher rarities, right? Anyway,
yeah.
I don't know. Like I think it's solid and it's middle of the road.
Yep.
Yeah, I think other colors have better payoffs at common and uncommon than Shadow does. So it's probably like 3rd. Like it's like a C grade for the whole color.
We gave it a lot of C's.
Yep, true story. Okay, so that's going to do it for Shadow, which means we have 3 cards left in the factionless or neutral category. Let's knock these out and we'll call it a show. Beseech the Throne is a slow spell at common for 2 power. Draw a card, then plunder. John?
At first, I mean, I was just kind of overlooking this, but I think it's a little bit better than it looks. I rated it a C. Pick order wise, though, like, I mean, I'd essentially prioritize anything my actually needs, like units and interaction, over this in any given pack, right? But like, I don't think it's nearly as low impact as we've seen like Seek Answers, right? Like this is a lot. It's sneakily quite a bit better than that. But it's still just like it's a way to help get through your deck and smooth like individual draws in games. Like so you would want to play it more if you have to draw into and things like that. But in your average draft deck, I don't think you really want to play any of these if you can help it.
I think you're only going to play it if you're short on playables and you need to turn through your deck, because this is almost practically the definition of just spinning your wheels, right?
Yep.
It is and it isn't, right? Like it has a little added flexibility there because of the plunder and like the draw. Like I mean, like I said, it's like I think it's a little bit better than maybe you give it initial credit, but it is still just kind of like ultimately.
Yeah, I don't know. I gave it a D plus. I don't think I'm ever gonna play this card, honestly, me personally. But I don't fault people for playing it. I will fault people if they play more than one, because then I really do feel like you're just turning through your deck. What about you, Alex?
Yeah, D plus with you. Like it'll be the card that gets cut the most. It's like it'll be the last card that I'm deciding on, maybe. But yeah,
I think I don't know if I'll ever actually play this. So you guys convinced me to grade it that low.
All right, D plus for Beseech the Throne. Next up is Prism Golem. This is a 7/7 golem at uncommon for 3 power. -2/-2 for each type of influence you have. All right, so it's never going to be a 5 or a 7/7. There's just no way, because we do have colorless influence. Anyways, it's so best case scenario, if you are a mono faction, then it will be a 5/5 for 3, which is phenomenal. And then if you're 2 colors, it's going to be a 3/3 for 3, which is serviceable. Anything less than that, you're not going to play it. It's super medium. I gave it a build around B, because you definitely want to make sure your 2 colors. Yeah, I don't know. I think the card is fine.
What?
What?
I mean, it's unplayable. If you're more than 2 colors, it's unplayable. So
Yeah, and even then though, I'm kind of questioning if it's even worth putting in your deck as if you're 2 color. You know what I mean? I think you kind of only want it if you're.
Well, if
I'm okay with it to be
it's
free.
yeah. I mean, but at some point, you do have enough of those or whatever. It's so vanilla.
Yeah, exactly. There's just so many 3/3s in the format for 3 that do more. That's why. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said,
It's fine. I mean, I thought it was a C plus.
Yeah, I can get behind a C plus. I can do that. Alex?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, cool. Then we'll go with that. C plus for Prism.
It's easy to cast, regardless of your colors.
All right, last card of the set is Determination Engine. It is a 0/1 engine at uncommon for 6 power, invulnerable to damage on your turn. Summon +1 attack for each influence you have the most of. Alex, this feels like an Inferno Zealot, so I'll let you take it.
It doesn't have a overwhelm. I don't particularly like this guy unless you're like really mono deck, because your influence can be kind of all over the place. So was it like a 3/1 for 6 maybe? Like that just seems bad. I'm on a D for this guy.
John?
I just said it's an F. I mean, I'm calling it now. Like this is the card for the. I think this card is terrible, but it's definitely going to kill me award.
Yeah, I actually had a D because of that. I think there's going to be those rare occasions where just the invulnerable to damage on your turn thing is going to be relevant enough to, it's like, yeah, it's cool. I have plenty of answers for this thing. I just have to draw it. Oh, wait, I went 6 turns without drawing one. I lose.
Unlucky.
Yeah, so, and then I end up on someone's highlight reel, but yeah, so I give it a D. I think it's going to do a little bit of work. It's not completely unplayable, but I don't think you should put this in your deck, honestly. I think there's better things to be doing at the 5, 6, and 7 mark, and it being one, we've come across how many things that have decay or deal less than 1 damage that they could do on their turn to kill it. So I want to make it an F.
Just a simple relic weapon attack.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's an F, but we'll give it a D just for honorable mention. But yeah, I think the card's an F. All right, that's fine. We're sending this to Shift Stone, so we might as well just make it an F. We'll make it. You're good with an F, Alex?
I'm not playing it.
This gets my F stamp of non-approval.
All right, perfect. All right, speaking of which, since I already said it, we'll go ahead and plug that. This set review, we are sending it over to shiftstone.com, and they're going to be adding it to some of the projects they got going on. So definitely check that out to help you out as well. And then I'll probably try to make this into probably just share the spreadsheet that we did on the Discord. Not sure where else we're going to publish it. We'll keep you guys posted. But that is our common and uncommon set review for Argent Depths. Overall, I'm super excited about this format. I've been enjoying it thus far. I want to continue to enjoy it. What about you guys?
Yeah, keep passing me all those bad Huru Imbue cards, please.
Great job.
There's so many avenues to go down, so I'm excited.
Yep. Right. Once again, I don't know how long this show is, but I'm sure it's going to be quite a doozy. So no what's the play, no constructed corner this week. Just want to get the most pertinent information out to you guys. Next week, we'll be back with the rare and legendary set review, going through that for you guys. And then after that will be our first impression show to let you know what we've gotten out of the format thus far. But thank you guys so much for tuning in. Of course, you can catch the video version of this show on YouTube. Just search up EternalJourney and you'll find us. And of course, you can hang out with us live at twitch.tv/Jedi_EJ every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. And once again, the Discord, you can hit us up 24/7 on there. We'll respond as soon as we can. Hang out there a lot of times, do some D&D, do some Eternal, Sealed, Constructed, Brewing, Tournament Reports, all the good stuff. All right, guys, that's going to do it. Thank you so much for tuning in. Until next time, as always, happy gaming.
Good night.
Good luck in your draft queues, everyone.